case of millionaire Ben Novak Jr. In 2009, in New York, Ben Novak Jr. was found dead in a hotel room during a business trip. His hands and feet were bound with duct tape, and a gag was stuffed in his mouth. The 53-year-old died from choking on his own blood after an attack in his eye. Get ready. This story has many important details. First, let's learn about the Novak family. Ben Novak Sr. owned the renowned Fontainebleau Hotel, a 5-star establishment on the Miami coastline. Born in America in 1907, his father Hyman was a Russian immigrant with the original surname Novik. Hyman initially made clothes and later opened his own store, but it struggled financially. He then became a manager at a New York hotel, where he hired his son, Ben, who had a keen interest in the hotel industry. Ben's career flourished, and by age 40, he had become a successful hotelier with a solid income. He moved to Miami and changed the family name from Novik to Novak. Ben was married 3 times. His first wife, Elsie, was with him for about 15 years. They faced challenges in having children, and when they were both over 40, they adopted a boy named Ronald. Unfortunately, after just 2 years, they divorced. Elsie retained ownership of a prestigious hotel that was registered in her name during their marriage. After the divorce, Ben showed no interest in raising Ronald and did not participate in his life at all. Shortly after the divorce, when 45-year-old Ben Novak started a relationship with 30-year-old model Bernice a year later, in 1952, they formalized their relationship in December 1954. At the age of 47, Ben opened the famous Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami, which featured 500 rooms, 12 restaurants, a nightclub, and a luxurious swimming pool. The hotel became a popular vacation spot for current and former U.S. presidents. High-ranking officials and celebrities also performed there. Many films were filmed at this hotel. In 1956, the Novak family welcomed their long-awaited heir, a boy named Ben Novak Jr., who was affectionately called Benji. He grew up on the hotel grounds with his parents and was often surrounded by adults, including celebrities. Hotel security guards primarily took care of him, and from a young age, Benji dreamed of becoming a police officer. Benji was a spoiled child, often making cruel remarks. As he received everything he asked for from the nannies, his parents were usually busy with work. His father was always occupied with business, while his mother frequently worked at the hotel, but tried to spend her free time with him. Ben Novak's second marriage ended in divorce, but he maintained a good relationship with his second wife. After they divorced, Benji continued to live with his father at the hotel. Ben Novak Sr. later remarried, but his third marriage was short-lived and also ended in divorce. Despite this, he continued to spend time with Bernice, and they remained close for the rest of their lives. In 1978, 24 years after the legendary hotel opened, Ben Novak declared bankruptcy due to the business's financial losses. However, he still had millions remaining in his accounts 7 years later. In 1985, he passed away from cardiopulmonary failure at the age of 78. In his will, he left his entire inheritance to Bernice and his only biological son, Ben Novak Jr. It is important to note that he left only $1 to his adopted son, Ronald, whom he had adopted with his first wife at the time of his father's death. Benji was 29 years old. He had previously worked in the police force, but became disillusioned with that childhood dream and decided to start his own business. Those close to him noted that Benji transformed from a spoiled child into a bold and ambitious man, often displaying aggression when things didn't go his way. Much like his father, he explored various business ventures, experiencing both successes and failures. Ultimately, he established a company that organized conferences and conventions for other businesses, with Amway being his largest client for many years. In 1991, Benji lived in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, at 35. He had been in several relationships until meeting Narcy. Him realized he was truly in love. Narcy, who was from a large family in Cuba. She moved to the U.S. and worked as a dancer in a nightclub. Where she first met Benji, she already had a daughter, May Abad, from an old marriage, who was then raised by Bernice. Although Bernice wasn't fond of Narcy, she chose not to interfere. Wishing to avoid conflict with her son, Benji and Narcy married in 1991 and started living together. Narcy left her job as a stripper to help Benji with his business and to write books together. After their wedding, they enjoyed a lavish lifestyle, affording expensive clothes, dining out, and luxury cars. Additionally, Benji was an avid collector of Batman memorabilia, owning the second largest collection in the world, which included a 1,977 Batmobile. Among other items, he was meticulous about his purchases, always negotiating to get the best prices. In total, his collection was valued at around $2 million. It is worth noting that in a more business, Benji saved on everything. He organized conventions for large companies and made a point to cut costs wherever possible. This careful management allowed him to preserve his father's assets, which still contained a significant amount of money, around $10 million that he inherited. Benji frequently traveled for work, as he valued his freedom and did not like being tied down at home. Although he had no health issues, neither he nor Narcy wanted children. When Narcy's daughter grew up, she had 2 sons and began assisting her mother and stepfather with their business. May affectionately called Benji Dad and had a good relationship with him, receiving financial support from him as well. On July 10, 2009, Benji, Narcy, and May traveled from Florida to New York to organize a conference for the Amway Company, which would welcome thousands of participants from various cities. They stayed at the Hilton Hotel in Westchester County. Benji and Narcy in room 455, while May had her own room nearby. 2 days later, around 7 a.m., Narcy left their room to have breakfast in the cafe on the first floor. After a short time, about 40 minutes, she returned to their room. When she found her husband lying face down on the floor, there was a significant amount of blood around him. Benji was bound, and a gag was in his mouth, indicating he had been attacked. Panicked, Narcy called 911. Then she rushed down the corridor, crying out to another hotel guest that her husband had been killed. When the police and medical personnel arrived, they confirmed that Benji was dead. Initially, investigators believed he might have been the target of a robbery. After thoroughly inspecting the room, it was found that nearly all valuables were intact. Benji regularly carried large amounts of cash to conferences, and that money was untouched. The only item missing was a gold bracelet adorned with diamonds and engraved with his name. Investigative agency was revealed that a hotel employee called the Novak family's room at 6:54 a.m. At this time, Benji answered the phone and spoke with the employee about the upcoming conference. This shows he was still alive when Narcy left the room. Security camera footage showed Narcy moving around the hotel and supported her claim that she was having breakfast when her husband was attacked. Although Narcy was taken to the police station for questioning, she completely denied any wrongdoing and claimed she had no knowledge of what happened to Benji. She emphasized to investigators that Benji was a strict and tough person who often upset those around him. She explained that on the night in question, he had worked late into the night and went to bed only after sunrise. So she had breakfast on her own at 7:15 a.m. She went downstairs to the cafe, where she spoke with a hotel employee. The employee mentioned that they did not expect many attendees at the conference. As a result, many participants are forced to buy plastic plate because they fit the budget. After this conversation, Narcy tried to call Benji on his mobile phone to share this disappointing news. but he did not answer, thinking he was simply asleep. So Narcy did not feel concerned. Narcy went to the conference room to assess the situation. Afterward, she returned to her own room and sensed something was off, but Narcy chose to take a shower. Once she entered the bedroom, she discovered Benji dead and urgently called 911. The police and ambulance arrived at 7:57 a.m. Upon investigating, the police found no forced entry. The hotel room doors were secure. The keycard data revealed that Narcy had opened the door at midnight and again at 7:04 a.m. She could not remember exactly whether she closed the door behind her when she left in the morning or if she forgot to do it. Allowing someone to get inside without a key card during a lengthy 12-hour interrogation, Narcy acknowledged that she and Benji often engaged in bondage during sex and that he enjoyed it. This raised questions about why Benji was found in an unusual position. Narcy explained that on that morning, she had tied him up during their sexual activities and left, intending for him to wait and become more aroused. She also recounted an incident in which Benji had broken her nose and then sent her to a plastic surgeon to fix it when she woke up from the surgery. She discovered that silicone breast implants had also been inserted without her consent when asked if she had any role in her husband's death. Narcy firmly replied, "No," she added, "if you suspect me, then bring the electric chair. I'm ready to sit on it right now. I don't want to suffer. Let me do it right now." Investigators interviewing Narcy noted that her emotional responses appeared to lack sincerity. The following day, July 13, she failed a lie detector test but was released due to insufficient evidence shortly after. The autopsy results for Benji were revealed. It was confirmed that he had been attacked while sleeping. He sustained a blow to the head from a blunt object, was bound and gagged. The attacker also his eyes, and Benji ultimately died from choking on his own blood. Next to Benji's body, police discovered a pair of cheap, fake glasses resembling a well-known brand. Narcy claimed the glasses were hers. They had broken, and she had given them to Benji for repair. Detectives found it odd that a wealthy woman would own such inexpensive fakes. Those close to Benji described Narcy as very jealous. On one occasion, Narcy caught her husband with another woman, leading her to erupt in jealousy and threatened to burn their house down. However, following Benji's death, she denied these claims, asserting that such incidents had never occurred. Detectives investigated Benji's banking transactions and discovered that he had been paying for an apartment in Florida for the past 2 years. Rebecca Bliss lived in this apartment. She had moved to America from Lebanon and previously worked in adult films. But after meeting Benji in 2007, she stopped doing dirty filming. Rebecca was Benji's mistress, and he covered all her expenses. He managed to keep this secret relationship hidden for a long time. However, just a few months before Benji's death, Narcy learned about the affair. She confronted Rebecca and offered make to her $10 to end the relationship with Benji and stay away from him. But Rebecca declined the offer. No one was certain if Benji intended to leave his wife, but it was clear that, if they divorced, Narcy would receive only $65 and relocation expenses according to their marriage contract. But now, Benji's multi-million-dollar fortune would ultimately be transferred to her. Investigative agency was revealed that 7 years earlier, in 2002, Benji had already been the victim of a home invasion. 2 unknown men broke into his home, tied him up, and held him hostage for an entire day without food or water. They stole valuables and cash totaling $400. Benji later told his friends that he believed Narcy orchestrated the attack instead of going to the police. He filed for divorce. Following this, Narcy began to spread harmful rumors about Benji's sexual preferences. In response, he retracted his divorce filing and continued to live with Narcy, insisting that he loved her deeply. During the investigation, detectives discovered that Bernice had sadly passed away just 3 months earlier, on April 4, 2009. At that time, she, 87-year-old, lived alone in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, as reported, after parking her car in the driveway. She got out and immediately tripped and fell, injuring her face and head. Once inside her home, she went to the bathroom to clean herself up, but fell several more times. She lay on the floor for 2 days without being able to call for help. Her body was found a week later. An autopsy revealed that Bernice had a broken jaw and teeth, along with skull injuries. Given her age and the circumstances, investigators concluded that her death was accidental. Relatives remembered Bernice as an active elderly woman who took care of herself. She called Benji every day and had a good relationship with May. Benji was deeply saddened by his mother's death and threw himself into work to distract himself from his grief. However, as time went on, he began to suspect that his mother's death was not an accident. After Benji's death, Narcy returned to her home in Florida, where May accused her of being responsible for her stepfather's death. This led to a major argument between Narcy and May, during which Narcy struck her daughter with a metal crowbar. Neighbors intervened to separate them and urged them to calm down. 10 days after, the police received an anonymous letter written in Spanish. The letter claimed that Narcy was involved in Benji's death and suggested investigating her brother, 57-year-old Cristobal Velis, who lived in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and worked as a bus driver. The police located Cristobal and questioned him, but he denied any involvement in Benji's death. Detectives gathered information about Cristobal and were immediately interested in the money transfers that he had made in the last month. Cristobal had sent money to a man named Alejandro Garcia, who had a criminal history and a noticeable physical characteristic. He had only one healthy eye. The other was damaged. He almost always wore glasses to hide the defect. The detectives started to suspect that Cristobal had paid Alejandro for the murder of Benji. The crime occurred at the Hilton Hotel, where there were numerous CCTV cameras. The detectives soon found video footage of Alejandro at the hotel. Accompanied by another man named Joel Gonzalez, the police began to monitor the locations and bank transactions of both men, and discovered that Alejandro and Joel had been living in South Florida for several months after Benji's death. Investigators were exploring the possibility that Narcy had Benji murdered because she feared he would leave her for his mistress, leaving her with nothing. After her husband's death, Narcy, still in New York, received $100 from his company as the main suspect in the case. She was not entitled to inherit his assets upon returning to Florida. Narcy began selling Benji's and Bernice's property. Keeping all the profits for herself, she sold many valuables, including part of a Batman toy collection. In August 2009, Narcy appeared at the bank with the keys to 3 safes in which Benji's valuables and papers were kept. She deceived the bank employees by saying that her husband would arrive in a few hours and give his consent, even though, at that time, 7 weeks had passed since Benji's death. Nobody knew what was inside. Before, Narcy emptied the safes and left. Benji's body remained in the morgue for an extended period while the investigation continued. It was only 2 months after his death that he was finally buried in Queens County, New York, next to his father's grave. In November 2009, police summoned Alejandro and Joel for questioning. Initially, both men denied their involvement, but then they confessed. The investigators explained that Cristobal had found them and brought them to New York. At that time, Narcy was dining with Benji at the Hilton Hotel restaurant. While Alejandro and Joel sat at a nearby table, Narcy stroked Benji's hair and subtly signaled to the mercenaries who their target was. On the morning of July 12, while Benji was still asleep, Narcy invited Alejandro and Joel into their room. They assaulted the sleeping Benji with a baton, while Narcy directed their actions at her request. They even gouged out Benji's eyes. Cristobal then paid Alejandro thousands of dollars because carrying out the attack on the Novak family. Investigators found material evidence, including cheap glasses belonging to one of the mercenaries, which confirmed that Alejandro and Joel had been at the scene. In July 2010, a year after the crime. Narcy and Cristobal were arrested at the same time. The prosecutor's office reopened the investigation into the death of Bernice. This new investigation uncovered evidence that Bernice had also been murdered. A neighbor reported seeing two men in black clothing approaching Bernice's house and hiding behind the garage during a plea bargain. Alejandro confessed that he and Joel were responsible for attacking Bernice at Narcy's request. They used a gas wrench to beat Bernice, which led to her death in April 2011. Narcy and Cristobal were charged with Bernice's murder as well. The primary motive for these contract killings was a multi-million-dollar inheritance. Narcy and Cristobal went on trial in 2012, where they both denied any involvement in the deaths of Benji and Bernice. During the trial, the investigation agency was revealed that Narcy had a secret phone at 6:39 a.m. on July 12, 2009. She used this phone to call Alejandro and Joel, inviting them to her room. They arrived at the correct floor and entered the room, which was not monitored by cameras after the murder took place. Narcy left the room casually, as if nothing had happened, and went to the first floor to establish an alibi. She had a meal at a cafe, conversed with a hotel employee, and then proceeded to a conference room in court when asked who, in her opinion, could have ordered the murder of Bernice and Benji. Narcy pointed her finger at her own daughter, May. Cristobal agreed with Narcy, stating that the idea belonged to May. The court also heard that after the arrest of Alejandro and Joel, a photograph of May was found in their pocket. May was to become the third victim. After the authorities discovered that May's life was in danger, she was asked to move to New York. It turned out that while still at large, Narcy hired a detective to collect dirt on May. The detective followed her and her sons, rummaged through their trash can, and collected personal belongings while living in New York. May quickly ran out of money. A local officer lent her $5,000 soon. May returned the money, but the officer lost his job because he was accused of paying May to give false testimony in court. Ultimately, Narcy and Cristobal were found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder, domestic violence, stalking, money laundering, and witness tampering. They were sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Narcy is ineligible to claim her late husband's estate. Alejandro and Joel were also found guilty of contract killings of two people. They were sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole 30 years later. Other participants in this high-profile case were also found. Dennis Ramirez, the son-in-law of Cristobal, pleaded guilty to the fact that on July 12, he drove Alejandro and Joel to the Hilton Hotel after the crime. Dennis admitted their involvement in the crime and received a less severe punishment. One of the key pieces of evidence that helped bring the case to a close was an anonymous letter in Spanish that was submitted to police 10 days after the murder, written by both Narcy's sister and Cristobal, who lived in Florida. She confirmed that it was at Narcy's request that Bernice was killed. Then Benji, and the next victim was supposed to be May, while Benji was still alive. He left his will inheritance to Narcy, and in her will, she persuaded to Benji include May there. After Narcy's conviction, May became the sole heir to her stepfather's multi-million-dollar fortune. But the story does not end there. Whenever it comes to a large inheritance, everything is decided quite a long time and is calculated in decades. The fortune of May was really large. 2 houses in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, where Benji and Bernice lived, 9 expensive cars, and also the Batmobile, a white yacht, lightning, and a bunk barge, large bank accounts, with life insurance payouts for Benji and Bernice. Over the years of litigation, there have been people claiming to be Benji's, and they have tried to claim the inheritance. Benji's first adopted son, Ronald, who hit rock bottom in the 2000s and even lived in the woods, suffered from mental disorders. His mother, Elsie, died in 2001, leaving her adopted son a fairly large inheritance. However, Ronald was nowhere to be found. They couldn't find him and reported him missing in 2008, just 2 days before he was declared dead. Ronald suddenly showed up and took over his adoptive mother Elsie's inheritance due to mental health issues. Ronald's money was put into a trust. Ronald was paid $400 a week and also had all his medical care paid for a year after Benji died. Ronald started fighting over his inheritance. He had enough money to hire a good lawyer and tried to sue for the property of Benji. Ronald tried to prove that May was included in Novak's will under pressure from Narcy. He attempted to deprive May of the right to inherit her stepfather, but he failed. For a decade, May Abad fought for her stepfather's money once. She needed a fairly large sum of money for her son's operation. The boy had heart problems. Then May received $50,000 from Novak's assets. Eventually, May, together with her sons, became the full heirs of the Novak family fortune. However, over the years of litigation, the total amount of the inheritance has significantly decreased. The case of Ben Novak Jr. not only exposes the greed and cold calculation of a wealthy family, but also highlights the human nature when caught up in the whirlwind of money and power through the involvement of Narchi, her brother Cristobal. The case proves that the most brutal acts sometimes come from those closest. The consequences include not only life sentences for the conspirators, but also the complete collapse of a family empire that was once seen as a symbol of success. The case leaves a profound reminder of the dangers of greed, betrayal, and bad choices, and becomes one of the most haunting crime stories in American history. The case of Annie Kasperzak. Annie Kasperzak was born on January 10, 1997, into a family that lacked love. Her parents suffered from severe drug addiction and mental health issues. Therefore, her living conditions since childhood have always been difficult. At a young age, she was removed from her parents' care and placed with a new family. However, things did not go smoothly, and her foster parents abandoned her just like her biological parents. As a result, by the age of 9, she had lived in 9 different families. Annie felt unwelcome and alone in the world, and her life in the orphanage had made her distrustful of people. Despite this, she held on to the hope of finding a loving family, one that would embrace her and provide the love she longed for. She dreamt of having a dad and mom who would care for her, accept her as their own. After Annie was returned by her 9th family, she went to an orphanage where she met Veronica Kasperzak. Veronica worked in Utah's social services, focused on finding suitable homes for children who had been cruelly treated. She was known as a very caring worker. For Child and Family Protection Services, she treated everyone she helped with genuine love. Upon meeting Annie, she was immediately touched by the girl's story. Annie told of being physically abused as a child. She lived in a cruel, unstable family, which had a great impact on her psychology. Veronica was moved to tears as she listened to her story. Veronica felt that life was unfair to she, and her tragedy touched Veronica's heart. As a result, Veronica and her relationship became close and warm. Veronica began visiting she regularly to provide her with emotional support. In January 2007, while 6 months pregnant, Veronica shared Annie's story with her husband, Dennis, who also longed for children. They decided to adopt Annie and welcome her into their family. Veronica and Dennis were kind and decent people, which allowed them to carry out their plans smoothly. Annie moved in with their family in the suburbs of Salt Lake City, Utah. A few months later, Veronica gave birth to twins, both boys. By this time, all the bureaucratic hurdles related to Annie's adoption had been resolved, and she was warmly welcomed into the family. Even though this was her 10th time being adopted, she was full of enthusiasm and hope that the hardships of her life were behind her. She believed that now she would experience the love of her parents. Now that Annie had a home, wonderful parents, and 2 younger brothers, she embraced her role as a caring older sister. She happily babysat her younger siblings and helps her foster mother, Veronica, her brothers take up most of her free time, and she felt fulfilled in this new role. She tries to broaden their horizons and teach them new things every day. She sincerely loved her new brothers, and they returned her affection not long after. Annie experienced her first trip to the beach. It was a family holiday before Christmas, and Veronica and Dennis organized a wonderful celebration for their children. They spent most of their time opening gifts, but during this period, tensions began to arise within the family. Veronica and Dennis believed that having children would strengthen their relationship and help them learn new aspects of family life. Unfortunately, this was not the case. After a while, Veronica and Dennis's family had a falling out, which led to many difficulties. Veronica, who had witnessed similar situations in the past, feared that her family might fall apart again, even after their divorce. Dennis kept a good relationship with Veronica and remained involved in raising their children, including their adopted daughter, Annie. Fortunately, Annie's fears of returning to the orphanage did not come true. Meanwhile, Veronica started new relationships and eventually remarried. Her new partner, James, turned out to be a loving and caring husband and father. Just like Dennis, he quickly bonded with Annie and treated her as if she were his own daughter. Family affection and warmth gradually returned to their lives, and the family moved to a peaceful small town in Utah called Riverton. It was an ideal place to start a new life, but this story would not have a happy ending. James admits, Annie has special gifts. She could convince anyone to do anything, especially when it came to asking for gifts. One day, she saw a pair of red shoes in a store she really liked, and she begged James to buy them, and he couldn't refuse. At this time, 15 years old, Annie was in her first year at the academy. She was an outstanding student. Well liked by her teachers, she dreams of becoming a pediatrician. Due to her life experiences as a child, she always wanted to help other children. Veronica, her adoptive mother, was a guiding light for her. Transforming her life, she dreamed of emulating her mother. By dedicating her life to helping others, she even imagined adopting more children to study with them at home and support them during this time. Annie also had her first love. These feelings came on suddenly, and she embraced them wholeheartedly. On the evening of March 10, 2012, she stayed home to look after her younger brothers. Because Veronica and James had gone out for dinner, this was a romantic date that they had long awaited and planned. When Veronica and James returned home, everything appeared normal. The only thing Veronica noticed was that Annie had changed from her usual shorts into jeans, which she thought was likely due to the chill. However, she didn't think much of it. Eventually, she decided to take a shower, while Annie went into her room to listen to music. After she finished her shower, she went into the room to check on Annie, but found it empty. She couldn't find her daughter in the house. Worried, Veronica and James began looking for clues to see where Annie had gone. James carefully inspected her room and discovered a note under her pillow. In the note, she explained that she could no longer stay at home and had chosen to run away to California with her boyfriend. She admitted that she was pregnant and asked her parents not to look for her or report her missing to the police. This shocked the family. They could not believe that this was happening to them, so they continued to search for information. A few months before these incidents, Annie began having sex as the escape date approached. She noticed strange changes in her body. She felt weak, nauseous, and dizzy. Occasionally, she felt unwell for no apparent reason. Eventually, she thought she was pregnant, but when she took a pregnancy test, she got a negative result. The pregnancy test results show that Annie is not pregnant, which worries her because she has been mentally preparing to become a mother. Despite this, her decision to leave seemed strange and surprised her parents. Veronica and James, they had always provided her with love and support, and she appeared happy in their family. Often caring for her younger brothers, they felt her decision to leave was sudden and unprepared, as she had not shared with them her current situation or future plans. Naturally, her parents, Veronica and James, were concerned about her leaving. With her phone turned off, they quickly reached out to the police for help. Their biggest concern was who she ran away with. The police and her parents began contacting her close friends. While still attempting to reach her by phone, however, she ignored all their calls and messages. Annie's boyfriend was Darwin Christopher Bagshaw. They first met during a math class at school and quickly developed the attraction. Their secret relationship lasted 1.5 years before it was discovered. It was surprising that Annie's parents were unaware of her feelings, as she had kept her romance hidden from them. According to her best friend, she was deeply infatuated with Darwin and feared losing him. During their time together, their group of friends changed, as Veronica and James were unaware of the new friends Annie made. Then, Veronica managed to reach Darwin, suspecting that he might have run away with her daughter, Annie. Everyone was surprised when Darwin declared that he did not know where Annie was. He revealed that their relationship had ended, and at the time, she disappeared. She was dating someone new named LJ. Veronica and James were completely unfamiliar with LJ. They had never heard of him, while Veronica was reaching out to Annie's friends and acquaintances to learn more about him. James managed to track Annie's mobile phone using an app. He monitored its movement in real time on a map for a while. The phone was moving quickly. It was clear that Annie was not driving, but after a while of observation, the signal suddenly stopped and then disappeared. Veronica and James are unable to contact Annie until now. She had ignored all their attempts to contact her. They hurried to the store, searched the supermarket, and asked everyone if they had seen her. They showed photos of her, but no one recognized her. After reviewing the security camera footage, they still couldn't find her. Veronica continued to call out to her daughter, but she still did not respond. They are very worried, but still hope that everything will be fine with their daughter and wish for her to come home. On March 11, the day after Annie went missing, a man contacted the police. He noticed blood on the riverbank and initially thought it was from a wounded wild animal. When he got closer, he saw another pool of blood and a red shoe nearby. He found this suspicious, so he called the police. Forensic experts arrived at the scene and collected samples for analysis. The results showed that the samples belonged to the same person, because the last location Annie was seen coincided with where the blood was found. Investigators became suspicious. A search operation was soon organized. Divers were mobilized to examine the river, while others searched the shoreline. A rescue helicopter was also dispatched a few kilometers north of where the shoe was found. A girl in a red dress was found floating face down in the water. When the search party pulled her body from the water, they were unable to identify her. Her face was so badly disfigured that a forensic examination was needed to identify her. Most of her facial bones were crushed, and her nose was almost gone. The cause of death was determined to be multiple blows to the head with a blunt object, and that she had died the night she went missing. It was clear that she had died tragically after the body was discovered. Police reported through the media that they had found a girl of Asian descent with dark hair, believed to be under 20. When Veronica and James saw the news, they quickly recognized that it was their daughter, Annie. Although physical features do not match Annie's, but James recognized the red shoes he had given his daughter before she disappeared. Additionally, Veronica noted that the deceased wore a red dress that perfectly matched the one missing from their home. Veronica and James initially hoped it was just a coincidence and that the police had found another victim, but they felt uneasy. Identifying the body took time. It was determined that the victim wore braces and had her gallbladder removed, which matched Annie's details perfectly. Ultimately, dental records and DNA analysis confirmed that the body was Annie's. At that moment, any hope of Annie returning home vanished, and her parents were devastated afterward. Detectives went to Annie's home to search her room. They looked for any evidence that might help identify the criminal. During the search, they discovered a diary in which she wrote about her on and off relationship with Darwin on her 15th birthday. Annie expressed her desire to have children, yearning to be a young mother and care for her child. On March 1, 2012, she wrote that she was pregnant by Darwin. However, she later regretted it when a pregnancy test came back negative. She explained that she had been using birth control pills. The autopsy confirmed that she had never been pregnant. Further entries in her diary showed that she was wrong and just wanted to believe in her dream. She hoped this would help keep Darwin by her side, but he had no intention of building a real family with her. Veronica and James informed the police about their conversation with Darwin on March 14. Detectives spoke with Darwin. He was accompanied by his father, Spencer. He was aware of the rumors about Annie's pregnancy, but insisted he could not be the father. He believed that she had become pregnant by LJ, who was 17 at the time. He did not know LJ personally, but described LJ based on rumors, saying LJ was a man of bad reputation. However, he was unable to provide any further information to the police. The police also questioned Darwin about his whereabouts during Annie's disappearance. He claimed to have an alibi, stating he was at his grandmother Wilma's house. He mentioned that he briefly visited a friend that evening, but returned home when he found him not there. His grandmother verified his account. Additionally, he agreed to provide DNA samples from the clothes and shoes he wore on the night of the incident. When he handed over his sneakers, he mentioned that there might be some of Annie's blood on them because her nose was bleeding during their last meeting and stuck to his shoe. Her father was present and confirmed his statement. As a result, he was confirmed to have an alibi and was removed from the list of suspects. Spencer, Darwin's father, was asked to provide information about the relationship between Darwin and Annie. The detective specifically wanted to know about someone named LJ. He did recall a message he received through social media back in November that was sent from Annie's account, but signed by LJ at the time. He thought the message seemed odd. Additionally, he has heard disturbing rumors about LJ, suggesting that LJ may be involved in a gang or even have committed murder. On March 15, Spencer again contacts the police to report that a mysterious individual named LJ has threatened to kill his son, Darwin. Darwin informed he about the threat when he returned from work, prompting he to report it to the police immediately. At a press conference, the authorities shared the available information. They appealed to the public for any tips that could aid in capturing the criminal. Unfortunately, this did not advance the investigation. The situation changed when a witness named Joanna Franklin contacted the police. She was in custody for fraud, but claimed to know LJ. She provided a brief description of LJ, saying he was a short man, about 20 years old. She also said she had more information about the case, but would only share it if the police dropped the charges against her. Ultimately, the police were forced to accept her request. Joanna then revealed that on the night of the murder, Annie and LG went to Daniel Robert Ferry's house. Daniel had a criminal record and was at the time engaged in the distribution of illegal substances. She was present that evening and witnessed LG and Annie go to the bathroom together, where they had sex. Afterward, they returned. Daniel then approached Annie and asked her to have sex with him. She laughed, thinking it was a joke, but then refused him. In anger, he grabbed her head and slammed her against the wall, causing blood to splatter all over the wallpaper. She collapsed onto the carpet, blood flowing from her broken nose, mouth, and ears. Daniel did not stop there. He kicked her several times, threatening that no one was allowed to laugh at him. She lay unconscious. Joanna went to check her pulse and saw that she was still alive, but Joanna did nothing. Because Joanna was afraid, Joanna noticed that Annie was still on the floor, her face very pale, but she was still breathing. The other teenagers at the party believed she was dead and showed no concern for her well-being. LJ returned to the room and saw the bloody scene. Daniel explained that he had taught Annie a lesson for laughing at him. LJ reacted calmly to Daniel's actions, and they began discussing what to do with Annie's body. Joanna watched as they wrapped she in a large towel, loaded her into a car, and drove away. A few hours later, they returned without Annie. When asked about Annie's, they claimed they had gone swimming near the canyon, saying that she had regained consciousness, but then fought with them and ran away. Joanna and the others realized this was a lie and understood they had disposed of her body. The police asked Joanna about Annie's clothing. Joanna described she as wearing a lot of red, shoes and a dress. Coincides with how she was discovered to verify Joanna's statement. Investigators went to the home of dealer Daniel. He denied any involvement in the crime and claimed he had not harassed or harmed anyone. Detectives obtained a search warrant for his house, anticipating they would find blood on the walls and carpet. However, they discovered that the wall Joanna mentioned had been recently painted and the carpet was missing, according to police experience. It appeared that the house had been renovated in a suspicious manner during a thorough examination. Forensic scientists discovered stains on the floor that looked like blood. As they continued their investigation, they became increasingly convinced that Joanna was telling the truth. Daniel was arrested and brought in for questioning. Witness testimony confirmed that Daniel was indeed a gang member and had a criminal record for drug trafficking. During the interrogation, he was accompanied by his lawyer. He denied knowing LJ and Annie. Even when shown a photograph of her, he insisted he did not know her name and maintained that he did not kill her. Despite Daniel's convincing testimony, detectives still suspected his involvement in Annie's murder. The lab results from stains collected at his house revealed they were not blood, but sauce. Aside from Joanna's testimony, there was no evidence to prove his guilt, forcing the detectives to release him. Later, they discovered that, during this time, he committed another crime. He may have been involved in an attack and kidnapping that took place in a nearby city, raising the authorities' suspicions even further. To clarify Daniel's whereabouts, authorities examined location data from his phone. The data showed that on March 10, the day Annie was murdered, he was in another city. After months of searching for evidence, investigators could not connect him to the crime, leading to his removal from the suspect list. Ultimately, Daniel confessed to the kidnapping and assault of another person, which he committed with a friend around the same time as Annie's murder. Proving they could not have been in two places at once, this indicated that they were not involved in Annie's death. The police reinterrogated Joanna. She admitted that she had made up the story. She wanted revenge on Daniel and knew that on the night of Annie's murder, he had kidnapped someone else. Her accusation misled the police, diverting their focus and allowing the real culprit to evade justice. Her lie wasted over a year of police investigation. Additionally, there were no leads on LJ, who had vanished without a trace. Tragically, the detective in charge of the case was killed while on duty, and the investigation was handed over to a new officer. Unfortunately, significant information was lost with the deceased detective. In this context, Annie's family felt deeply affected and decided to offer a reward for anyone who could provide information leading to the arrest of the killer. A new investigator has begun to review all documents related to the case. He reread Annie's diary and noticed that a couple of months before her death, she had an intimate relationship with Darwin. Afterward, she had thought she might be pregnant, but that turned out to be a misunderstanding. It seemed that she wanted to use the child to keep Darwin with her, which could have been the motive for the murder. On the night of the murder, they had multiple calls with each other. That evening, her phone received 3 calls from an unknown number. The phone companies have been monitoring these calls and discovered that they came from Darwin's number. It seemed that Annie and Darwin had had an argument and were trying to mend their relationship over the phone. The police decide to reconsider Darwin's alibi, as he is the prime suspect and has a motive for the crime. By tracking mobile calls, they discovered that his grandmother and father were lying. He was not with them that evening. They were only trying to corroborate his alibi and protect him. Furthermore, there was a lot of blood on his shoes, which made people even more suspicious of him. Meanwhile, his family seemed to be protecting him. After speaking with Darwin's father, Spencer, who was pressured by the detectives, he admitted that he had lied to the police 2 years ago upon reviewing messages between he and Darwin. They discover that Darwin asked him to create a false alibi to fool the police. The new investigator was surprised to learn that some friends referred to Darwin as Eldzay. The key piece of evidence against Darwin came from his cell phone location data. At the time of Annie's murder, it showed that he was at the riverbank where the body was found. This seemed to confirm that the case was finally solved. At the time, he was living with his mother in Colorado, prompting police to arrange an interview with him. When detectives approached him at the school, he appeared surprised. He refused to speak to them without a lawyer. He was extradited back to Utah in October 2014. Although he did not cooperate with the police, there was enough evidence to press charges against him, and his trial was set for March 2015, according to state law. Dennis was supposed to be tried as a minor, which would have allowed him to be released by the time he turned 21. However, this was not permissible given the seriousness of the crime. Therefore, the prosecution, with the backing of Annie's family, requested that he be tried as an adult. He was held in prison while awaiting trial. During this time, he confided in a fellow inmate, revealing the disturbing details of the murder. In his confession, Darwin explained that he had believed for a long time that Annie was pregnant. He was distressed at the thought of becoming a father at such a young age, especially since he had not yet completed school. To get out of this situation, he planned to kill Annie and suggested they meet by the river to discuss running away from home. She naively believed his lie. When she arrived at their meeting place, she was dressed very beautifully. Darwin then attacked her, striking her in the face with a shovel multiple times. After she fell, he continued to hit her with the shovel. Finally, he placed the flat side of the shovel on her head and jumped on it until she no longer showed any signs of life. Experts confirmed that the injuries on she matched the actions described by Darwin. After Darwin confessed to the crime, the court decided to try him as an adult. Because his actions were so heinous, he was charged with first-degree murder. The defense lawyer argued that he did not understand his actions and felt remorse. However, Annie's family believed that he was just trying to gain sympathy to receive a lighter sentence. In the end, Darwin Christopher Bagshaw was sentenced to life in prison. With the possibility of parole after 15 years, he will be eligible for parole in 2034. Additionally, his father and grandmother faced charges of perjury and obstruction of justice, each receiving a 2 years prison sentence. The case of Dan Markel. Dan Markel was born in Toronto, Canada. In 1970, he was a highly intelligent and successful individual. Dan attended several universities, including those in Jerusalem and Cambridge, before earning his law degree from Harvard in 2001. After spending a few years working as a clerk in a law firm, he received an exciting opportunity in 2005. Florida State University was seeking someone with his qualifications to join their law school, and he accepted the position. Dan was well suited for this role because he enjoyed teaching and had a passion for criminal law. While teaching various legal subjects at the university, he also dedicated time to writing numerous papers on criminal law. Dan's life took a positive turn when he met his new partner, Wendy Adelson, on a dating site for single Jews. At the time, Dan was 33 and Wendy was 26, and they seemed to get along very well. Both shared a passion for criminal law and later taught at the University of Florida. Their relationship progressed rapidly, leading them to get engaged and married on February 26, 2006. They enjoyed a fulfilling life together, each having their dream jobs and good incomes. In 2009, they welcomed their first son, followed by a second in 2010. Everything seemed wonderful until 2012, when their relationship deteriorated, resulting in their separation before their divorce. The couple kept the reason for their separation a secret, leaving others unsure why their marriage ended so abruptly. By 2013, they were divorced. One day, Dan returned from a business trip to find that most of the furniture in the house was gone. Wendy had taken most of their belongings with her. leaving only a few items behind. The process was quick. It only took her a day and a night to move. Her quick action to clean up the house showed how bad their marriage had become. Wendy left divorce papers on the mattress. Wendy seemed determined to hurt Dan as much as possible. She changed the children's last names to hers, and even changed one of her son's names. Wendy tried to erase everything related to Dan from her life and the lives of her children. Trying to cut a father out of her children's lives could be considered cruel and vengeful. In 2014, Dan and Wendy were living separate lives. Wendy had started writing and attempted to publish a law book on human trafficking. However, her approach was different from Dan's, and the book was a complete failure, receiving harsh criticism. As a result, few people were interested in buying it. On July 18, 2014, Dan went to Wendy's house to pick up their kids for preschool, which was part of his usual routine. He also went to the gym and stopped by a few stores. But nothing out of the ordinary happened that day, until he returned home around 11:00 a.m. When he arrived, he saw that someone was waiting for him. Although the details of his phone conversation at that moment were not public, it was reported that the person waiting for Dan was there to ambush him. Before Dan could open the car door to get into the house, a bullet wounded him. A neighbor heard the explosion and ran out. Dan was still in the driver's seat. Surrounded by broken glass, the neighbor quickly called 911. The neighbor later reported seeing a car pull into the driveway just before the gunshots. He saw Dan in the front seat, in critical condition, still alive, but unable to call the police. When the ambulance was called, the police tried to get information from a neighbor. The only thing the neighbor saw was a silver Toyota Prius leaving the area right after the gunshots. The ambulance then arrived, and Dan was taken to the nearest hospital. Unfortunately, his injuries were quite serious, and Dan passed away in the intensive care unit 14 hours later. Dan, a man who seemed to have no enemies and was loved by everyone, was shot dead in his own driveway. A memorial service was later held for Dan Markel, attended by friends, family, and students who wanted to express their love, respect, and admiration for the professor. The main task of the police was to find a silver Toyota Prius that could be linked to the case, provided by a neighbor. At the same time, the police also began questioning his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson. She was brought in for questioning on the same day Dan was killed. As Wendy entered the interrogation room, she received a voice message from a friend who was a real estate staff. The message stated that there had been a shooting near where Wendy used to live, and that she hoped Wendy was okay. The voice message continued, explaining that there had been a shooting at Wendy's old home, and that her ex-husband was seriously injured and would likely not survive. Wendy was very upset and began to cry. She said that she had emailed Dan that morning and that everything seemed fine. She then asked the police what had happened to Dan. The police responded that they could not share any information until they had confirmed her whereabouts at the time of the shooting to rule her out as a suspect. Wendy told the police that she had left her home around noon to run an errand. When the police asked her if she knew anyone who would want to hurt Dan, she burst into tears and struggled to answer. She finally said that Dan was sometimes mean to people, but she couldn't believe anyone would be cruel enough to hurt him. The police then asked if Dan owed anyone money, and with tears in her eyes, Wendy revealed that Dan owed her child support. She seemed genuinely shocked by the situation. Police ruled out robbery as a motive because the killer did not try to break into a home or car or search pockets for valuables like a wallet, house keys, or credit cards. At the time, the only motive they could consider was revenge. But what could he have done to make someone pull out a gun and shoot someone in broad daylight like that? To gather more information, the police appealed to the public for help. Police confirmed that the murder was intentional and offered a reward for tips leading to an arrest and conviction. The reward started at $10 and increased to $25 over time. Additionally, an anonymous donor contributed a separate $100 reward. Police expanded their search for suspects by interviewing students, friends, and family members. However, their efforts were unsuccessful. As everyone described Dan as a kind person, no one could explain why anyone would want to harm him. 12 months after the crime, there have been no new leads. Police held a press conference and released a photo of a silver Toyota Prius. They did not explain why they waited a year to share this information. Further appeals from the public have yielded no results, and nearly 2 years have passed without any new leads in the case. The perpetrator has had enough time to destroy all evidence, making it difficult for police to solve the case. This continued until May 26, 2016, nearly 2 years after Dan's murder. A Leon County judge issued an arrest warrant for Sigfredo Garcia, a 30-year-old man charged with first-degree murder in the death of Dan Markel. Tallahassee police did not release details at the time of the arrest. However, a few days later, police learned that Sigfredo had an accomplice, Luis Rivera, also 30, of Miami, who was seen driving a rented silver Toyota Prius between motels on July 16-17. Police collected various pieces of evidence about the couple, including cell phone records, electronic toll collection data, and surveillance footage from nearby buildings and buses. They believed that on July 18, Dan was being monitored as he went about his daily routine, which included trips to kindergarten, the gym, and shops before heading home. However, one question has been raised: why would these two men kill someone they apparently never met? Police suspect that this may have been a contract killing, implying that Sigfredo and Luis were paid to kill Dan. If this was indeed a contract killing, then who hired them? Sigfredo and Luis realized that no matter how much money they were paid, their crimes could not be hidden. They then began to confess to the police that they were hired by Charlie and Donna Adelson. Charlie was Wendy's brother, and Donna was her mother. On the surface, they seemed to be respectable people. Running a pathology clinic together, Charlie worked as a dentist, while Donna focused on patient care. However, this information was not enough to convict Charlie and Donna. The police knew that the suspect could name anyone to save himself to find answers. The police turned to a woman named Catherine Magbanua. She was related to Charlie Adelson and was also the ex-wife of Sigfredo Garcia. Phone records show that Catherine received a call from Luis shortly after Dan's murder, likely to inform her that the mission was complete. Catherine was the sole intermediary between Luis, Sigfredo, and Charlie, as they had never met over a 12-month period. Catherine sent tens of thousands of dollars, starting a few months before Dan's murder and continuing for months afterward. Most of the payments were made by check, a risky option for Donna's family because checks were easily traceable due to the signature requirement. Each check sent bore Donna Adelson's signature. After investigation, it was discovered that Donna had a strong dislike for her former son-in-law, especially in the months leading up to the murder. She had sent a series of angry emails, filled with curses and insults, aimed at Dan. In these emails, she used every vulgar word she could think of to describe him, while the entire Adelson family lived in Miami. Wendy lived in Tallahassee, near Dan's home. She wanted to move to Miami to be closer to her family, but Dan was against it. He did not engage in any violence or threats against Wendy, which allowed him to go to court and get a judgment preventing her from moving away with the children during their divorce. They agreed to split custody of the children. In a 50-50 agreement, however, there was another reason Donna hated him. Dan went to court shortly before he was murdered to file a motion to prevent Donna from spending private time with her children without supervision, while serving time for other crimes. Luis asked to speak to the police. He said he had information that could lead to a deal. The police agreed to meet with him. During questioning, Luis shared his story. He said he did not know Dan was going to be killed until he was in the car with Sigfredo. Previously, Sigfredo had told him it was just a simple robbery after getting in the car and learning about Dan Markel's murder. Luis was upset and insisted that he did not want to kill a man he had never met, especially since the man had 2 children. Louis also mentioned a woman named Catherine, saying that she was behind the plan up to this point. Charlie and Donna continue to deny any involvement in the murder. Although the police have checks signed by Donna, however, these checks do not necessarily indicate that she intended to kill Dan. They could have been written for a variety of reasons. At this point, the FBI gets involved and formulates a plan. Charlie begins to receive unusual phone calls from a man identifying himself as Sandy. Sandy questions why Luis isn't being processed in prison. Although Charlie is frightened by the calls, he tries to remain calm and does not reveal anything incriminating. In reality, Sandy is an undercover cop. The FBI has also hacked into Charlie's cell phone in hopes of gathering evidence against him. In July 2016, a Leon County grand jury indicted Sigfredo and Luis for murder. Catherine was later arrested. Luis's charges were reduced to second-degree murder. Luis Rivera was sentenced to 19 years in prison. Catherine and Charlie's trials were held together on October 19, 2016. As they were facing the same charges, the defense argued that Charlie Adelson was the mastermind behind the murder plot, claiming he had promised to split $100 between the 3 of them so that Wendy could gain full custody without further interference from Dan. During the trial, the prosecution presented a key witness, Jeffrey Lucas, Wendy Adelson's ex-boyfriend. He testified that Wendy had told him that her brother, Charlie, had mentioned the idea of hiring a hitman to kill Dan several times. On July 13, Wendy asked Jeffrey if she could share something confidential. She revealed that Charlie had explored various options for dealing with her problems and had discussed hiring a hitman to eliminate Dan. At an estimated cost of $50, Sigfredo claimed in court that Luis fired the fatal shot. However, this defense was not enough to save Sigfredo from first-degree murder. Sigfredo Garcia was convicted and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus an additional 30 years for his involvement in the conspiracy. Sigfredo said he would appeal the sentence. Catherine denied any involvement in the murder during her trial alongside Sigfredo. Her charges were reduced to second-degree murder, but the jury could not reach a verdict. The judge declared a mistrial. This retrial began on May 16, 2022, and lasted 11 days. The jury was more decisive this time, and on May 27, 2022, Catherine Magbanua was found guilty of first-degree murder and incitement to commit murder. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus an additional 30 years for incitement and another 30 years for conspiracy. Although the 3 main perpetrators were thought to be incarcerated, a new arrest occurred on April 21, 2022. Police arrested Charlie Adelson at his home. He was charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation to commit murder. Following this, police discovered audio recordings of conversations between Catherine and Charlie discussing their conspiracy. On the day of Charlie Adelson's trial, he was sentenced to life in prison plus 30 years for each of the conspiracy and solicitation charges. As this case comes to a close, many questions remain unanswered. The defendant's testimony suggests that Dan Markel needed to be killed in order for Wendy to gain full custody of their children. This raises the possibility that Wendy may have had a larger role in this case than she admitted. However, it is important to note that there is no evidence to support this claim, and no charges have been filed against Wendy Donna Adelson, who signed several checks worth thousands of dollars, has a history of hostility toward Dan, was arrested at Miami International Airport on a warrant from Leon County. Donna was charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation to commit murder. Donna's trial is expected to begin in late 2024 or early 2025. Dan Markel's friends and colleagues still remember him and his great contributions to legal issues. Dan devoted his life to his children, which is why he was in court so often. Because he needed to make sure they would never be taken from him, his life ended tragically at the age of just 40. The case of Tiffany Maher. Tiffany Maher was born on April 29, 1973, in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Her father was a college professor, and her mother, a Harvard graduate, eventually became a housewife. They had high expectations for Tiffany. Her parents set a goal for her to earn a college degree, and they worked hard to support her. Tiffany had a high IQ, and her family created a nurturing environment focused on education. As a result, she entered university, fulfilling her parents' dream for her. Tiffany has a sociable and humorous personality. She is very intelligent and friendly. Tiffany is not interested in romantic relationships. She focuses on her studies, which she enjoys very much. She feels that she has the ability to achieve great things with her intelligence, so she has chosen to postpone looking for a life partner. Tiffany is 40 years old and lives in the small town of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Although intelligent and educated, she is still single and is looking for her soulmate. She has a deep affection for animals, so her friends gave her 2 cats. The cats have become an important part of Tiffany's life. She loves them dearly and treats them as if they were her own children. During this time, Tiffany served as an associate professor in the chemistry department at Northeastern State University. She was well known for her sociable and friendly nature, easily connecting with everyone. Her lectures were not only informative, but also engaging, featuring a mix of stories and jokes that kept students entertained. Her cheerful personality made her beloved by everyone in her circle. Outside of work, Tiffany enjoyed crocheting and going to karaoke with friends. She was comfortable being alone and dedicated herself to her work, becoming one of the university's leading specialists, which was greatly appreciated. Tiffany often expressed that her job brought her happiness and allowed her to grow in her field. While many of her peers were focused on starting families and having children, she concentrated on education and expanding her knowledge. The situation changed as she got older. She wanted to find a partner to help her through the tough times. To achieve this, she created a profile on a dating website, hoping to meet the person she had always secretly dreamed of. On May 31, 2013, Tiffany's best friend, Sarah, received an unexpected text message from a staff member at the university where Tiffany worked. Tiffany was scheduled to give a presentation that day, but she did not show up, which was unusual for such a responsible person. Regardless of the circumstances, she always arrived early and prepared thoroughly, so her absence was very worrying. When the head of the educational institution spoke with other teachers, it became clear that Tiffany had not appeared in the department for several days. This aroused suspicion and caused anxiety. Sarah was really worried about her friend. She tried to contact Tiffany, but couldn't get through. For days, Tiffany ignored both calls and texts. Sarah had a feeling that something was wrong, but she tried to push those worrying thoughts away. When Sarah arrived at Tiffany's house, she immediately noticed something unusual. There was a black stain, like soot, on one of the second-story windows. Tiffany's car was missing from the driveway, which was unusual because she always parked there when she came home. Sarah also noticed that a small window, which Tiffany usually left open for her cats to come and go freely, was closed. Curious, Sarah went to the window to look inside and was devastated to see Tiffany's cat lying motionless on the floor. The situation was becoming increasingly alarming. Sarah decided not to go in, stayed outside, and called the police. She called 911 and explained what she had discovered, asking them to check on Tiffany. When police arrived at the scene, they found the main door of the house unlocked, allowing them easy access inside. Inside, they witnessed a horrific scene. There were many small fires in the house that had gone out. In the bedroom, they discovered Tiffany's body lying on the bed. Surprisingly, other than her burned legs, there were no visible injuries on Tiffany's body, and there were no defensive wounds on her hands or anywhere else on her body. After investigating the crime scene, the police determined that the fire originated in the living room and bedroom on the first floor. An object was placed under the sofa, but it did not catch fire, so the fire went out. A similar incident occurred in the bedroom, where the bottom of the bed was burned. The police who arrived at the scene discovered that several items were missing from Tiffany's home, including a laptop, a cell phone, a TV, a karaoke machine, and a car. The police concluded that this was likely a robbery. In addition, there are concerns that Tiffany may have been sexually assaulted. Suspicious marks on her underwear raise suspicion. All of these details will be collected for testing. A citywide alert was issued to begin searching for Tiffany's car, a 2011 red Ford Fiesta. Forensic experts quickly collected evidence at the crime scene, while police interviewed neighbors and people close to Tiffany. Since there were no signs of forced entry, it is believed that Tiffany knew the attacker and let him into her home willingly. Police first spoke with Tiffany's mother, Maria. She reported that she last saw her daughter on May 26, just 5 days before Tiffany was found. Maria and some relatives had attended a basketball game that day and had a good time together. Tiffany had plans to attend a date that evening, but did not share any details about the date. Maria noted that Tiffany seemed calm, untroubled, and had not received any threats. After the autopsy was completed, the medical examiner provided new information. They concluded that Tiffany died of asphyxiation, possibly from the pillowcase found at the scene. The police needed more time to investigate, but they found no signs of strangulation. Forensic experts also ruled out the possibility of death from fire because there was no smoke in Tiffany's lungs, suggesting she died before the fire broke out. It appears the killer set the fire to destroy evidence of the crime. The medical examiner estimated that Tiffany had been killed on May 26, 5 days before Sarah reported the incident to the police. The information Tiffany's mother provided about Tiffany's meeting on the day of her death seemed important. It was essential to find out who Tiffany was meeting with. The police needed to identify Tiffany's contacts and her method of communication. Tiffany's mother suggested that they investigate her office at the university, where she often spent a lot of time. At first, the office seemed unremarkable. However, police found a working computer and discovered that Tiffany had a profile on a dating website. Her best friend confirmed that Tiffany had recently been considering dating and finding a partner. Tiffany was using a popular Canadian dating website at the time. Police contacted the site's administrators to gather information about Tiffany's dating activities and messages. Since the site was based in Canada, they had to submit a request and wait for a response. Police then received a tip that led them to Tiffany's car, which had been found abandoned in the parking lot of an apartment building where her parents lived. Her parents did not mention the presence of the car, which aroused suspicion. Police interviewed them again, but her parents were completely unaware that their daughter's car was in the parking lot. After questioning, it became clear that her parents had nothing to do with the incident. It appeared that the criminal had intentionally left the stolen car near her parents' home to throw the investigation off track. The car was confiscated and sent for examination. Forensic experts examined it to find any signs of a potential thief. they discovered fingerprints on the steering wheel and DNA samples that did not belong to the Tiffany. The Canadian dating sites management has finally responded. They revealed that in early May, Tiffany created a profile and contacted multiple men at once. However, she mainly corresponded with one person. Unfortunately, this person did not provide his real name or surname. His account was Fander1980. There were no photos or phone numbers associated with the account, which raised suspicion from the start. Sadly, the account was deactivated the same day her body was discovered. It is possible that this person was involved in the murder, but attempts to contact him have been unsuccessful. Police were able to access messages exchanged between Tiffany's account and a user named Fander1980. Their conversations lasted for a long time and did not contain any flirtatious behavior. Police reviewed Tiffany's phone records and discovered that she was frequently communicating with someone, although this person's name was not saved in her contacts. When they called the number, no one answered. However, after further analysis, they discovered that the phone number was registered to an account named Big Daddy on another website, which was the same person named Fander1980. The criminal was registered at an address in Talos, but when police arrived, they found only an abandoned commercial building. It was clear that the suspect had made efforts to conceal his identity. When the police accessed Big Daddy's account, they discovered it had been deactivated on May 2, just 2 days after the Tiffany's death. Remarkably, just 3 minutes later, he registered again under a new name. Given that several items were stolen from the Tiffany's home around the same time, the police decided to check local pawn shops. This means the thief's information may have been recorded by the pawn shop employees. The investigation included checking pawn shops in the city. It was discovered that a man named Joshua John Schneider had gone to one of those stores with Tiffany's items. Police eventually identified him as the prime suspect. 38-year-old Joshua was from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Joshua was a regular at the police station and had served time in prison for car theft and sex crimes. He was convicted of rape in 1999. Joshua often used dating websites to find lonely women to rape. While Joshua was living with his girlfriend and their 2-year-old daughter, police tried to contact him at his home address, but he was not there and could not be reached. Police spoke to Joshua's mother, who said she did not know where her son was. On July 27, 2013, the police received a tip about Joshua's whereabouts from an anonymous person. Police were then dispatched to arrest him. This led to a police chase. Joshua was in the car with Heather and child at the time. Police followed him until he reached a wooded area near Tulsa, where he abandoned the car and fled, leaving his family behind. Joshua was arrested 10 days later, and during the arrest, Tiffany's cell phone was discovered in his backpack. Despite this evidence, Joshua claimed that he knew nothing about Tiffany. However, police soon found Tiffany's laptop and other stolen items at Joshua's home, where he lived with girlfriend, Heather Black. This raised suspicions about Heather's involvement, leading to her arrest as well. The child was placed in the care of Child Protective Services, and Joshua's DNA was found on Tiffany's bed sheets and on the steering wheel of her car. This evidence linked him to the crime. The police found a text message from his mother on his phone. She had written it shortly after the police arrived at the house. She warned him that he should run away because the police were looking for him. She was then made an accomplice, as she had tried to cover up for the murderer. Joshua and his mother, Karen, were then taken to the police station. It was clear that she was trying to warn her son and help him avoid the police. It is also possible that she was involved in the crime, and those theories need to be investigated. At first, Karen claimed that she did not understand what was going on. However, when she realized that the police had strong evidence for an arrest, she became increasingly concerned. She eventually admitted that she had warned her son after the police arrived but denied any involvement in any other wrongdoing. In July 2013, Joshua was arrested for murder, rape, robbery, and attempting to cover up the Tiffany investigation. His girlfriend, Heather, chose to cooperate with the police, and all charges against her were dropped. During the hearing, she confirmed that Joshua had confessed to Tiffany's murder and that he had tried to avoid the police, putting both her and her daughter in danger. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Joshua began to speak out. He claimed that his online relationship with Tiffany began as a simple flirtation, but they eventually decided to meet in person. On the day of their meeting, they had sex and then spent some time talking. When Joshua suddenly confessed that he was living with a girl and a child, Tiffany was furious. She then threatened to expose their relationship. This led to a fight. While trying to defend herself from Tiffany's attacks, he hit her, causing her to fall and become unconscious. There was also a fire, and he was not sure how it started. He claimed that when Joshua left the scene, Tiffany was dead. However, the prosecutor's office believed his entire story to be a lie and found it completely unbelievable. The prosecutor's office pieced together the facts of the case. On May 26, Tiffany attended a basketball game with her parents. That evening, she met Joshua at her home. When he arrived, Joshua overpowered her, attacked her, and then strangled her. He claimed that their encounter was consensual, but experts believe that was not the case. He decided to kill Tiffany and then steal her belongings. He then tried to burn the house down to destroy the evidence. However, he fled the scene before realizing that the arson had failed. It was clear that the fire was intentional. After leaving the crime scene, he stole Tiffany's car. He then used it to drive to Tiffany's parents' apartment complex. He left the car there to distract the investigation. Police discovered that some of the stolen items were sold by Joshua at pawn shops, while other items such as his phone and computer were left at his home, Joshua. The defense argued that Joshua had been abused by his father as a child, which had a negative impact on him. However, this claim is not convincing, given the horrific nature of the massacre. There is no way to justify such actions. Joshua was a danger to society and showed no remorse for his crimes. Throughout the trial, there was no sympathy for his. As a result, the jury found Joshua John Schneider guilty on all counts. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Joshua was denied parole. He questioned the jury's ability to conduct a fair investigation and argued that Tiffany's death could have been an accident or manslaughter, since she had invited Joshua to her home. His attorney sought a retrial, believing that this would result in Joshua receiving a fair trial. The defense argued that Joshua's constitutional rights had been violated and that the investigation had been hasty in its conclusion. The defense argued that not all of the evidence from the investigation was presented to the jury. They pointed out that Joshua's girlfriend Heather was involved in the case. However, she was able to clear herself of any wrongdoing. Joshua is serving his sentence at the Davis Correctional Facility in Holdenville, Oklahoma. Despite this outcome, the lawyer continued to advocate for Joshua's case. He appealed to the jury's sympathy, highlighting that Joshua had a 2-year-old child who would be left without a parent. The defense maintained that Joshua was incapable of committing such a crime, arguing that he loved his son and did not want to return to prison and lose the chance to raise him. Once again, accusations were directed at Heather, but these efforts did not yield any changes in Joshua's sentence, which was ultimately upheld. The case of Erica DiNardo. Erica DiNardo was born on April 28, 2008, in Nova Ligure, Italy. At that time, she was just a child. Her parents were Francesco DiNardo and Susanna Cassini, and she had a younger brother named Gianluca, her father. Francesco was an engineer and a top manager at a local chocolate company. He was a respected man who built his success through hard work. After moving from southern Italy, Susanna, her mother, worked as an accountant at the same company. But after having Erica and Gianluca, she chose to become a full-time homemaker to focus on raising her children. Susanna was very religious and frequently attended church, spending her free time dedicated to family life. The Susanna family lived in a spacious villa in the suburbs of Novi Ligure. Erica was a 16-year-old girl from a wealthy family. She did not show much interest in studying during her school years, but in high school, she began taking accounting courses at the urging of her mother, where she seemed to prove academically successful. Her younger brother, Gianluca, was 11 at the time and focused on his studies. Hoping to follow in his father's footsteps, their family life was peaceful and stable, with no signs of impending turmoil. Then, on February 21, 2001, everything changed. One evening, two women were driving down a narrow street in Novi Ligure when they saw a girl walking. She was covered in blood. The women quickly stopped to help her. The girl introduced herself as Erica and informed them that someone had just attacked her mother and younger brother. What surprised them was that the women were Erica's neighbors. They checked on Erica and called the police, who quickly arrived at Erica's family home. When the police arrived, they entered the house and witnessed a horrific scene on the kitchen floor. They found the body of 42-year-old Susanna. The kitchen table was knocked over and broken. Susanna had been attacked and murdered. Bloody shoe prints could be seen on the floor. Police then began searching for Erica's younger brother, who, according to Erica, had also been assaulted. They first checked the ground floor, but did not find him. So they began to search upstairs. At the bottom of the staircase, they discovered a strange blue liquid of unknown origin. They found Gianluca in the bathroom, where the scene was even more gruesome than downstairs. The boy had suffered 57 stab wounds. At first, the police investigating Erica's house suspected that a robbery had taken place and resulted in murder. However, the brutal nature of the attack was extreme and inconsistent with typical robbery scenarios, where thieves often restrain their victims and attempt to conceal their actions. Leaving survivors would have added to the evidence against them. Furthermore, it was odd that the intruders chose to break in late at night, when all the residents would likely be home. This made the police suspicious. When Francesco returned home, he was deeply saddened to learn that his wife and son had passed away. He tried to comfort Erica. Holding her in tears, Erica told police that she had been in her room upstairs that night, listening to loud music. At about 8:03 p.m., her mother and younger brother returned home from shopping. When Erica turned down the music, she heard screaming from the first floor, followed by a struggle on the stairs. She then saw a strange man attacking her younger brother in the bathroom, and he quickly turned on her mother in a desperate attempt to protect Erica. Her mother screamed for Erica to run and save herself. Erica ran into the living room, where she grabbed a bottle of whiskey from the table and smashed it over the attacker's head, allowing her to escape the house. Minutes after Erica ran into the street, several neighbors in cars stopped to help and called the police. The carabinieri arrived quickly on the scene, and Erica was able to get a clear look at her attackers. She provided sketches that accurately described the two men. The first man had a thick beard, was large in build, and looked much older because of his gray hair. The second attacker was of average build and appeared to be about 25 years old. Forensic scientists examined the crime scene and confirmed that the attackers had entered the house through the garage. However, neighbors reported that the family pets had been quiet throughout the evening. Although they appeared to react aggressively to strangers, it appears that Gianluca tried to escape up the stairs, but was caught. At that moment, Susanna fought back desperately, reaching the kitchen, but eventually passed out and died from loss of blood. There was public outrage over the crime, which was the sixth case of attacks and robberies in which a certain gang of migrants was involved. The police had been unable to do anything about it yet. Despite the suspected robbery, no valuables or belongings were found missing. during a search of the family home, raising suspicions. However, the public shrugged off the news, blaming the government and police for their inaction. The debate over increased security and tackling illegal immigration has resurfaced, with news outlets across Italy criticizing the government's failure to manage the dangerous influx of migrants. There have been calls for citizens to take the issue into their own hands. Meanwhile, Erica continued to assist the police. They quickly noticed that she was not injured. Erica's demeanor was unusually calm and cold, which was surprising considering she had lost half of her family in a horrific event. Even the adult men in the police force struggled to cope with the scene of the tragedy, which was described as the bloodiest crime in the history of the Carabinieri police in the investigation. Despite this, Erica's apparent indifference to the situation was striking. The police decided to show her photos from previous robberies involving similar migrants from their database. During this viewing, she recognized a young man, the same person whose head she had struck with a bottle. His name is Arben, an Albanian from Italy with a permanent residence permit. The young man had a minor issue with the police, but it wasn't serious at that time. Police quickly located Arben and took him to the police station for questioning. They also discovered clothes at his home that matched the description of the attackers given by Erica. However, under questioning, he maintained his innocence. Arben provided a solid alibi, stating that on February 21 at 8:30 p.m., he was bowling with friends. His testimony was confirmed by both witnesses and surveillance camera footage, leading to his release. Furthermore, Erica claimed that she had hit him in the face with a heavy glass bottle, which should have left a mark, but Arben had no head injuries. Police noticed increasing inconsistencies in Erica's testimony. Her behavior seemed suspicious. Raising the police's suspicions, the motive for the crime seemed suspicious because valuables were still in the house. There were no signs of forced entry. The dogs were not barking. And the brutality of the attack raised further suspicion. Generally, criminals harbor grudges that lead to multiple knife wounds. This often suggests a personal motive for the attack. While looking into potential suspects, the police suspected that Erica might be the attacker. However, considering the case and the extent of the injuries, Erica could not have done it alone. Perhaps Erica had an accomplice involved in the case. This led the police to focus their investigation on Erica. They learned that her relationship with her family had recently become strained, although it did not seem serious. Erica and Susanna had very different views on life. The very religious Susanna could not find common ground with Erica, who had no interest in religion. Disturbing entries found in Erica's diary revealed that she had a poor relationship with her younger brother, Gianluca, and that she had even beaten him several times. In Erica's latest diary entries, the police found a name, Mauro Favaro. Nicknamed Mauro, they discovered that Erica's mother had intercepted communications between her and Mauro, prompting them to investigate further. Mauro was 17 years old, the son of a local bar owner. Erica had met him a few months before the tragedy, and there were rumors that they might even have been engaged. Susanna was against their relationship from the start, mainly because of Mauro's bad reputation. Susanna worried that Erica might make a serious mistake by rushing into a relationship as their relationship progressed. Several witnesses observed that Mauro and Erica's daily routines were similar. They would return home when their parents were at work or away on business trips. When they returned home, they would lock themselves in their room, where they would smoke marijuana and engage in various sexual activities, despite the disapproval of their friends. Their intimate relationship continued to grow. The young couple spent almost all of their free time together and neglected other aspects of their lives. Police believe that Susanna's anxiety and interference in Erica and Mauro's relationship could have endangered Susanna's life. They suspect that Erica may have attacked her younger brother, with whom she had a strained relationship. During this time, Mauro may have been attacking Susanna. On February 23, the police decided to take Erica and Mauro back to the crime scene to observe their reactions and behavior. Police claimed that Erica needed to reenact and describe the attack, hoping to uncover inconsistencies in her story that would reveal if she was lying. Erica continued to cooperate with the investigation, but after a thorough examination of the crime scene, the police quickly noticed discrepancies between the evidence and Erica's account. While Mauro sat in the house, he listened closely to his girlfriend's story. However, he remained silent the entire time and seemed very tense. It's clear that Mauro knows more than he is letting on. Later, the couple was taken back to the police station and placed in a small room. They were being filmed, and everything that occurred was recorded. But the Erica and Mauro were unaware of this. The Mauro appeared very anxious, while the Erica tried to soothe him. After a few minutes, they both began to relax a bit and started talking about some truly disturbing topics. Mauro describes in detail how he killed Gianluca and expresses his delight at the unusual color of the water in the bathroom. Erica believes that the police have no solid evidence against them, so they will probably be released after questioning. She has prepared carefully for this situation, telling Mauro that she will be the only witness and will protect him. Erica says that they can now openly declare their love for each other and walk around the city without fear. She then happily calls out to him and kisses him. At this point, the recording in the room ends. The prosecutor's office received a recording of confessions from Mauro and Erica regarding the massacre of Erica's mother and brother. The case shocked everyone, including the local community, who were preparing to take action against migrants. Erica was sent to the Korea Juvenile Detention Center in Milan, while Mauro was transferred to Ferran Porti in Turin. At the time, Mauro and Erica were being questioned separately, despite her earlier promise to keep the secret and protect Mauro, which was captured on video. However, when the police put pressure on them, Mauro and Erica began to blame each other. Erica claimed that Mauro had killed her mother first and then her brother. She said that she was locked in the bathroom and was only released by him after the crime had been committed. According to her, Mauro acted out of anger because Susanna would not allow them to be together. Erica claimed to be a victim of manipulation and said that she was so depressed at the time of the crime that she barely knew what she was doing. Erica remained in contact with friends and even mentioned that she would be released soon because she was innocent and had been harmed by Mauro. However, the police had good reason to believe that Erica was actually the one who initiated the massacre and was involved in the murder. Her relatives described Erica as confident, cool, and assertive, while Mauro was seen as passive. This led the police to conclude that Erica was the driving force behind the attack, making them a couple involved in the murder. During the investigation, a substance was discovered on the floor. Initially, Erica and Mauro intended to use a special poison instead of a knife to harm Gianluca. As the poison was not water-soluble, Gianluca accidentally knocked over the cup containing the poison as he ran up the stairs, leading to the discovery of the substance by a forensic scientist. Mauro claimed that Erica was the mastermind behind the idea and the crime. Mauro began to insist that he had not entered Erica's house that day. He claimed that Erica had often expressed a desire to harm her family, as they were interfering with her happiness. Mauro then recounted that Erica had let him into the house that evening and given him rubber gloves and a knife. He insisted that he had refused her request to kill younger brother and mother, which enraged Erica. She then locked him in the bathroom and only let him out after she had finished with her family members herself. The prosecutor's office had strong evidence that Mauro had lied. Mauro then cooperated with the investigation. He revealed the location of the murder weapon, gloves, and poison. Eventually, these items were found through the analysis of new evidence. It was revealed that Erica had killed Susanna and Gianluca, but Mauro was also an accomplice. They had inflicted multiple stab wounds on the two victims on November 28, 2001. Erica's trial began as scheduled, She and Mauro both underwent extensive interviews and evaluations, which revealed that Erica had mental health problems. Specifically, she exhibited characteristics of narcissistic personality disorder, showing a strong dependence on the admiration of others. Erica and Mauro were both found to be sane and competent to attend the hearing. During the hearing, both accused each other in the sequence of events that evening. A violent argument broke out between Erica and her mother when they returned home. Mauro was near the garage and, upon hearing the noise, rushed inside to drown out the noise and avoid alarming the neighbors. Erica turned up the music. Mauro then attacked her mother in the kitchen with a knife, covered her mouth to prevent her from screaming, and began to inflict several blows. During the struggle, Susanna knocked over a kitchen chair, breaking it. Seconds after the attack began, Erica joined Mauro in attacking her mother. Susanna fought off both attackers as best she could, but eventually she became weak and died. Before she died, she begged for Gianluca's life. Initially, the two did not intend to kill the boy, but since the child could be a witness, they decided to kill him as well. Erica and Mauro then attempted to drown him in the bathroom, but Gianluca fought back violently. They eventually decided to stab Gianluca after the murder. The two considered killing Erica's father, Francesco, but they were too exhausted and abandoned the idea. Believing they would not be able to overpower him, Erica and Mauro attempted to clean up the blood, but were unsuccessful. They then cleaned the knives to remove any fingerprints. One knife was discarded in the trash, along with the gloves, while the other was left on the kitchen floor. Mauro then left on his scooter. A passerby noticed him on the road, particularly his blood-stained pants, and later reported this to the police. On December 14, 2001, the Turin Juvenile Court sentenced Erica DiNardo to 16 years in prison for first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Mauro Favaro received a 14-year sentence, 2 years less than Erica, because he actively cooperated with police during the investigation. The prosecutor's office highlighted that his cooperation was crucial in solving the crime. After hearing the verdict, Erica broke down and cried. While Mauro appeared confused, Erica became so angry that she started insulting everyone, including the judge. Her sudden change in mood raised concerns about the fairness of the verdict. Erica and Mauro will spend part of their sentences in juvenile facilities until they turn 21, after which they will be transferred to adult correctional facilities. In 2005, Erica requested to be transferred to a prison with a more supportive environment. However, her behavior remained unchanged, resulting in her request being denied. A psychological evaluation in 2006 deemed Erica a danger to society, revealing a severe personality disorder that required long-term psychotherapy. Experts warned that if nothing was done, she would likely harm others after her release from prison. After receiving treatment, Erica's condition improved significantly. She learned to control her anger and became calmer. She earned a degree in philosophy and even defended her thesis on Socrates. In April 2009, the committee praised her progress. Erica was finally released on March 3, 2010. She joined a volunteer organization that helps former prisoners reintegrate into society. Erica spent some time in a psychiatric hospital in Castiglione della Stiviere, where she met a musician who was volunteering there. They developed a romantic relationship, and she later married him. They moved to a farm near Lake Niposi. Throughout this time, her father, Francesco, remained supportive and close to her. Erica regrets her past actions. She misses her mother and younger brother and hopes that they can forgive her. In 2010, Mauro is released from prison. He finds a job as a bartender and moves in with a girlfriend. They later marry and have a daughter. However, in December, Mauro is seen visiting the graves of Susanna and Gianluca at a cemetery. The next day, news of this visit makes the front page of the local newspapers, attracting the attention of Erica and her family. She feels that Mauro's act of visiting the grave is just a way for him to gain national fame. Erica finds it shameful that he takes pictures and tries to sell them to the media. Erica's actions. In this context, highlight her coldness. Mauro expresses remorse for his past mistakes. The case of Kathy Sposito. Kathy Sposito is a young girl who has always been close to her parents. Kathy's parents divorced while she was still in school, but despite this separation, she remained close to both her mother and father. Kathy, after completing her schooling, intended to further her education and build a career in the field of environmental security. She had a deep concern for environmental issues and aspired to contribute towards the betterment of humanity. To finance her goals, she took up a job to save money for her relocation. With high ambitions, she set out to find a more suitable place to live. In early 1987, Kathy moved from Brooklyn to Prescott, Arizona, USA. The region was renowned for its scenic beauty, untamed natural landscapes, and opportunities for those seeking to fulfill their dreams. At the time, Kathy was 23 years old. In Prescott, Kathy planned to earn a degree in environmental protection while working as a waitress at a local restaurant to support herself. Kathy was determined to be financially independent and not rely on her parents for money. She rented an apartment, paid her own tuition, and prided herself on being self-sufficient. She was described as a kind, caring, and understanding person. Kathy's life was just beginning, and a bright future lay ahead of her. Tragically, her life came to an abrupt end. After moving to Prescott, Kathy decided to take a walk around the local attractions on the morning of June 13, 1987. She chose a trail located on Prescott National Forest Trail 33, which is a 2-mile route through a forest and mountains. The hike takes about 2 hours, making it a good workout for tourists and athletes. Kathy did not have a car, so she planned to bike to the trail and then walk to clear her mind. Around 7 o'clock in the morning, Kathy set off, reached the trail, and locked her bike to a nearby road sign in the parking lot before beginning her hike. Unbeknownst to her, terrible danger was awaiting her. Less than an hour later, several tourists walking the trail noticed a suspicious trail on the path that looked very much like blood, stretching a significant distance before abruptly veering off into dense bushes. Following the trail, the witnesses were horrified to find Kathy's body hidden in the bushes. The area was quiet and considered safe, located just a few hundred meters from the start of the trail. The eyewitnesses immediately called the police. While waiting for police, they inspected the area and found material evidence, which they handed over to the police. Unfortunately, this may have compromised critical evidence. When police and paramedics arrived, the body was identified as Kathy Sposito, a local student. She had been the victim of a brutal attack. The crime scene was horrific. 2 large rocks with blood and hair stains were found near her body, indicating that she had been hit multiple times in the head. Additionally, marks on her face and head indicated that she had been hit with a wrench. A local tourist later picked up the wrench and gave it to the police, inadvertently contaminating the evidence. Kathy suffered a hit by bullets wound to the eye from a .22 caliber pistol and a deep stab wound to the neck. The level of violence was shocking, suggesting that the attacker did not intend for Kathy to live. The medical examiner determined that Kathy's cause of death was traumatic brain injury and subsequent blood loss. Although there were no signs of rape because Kathy was fully clothed, later reports indicated that there may have been injuries to her genitals, leading police to believe that the perpetrator may have intended to sexually assault her, but was stopped before committing the act. Abels with her, and none of her belongings were disturbed, suggesting that robbery was not the motive behind the crime. The brutality of the attack shocked the community, raising fears that a mass attack was underway. As a result, a once peaceful area became dangerous and unsafe for all. Kathy's family and friends were devastated by her death. She appeared to have no enemies and was not involved in any illegal activities. She had a clean record with no history of mental health problems. The attack appeared random and brutal, leaving even experienced police officers baffled. 3 witnesses, children playing soccer on a nearby field next to the parking lot, reported hearing screams for help. However, they were frightened and did not know how to react because there were no adults around. A man on the other side of the trail also reported hearing a woman scream, but because of the echoes around him, he could not determine where help was needed. The densely wooded area, with steep hills and foliage, provided the perfect hiding place for a criminal to hide. According to the forensic expert, Kathy's death was almost instantaneous due to the severe head injuries she sustained. Her body was then dragged into the underbrush to conceal it from view. The entire attack occurred swiftly and violently, leaving little opportunity for anyone to intervene. As the police lacked any leads or suspects, they issued a public warning to alert hikers and walkers in the area to exercise caution. Informational signs along the trail warn visitors to be careful of bush, especially in isolated areas with dense vegetation. The area around the body was carefully secured. However, the crime scene was disturbed before the investigation began. Visitors who discovered Kathy accidentally trampled and contaminated the area, including potential footprints of the perpetrator. Furthermore, the first aid given to Kathy also inadvertently removed vital evidence from the body and created additional traces. The situation became worse when some tourists directly holding a wrench were discovered at the scene, leaving their fingerprints. DNA analysis techniques were not yet developed at that time, seriously hindering the investigation. 3 days after Kathy's body was discovered, on June 16, 2015, police announced that no suspects had been identified and there was no evidence of rape. Although some evidence was found, it was contaminated, and the technology available at the time was not advanced enough to properly analyze it. In an effort to gather more information, a public appeal was placed in a local newspaper, hoping to encourage potential witnesses to come forward. Police also interviewed people who had been at the park that morning, focusing on 2 people who were closest to the scene. Police made a specific appeal to these people, assuming that they might have noticed suspicious activity. Unfortunately, no one responded to the appeal. In a subsequent effort to gather more information, police decided to re-interview witnesses, particularly children, who may have heard something that could aid the investigation. Unfortunately, their search for these people yielded no clues. In the 1990s, with the advent of DNA testing as a widely used investigative method, the police sent the evidence to a laboratory for analysis and obtained test results. It is worth noting that the accuracy of DNA testing results at that time was significantly lower than it is today, and there was a high risk of getting inaccurate data. The forensic results showed traces of DNA from Kathy and an unidentified man. Upon further investigation, the DNA matched that of the forensic expert who performed Kathy's autopsy. This aroused suspicion among the police. Despite the strange coincidence, the forensic expert was arrested and questioned. He claimed that the DNA must have been accidentally transferred during the autopsy, which was a plausible explanation. The forensic expert then presented a solid alibi, and he had no previous connection to Kathy or motive for the crime, ultimately eliminating him as a suspect. The investigation hit a dead end, and for years, the police found no new leads. The failure of the police to find the culprit and bring him to justice caused widespread outrage. In an effort to find the perpetrator, several volunteer groups formed to conduct their own investigations. They utilized social media and gathered information, but found no valuable leads. Over time, similar brutal murders did not occur. This could indicate that the attack was personally motivated targeting Kathy, or that the perpetrator went into hiding to avoid drawing attention to himself or perhaps moved elsewhere to continue committing crimes. A new police team was then assembled to re-examine the crime scene and collect evidence. A seasoned police officer was appointed to the investigation. A promising lead emerged in the early 2000s. However, police attention was diverted by more recent cases that took priority, hindering progress in this case. After years of no further information came to light, Kathy's brother reopened the investigation in 2016. They returned to the crime scene, interviewed park staff and visitors, and appealed to the public for any information that might help move the case forward. Kathy's relatives reached out to her former classmates and fellow students, expressing their frustration that the killer remained at large. In an effort to reinvigorate the case, the family funded the creation of several posters that were displayed on advertising boards throughout the city. They also handed out flyers with details about the murder, aiming to inform as many people as possible in the area. The widespread use of modern communication tools, social media, and news outlets helped disseminate the information. As a result, Kathy's case once again attracted the attention of the state and the public after 30 years. A team of 6 experienced police officers was formed, determined to solve the case. However, they faced difficulties, as decades had passed since the murder, and many physical evidence and clues had been damaged or lost over time. Furthermore, the team had to deal with current cases, which limited the time they could spend analyzing evidence and following up on past testimony. The sheriff announced news about the case in a 2020 press conference, and despite the initial expectation of a breakthrough, progress was slow. A year after the sheriff's announcement, the police team investigating Kathy's case focused on analyzing DNA evidence collected in the 1990s and made a major discovery. A DNA match opened up new lines of investigation. An earlier police team was also formed, but eventually stalled. In contrast, the current police team prioritizes DNA analysis, hoping to finally close the case with Kathy's family and find the killer. The Kathy Sposito case went unsolved, despite attracting considerable attention in the 1990s. 3 years after Kathy's attack, a similar case occurred in the same area. A stranger attacked a young girl, hitting her over the head with a rock, but fortunately, her injuries were not as severe as Kathy's. The attacker dragged the girl into the bushes and raped her. The girl managed to free herself and flee, while the attacker was unable to catch up, hampered by his sagging pants. The case bore disturbing similarities to Kathy's attack, with the main difference being that the girl miraculously escaped her attacker. The second victim also reported her incident to the police, which led to an investigation. Although police collected DNA evidence, the case was ultimately closed and inconclusive. The victim, who wished to remain anonymous because she was still afraid of her attacker, provided a detailed description of the attacker. What puzzled police was that the victim believed her attacker was a teenager. Police officer Rich Winston suspects that the similar nature of the crimes and the close proximity of the attacks suggest that both attacks were likely committed by the same person. Because there was suspicion that the same perpetrator had been involved in both cases, the DNA of the perpetrator in the second victim's case was sent to a laboratory in Paran for genealogical analysis using a groundbreaking DNA technique. This method involves searching an extensive DNA database to find potential matches to relatives of the DNA owner. Using databases beyond those related to crime can help identify suspects even if they have no criminal record. Several public companies in the United States collect DNA samples from people who voluntarily submit them, often to search for their ancestors or long-lost relatives. Millions of people are in these databases, creating a huge data pool. Through the investigation, the list of potential suspects was narrowed down to 2. the Bennett brothers, who lived in Pret at the time of Kathy's attack. Notably, both brothers had troubled pasts, growing up in disadvantaged environments and having had previous run-ins with the law. Police were initially drawn to Brian Scott Bennett for his violent behavior, including a sexual assault. Born on July 30, 1970, Brian was a teenager at the time of the attack, matching the age described by another victim. However, Rich Winston, the police officer leading the case, found this difficult to accept, as the extent of Kathy's injuries led him to believe that an older, more experienced killer had been involved. Rich even questioned the lab results and requested a retest. However, the results were accurate, confirming Brian's involvement in the crime. Brian dropped out of school in Kent and spent time in Prescott, Arizona from around 1980 to 1988. In 1989, Brian joined the Army, but his service was relatively short-lived. He returned to Prescott a year later, but didn't stay for long. Over the next few years, Brian moved around, living in California, Kansas, and North Carolina. His childhood and youth were marked by difficulties. Like many young people, Brian enjoyed partying at a young age. However, this lifestyle led to trouble, and he spent a short time in prison in Arizona for forging documents and checks. Brian's sentence ended in 1993. It is a disturbing fact that since his release, Brian has been involved in 4 assaults. Although he was charged in these cases, they never went to trial due to lack of evidence. In the end, Brian was acquitted of the charges. It was believed that his first victim was Kathy, who unfortunately did not survive the attack, and the second was a girl who managed to survive on the trail. The same day, he attacked another girl at a house party. According to her statement, he got her drunk and tried to rape her. He dragged her into a spare room, locked the door, and hoped no one would hear her screams. However, the other partygoers understood the situation and broke down the door. Brian escaped through a window, but was arrested the next day. Despite the arrest, the court was unable to prove his guilt in the case. The key issue was the inconsistent testimonies from witnesses, largely due to the fact that everyone had been drinking heavily at the party. Many considered the events that unfolded to be a joke, which ultimately led to the acquittal of the extremely Brian. Given the way Brian attacked his victims, police believe he may have been involved in several crimes in the area over the years. The incident occurred in the summer of 1993. Brian kidnapped a young woman named Renee, threatened her with a knife, and attacked her in her home. He then dragged her into a car and drove away. Fortunately, Brian forgot to turn on his headlights, and a police officer pulled over. Renee immediately reported to the police that she was a victim of kidnapping. Brian was arrested and Renee was rescued. Surprisingly, however, Brian was never charged due to lack of evidence. Police have investigated several other cases involving Brian. Among them are 2 survivors of Brian's attacks. One was attacked on a trail, and the other, Renee, was abducted from her home. Both victims identified Brian as the perpetrator from a photograph. With this new information, police need to obtain a DNA sample from Brian to compare with evidence collected at the crime scene. Unfortunately, the investigation hit another snag as police struggled to locate Brian. It was later discovered that he had traveled to several states in the 1990s before returning to his hometown of Kent. There, he lived as a recluse, avoiding contact with anyone. Tragedy struck when neighbors reported a suspicious odor coming from Brian's apartment, and police found Brian dead in his home. It turned out that Brian had taken his own life about 6 months after the attack on Renee. With no suicide note or expression of remorse for Brian's heinous crime, the police continued to pursue justice. In November 2012, Brian's body was exhumed and DNA samples were collected. The results, released in March 2013, were conclusive. The sample matched DNA evidence from the crime scene, proving that Brian Scott Bennett was responsible for Kathy's death. Finally, after 36 long years, the case was closed, bringing relief to all those hoping for justice. The case of Lisa Cecilia Harnum. On July 30, 2011, around 10:30 p.m., unusual sounds resembling a woman's screams were heard from the balcony of the 15th floor of a luxury apartment building in Sydney, Australia. Witnesses, confused by the alarming noises, quickly rushed to the building's ground level. There, they discovered a girl's lifeless body who had fallen to her death. Her name was later identified as Lisa Cecilia Harnum. Moments later, a visibly distraught man exited the building, overwhelmed with shock and grief, suggesting it was a tragic accident. Lisa had a passion for dance from a young age and was actively involved in ballet as a teenager. She was well known for her sociable, confident, and energetic personality. In 2005, at the age of 24, Lisa loved to travel and gain new experiences. She grew up in the suburbs of Toronto, Canada. Lisa then moved to Australia. Lisa initially came to Australia on a 12-day working visa. However, she extended her stay by working at a hair and beauty salon in Sydney. The position suited Lisa well, as she had a passion for fashion, unique hairstyles, and the latest beauty trends. Despite being away from home, Lisa kept in touch with her family in Canada, regularly speaking to her mother. Lisa's family was also supportive of her decision to move and her desire to become an Australian citizen. In 2009, Lisa was looking for a new apartment, and a friend introduced her to a potential roommate, Simon Gattani, who was about 10 years older than her. Simon was a shoe importer, known for wearing expensive suits and living a typical lifestyle of successful Sydney businessmen. He and his business partner mainly imported luxury shoes from the United States and sold them online in Australia for a profit. Initially, Lisa told her mother that the accommodation arrangement was only temporary. She planned to stay with Simon while she continued to look for another place to live. Lisa assured her mother that there was nothing to worry about. Lisa moved into Simon's luxurious apartment on the 15th floor of a high-rise building in central Sydney. The apartment had large windows and a spacious balcony. After only 2 months of living together, they began a romantic relationship. Lisa told her mother that she and Simon were starting to date, and their relationship seemed to be progressing rapidly. As their relationship progressed, the couple grew closer and became more serious. On Lisa's 30th birthday in June 2011, Simon proposed to her in front of a large crowd at a restaurant, inviting his closest friends and family to witness the moment. However, just 6 weeks later, on the morning of July 30, 2011, Lisa locked herself in the bathroom of their shared home and called her mother in Canada. She pleaded with her mother to come to Australia and help her escape from Simon. John, her mother, agreed to take time off work to assist her daughter. Meanwhile, Lisa was nearly finished packing her suitcase. John advised her to hurry and take her bag and passport so she could leave the house quickly. On the morning of July 30, a young Japanese student was walking to Liverpool Street to catch a bus. He was waiting at the bus stop on the side of Hyde Park, across from the building where Simon and Lisa lived. While he was waiting, he heard a loud noise that caught his attention. He saw a body falling from the side of the building and a shirtless man standing on the balcony, looking down. Minutes later, Simon, dressed only in his pajamas, ran desperately out of the building toward Lisa's body. The police arrived quickly, but it was too late. Lisa had died in the fall. Her handbag was next to her, and she was fully clothed, except for one shoe, which had probably come off during the fall. In her pocket, there was a torn piece of paper. Surveillance cameras were installed outside, and at the time of Lisa's fall, There were also cameras operating in the apartment. These cameras recorded Simon, clearly distressed, as he ran out of the apartment. Simon returned to his apartment for a moment, and when he left again, the elevator arrived. Simon informed the police about how to operate the security system and cameras in the apartment, but did not mention the hard drive containing the recording from the time of the incident. By the time the police discovered the hard drive, it was gone. This footage could contain important evidence regarding the cause of Lisa's death. The only camera footage that could be obtained was from a camera pointed at the front door of Simon's apartment. The footage clearly shows Lisa trying to leave, followed by Simon pulling her back inside. This incident occurred before she fell. It is clear that a heated argument took place shortly before Lisa died. Simon also admitted that they had gotten into an argument. Neighbors reported hearing Lisa screaming and pleading for help. One neighbor said they heard a knock on the door, followed by silence. Simon explained to the police what had caused the argument. Lisa had told Simon that she had something to confess. According to Simon, they calmed down and agreed to discuss their problems in detail. Simon then went into the kitchen to make them tea. While in the kitchen, he asked Lisa again about the secret she wanted to tell. At that moment, Lisa ran out to the balcony and Simon followed her. The Simon believed that Lisa was putting on a dramatic act to frighten him, which was typical of her behavior. In the past, she had done similar things, like opening the doors of a moving vehicle and threatening to jump out. On one occasion, she actually did jump out, but he was driving slowly at the time. Simon said she ran to the balcony. Unfortunately, Lisa lost her balance and fell off the balcony before she could react. Simon rushed to the edge of the balcony, trying to catch her, but it was too late. He shouted her name, and he attracted the attention of a young student standing below. At first, Simon's account seemed credible, but upon closer examination, some doubts arose about his account. Why would Lisa have carried the handbag if her intention was only to scare Simon? A key witness had observed the tragic incident that morning. Joshua, a witness, was walking in the park around 10 a.m. when he heard strange noises coming from the balcony on the 15th floor. He looked up and saw Simon standing there, shirtless, holding what appeared to be a black suitcase. Joshua watched as Simon took something out of the suitcase and threw it off the balcony. Although Joshua could not understand what Simon had thrown, he rushed over to find out what was going on. When he arrived, he saw a crowd of people trying to help a young woman. He then noticed Simon running towards the crowd. Joshua had previously seen Simon staring at Lisa's body from a distance for a long time before running down. Joshua was working as an editor for the Australian Broadcasting Corporation when he witnessed the incident. He continued to work, but when news of Lisa's death spread online, he realized he had witnessed it and contacted the police to tell them what he had seen. After investigation, the police discovered a letter that Lisa wrote to her mother. The content of the letter said that she thought she loved this man, but he controlled her life too much. In the letter, Lisa expressed that she missed her family and friends. Through the investigation, the police learned that Simon had convinced Lisa to quit her job at the beauty salon and stop attending fitness classes at the public gym. He controlled her daily life. Simon arranged for a personal trainer and set up a home gym for her. Simon even required Lisa to wear simple clothes so as not to attract attention. He asked her to tie her hair back and avoid wearing makeup. Unfortunately, the family only realized how isolated Lisa had become after her death. However, Simon saw their relationship differently. He stated that although he controlled their relationship, he believed it was filled with love and affection. The police later discovered a recording from Lisa's voice recorder just a month before her death. In this recording, Lisa was talking to Simon. She expressed that she only communicated with him and that her entire life revolved around him. She then cried and was confused about how her life had changed so drastically. In addition, The police also discovered that Simon had once written to Lisa, "You should never talk to or look at other men besides me. I have to be the only one for you." 6 weeks before Lisa died, she had shown clear signs that she wanted to end the relationship. Lisa had asked her fitness trainer to hold on to some of her belongings until she could get them back. On the morning of 30 July, Lisa locked herself in the bathroom and secretly called her mother. They agreed to meet in Sydney later. John said she had never realized how closely Simon had followed Lisa. Lisa had told John, her mother, that she found it strange that Simon always seemed to know where she was, but at the time, neither she nor her mother thought much of it. Lisa suspected that Simon was monitoring all of her calls, texts, and emails. In addition, he had installed surveillance cameras in their apartment to closely monitor her every move. A note found in her pocket revealed that she only discovered the existence of these cameras at the last minute. Through the footage, Simon learned about Lisa's intentions to leave him, her interactions with her coach, her conversations with her mother, and her plans to fly to Canada. Simon Gattani was charged with murder by police, and he was initially arrested but later released on bail. He pleaded not guilty in January 2012 and was released on bail until his trial began in November 2013. The media were not allowed inside the courtroom. A notable focus was Simon's new girlfriend, 23-year-old Rachel Louise. Her striking resemblance to Lisa attracted media attention and increased interest in the trial. Rachel has consistently shown her support for Simon throughout the trial, speaking out about his innocence whenever possible. She reportedly contributed about $85,000 of her own savings to pay for his defense attorney. The trial took place and lasted 4 weeks, starting on October 21, 2013. Simon's defense claimed that Lisa intended to jump over the railing due to her ongoing depression, but this explanation seemed unlikely. Material evidence could help clarify the situation. The balcony railing was 1.2 meters high, while Simon was only 1.65 meters tall, suggesting it would have been difficult for him to lift Lisa, who weighed about 50 kilograms, over the railing. Given Simon's age and build, could he have physically lifted and thrown Lisa off the balcony? Simon's brother Anthony attempted to recreate the scene to counter the prosecution's version of events. The reenactment showed that in order to throw Lisa over the railing, Simon would have needed to carry her a distance and maneuver around obstacles such as the treadmill and flower pots while struggling. This would have been nearly impossible without touching the railing. But when the police arrived, everything was intact. Surveillance camera footage from the building showed that the incident took place over the course of just a few minutes, which would not have been enough time to clean up the crime scene. According to Simon, Lisa fell from the balcony. If the couple had argued, there would likely have been evidence of a struggle on their bodies, but none was found. Neighbors reported hearing screaming in the hallway and near the apartment door for over a minute, suggesting that Lisa was unconscious or that the couple had chosen to resolve the argument amicably, although this is unlikely. The investigation found no signs of trauma other than those caused by Lisa's fall, suggesting that it was unlikely that she had been unconscious due to a head injury. It is also unclear how she would have been able to hold on to her bag if she had been unconscious. These points cast doubt on the testimony of the main witness, who claimed that Simon had deliberately killed Lisa. Joshua was the only person who witnessed the moments before Lisa fell, while the others only reported hearing some noises. Joshua, the international student closest to the incident, was facing the building when he heard a loud noise. He looked up but did not see what was causing it. Joshua described hearing loud, frantic screams. He initially thought the screams were someone arguing and throwing something from the balcony. When he looked up, he saw a shirtless man throwing what appeared to be a black sports bag or luggage from the 15th floor. In court, Joshua agreed with Simon's defense that the screams were heard shortly after he saw the man on the balcony. Joshua explained that this all happened in fractions of a second. When asked if his testimony could be inaccurate due to his distance from the crime scene and the timing, he acknowledged that it could be. The evidence suggests Simon is innocent, as it would be impossible to commit such an act in just a few minutes without leaving a mess. However, during the investigation, police uncovered Simon's past. He was first arrested for assault as a teenager in 1991 after a confrontation with his ex-girlfriend's employer. Simon allegedly harassed her at her workplace in a Sydney shopping center. Her employer decided to defend her, but after the fight, Simon brought a dozen friends with him and they attacked his ex-girlfriend's employer. Simon was later caught in a car with stolen goods when police arrived at his home after he failed to attend a scheduled court hearing. He attacked 2 police officers at the age of 20 and was charged with assaulting a police officer after biting off the officer's earlobe. Simon served 2 years in prison. However, he did not serve his full sentence and was released on bail. In the following years, he was arrested for supplying drugs and convicted in New South Wales, receiving a 3-year prison sentence. By the time Lisa had unwittingly moved in with him, Simon had started a women's footwear import business operating through a website, appearing to be a legitimate and successful businessman. The final trial lasted several hours before the judge delivered his verdict. The judge found Joshua's testimony to be credible. They found Simon's testimony unconvincing, suggesting he appeared to be acting rather than being sincere. The judge concluded that, although Simon had a coherent story, his account lacked the necessary details to be considered credible. When the jury returned a guilty verdict for murder, Simon's girlfriend, Rachel, shouted at the judge, "You're completely wrong," and left the courtroom in tears. She became the target of fierce criticism from the media in Australia and abroad for supporting Simon. Rachel later sued the Daily Telegraph over 3 articles that allegedly portrayed her as a prostitute. Rachel eventually won an undisclosed settlement from the Daily Telegraph and continued to maintain that Simon was not guilty of murder. The judge sentenced Simon Gittany, then 40, to 26 years in prison for the murder of Lisa Cecilia Harnham. He will be eligible for parole on 21 May 2031. Lisa's family traveled from Toronto to Sydney to attend the trial. The case of Celeste Beard, behind the doors of a lavish Texas mansion where life seemed filled with happiness and wealth. A dark conspiracy led to the tragic death of Stephen Beard, a respected millionaire. A horrific event shattered the peace, revealing shocking secrets about love, betrayal, and bottomless greed. Austin is the capital of Texas, USA, and has a population of around 1 million people. A large portion of this population consists of students and employees from local colleges. Many graduates choose to stay in the area to work in high-tech industries. Similar to those found in Silicon Valley, Stephen Beard moved to Austin with his wife in 2008 after winning a contract with an independent television company. At that time, he had no idea of the remarkable success that lay ahead for him, nor the tragic events that would later unfold in his life. In 1924, in Dallas, Texas, he was close to his mother, but did not know his father. After finishing high school, he pursued a career in engineering. However, during the post-war years, he faced significant challenges in finding a job. Eventually, he secured a position as a shoe salesman in Dallas, earning a modest salary of $15 a week despite the low pay. He later regarded this job as his greatest success because it was where he met his future wife, Elise, a model. They made a vibrant and harmonious couple. Elise was slender and petite, but enjoyed activities like fishing and horseback riding, which were considered more masculine. Both shared a boundless energy, making them well suited for each other. Shortly after these events, Stephen landed his dream job at a radio station in Dallas, he worked hard to rise from a cleaner to a leading advertising agent, eventually becoming a television program producer and a highly sought-after expert in his field. While Stephen advanced in his career, Elise focused on being a housewife and raising their 3 children. Their first daughter was born when Stephen was 48, followed by sons when he was 50 and 53. During this time, Stephen became a symbol of success, engaging in real estate, advertising, and car sales, which allowed him to earn money quickly. He made his first million. But his greatest achievement came when he established his own television company. The couple relocated to Austin and quickly purchased a mansion that offered breathtaking views of the city. He selected one of the priciest neighborhoods, providing them with a significant degree of privacy that occasionally felt excessive. They embraced a luxurious family life in their nearly 5-square-meter home. The couple also became members of a country club, which had a membership fee of $50 even back then. By this time, Stephen and Elise had no financial concerns, and that amount was merely a small expense for them at this time. Stephen gained significant weight. He humorously related his weight gain to his lifestyle and financial situation. He enjoyed indulging in food and drinks while living a mostly inactive life, while his wife remained focused on maintaining her health and fitness. Beginning in 1986, Stephen's media business started to thrive, however. The family faced a tragic event when, in 1993, Elise was diagnosed with a malignant brain tumor. This news devastated them all throughout her chemotherapy and radiation treatment. Stephen remained by Elise's side, providing her with unwavering support. In the summer of that year, she went into remission, and they took a cruise to celebrate their 45th anniversary. But not long after, she passed away. Family meant everything to Stephen, and he had been without Elise for a long time. Each day, he visited the Austin Country Club alone, drank several strong drinks, had dinner, and then returned to his mansion. Even though there were maids and nannies in the house to help with chores and look after the children, he felt overwhelmed and lonely. His relatives thought he needed a new wife or someone to help organize his life. Soon, Stephen met Celeste, a 30-year-old waitress at the country club. Attracted to her, he invited her to work as a housekeeper, and she happily accepted the offer. Celeste was born on February 13, 1963. In Los Angeles, her mother abandoned her shortly after birth, and she was quickly adopted by Edwin and Nancy Johnson. The couple had struggled with infertility and faced multiple miscarriages, so they decided to adopt a child from an orphanage to experience the joys of parenthood. During that time in the USA, adoption was relatively straightforward. Over 4 years, they adopted 4 children, and Celeste was the second. She just 2 days old when they brought her home. Unfortunately, even after finding a family, her trials did not end. She said how her mother experienced depression and a nervous breakdown. One of her most terrifying memories was when her mother held the children's heads underwater in the bathtub, while Celeste stood by. Completely confused, Nancy claimed this was a way to rinse them off after washing, but Celeste perceived it very differently as the situation worsened. Her adoptive mother was hospitalized due to a nervous breakdown caused by diet pills and exhaustion. Overall, their relationship was poor. Celeste was initially very close to her father. However, she later accused him of molestation, claiming it happened when she was 11. However, Edwin maintained that these accusations were false. In high school, Celeste's adoptive parents separated, which caused her to become more distant and harsh towards those she cared about. Her mother and father fought for custody, with Edwin facing allegations of domestic violence and sexual harassment. Nancy was seen as a potential threat due to her mental health struggles during the custody trial. Celeste testified against her father, even alleging that he had once hit her in the face with a knife. Although she claimed the scar had faded over time, many found her story hard to believe, as her behavior at the time was erratic and aggressive, Celeste was referred to a psychiatrist, but the doctor could not determine the root of her issues. Ultimately, they concluded that she was simply going through a challenging phase typical of adolescence, influenced by hormonal changes throughout her life. She moved between different foster families. Despite facing challenges with her behavior, she was popular with boys, and she excelled in sports. Everyone recognized her as a lively teenager. Once she got her driver's license, she began speeding through her neighborhood recklessly. Her troubles continued, and at 15, she met a 17-year-old named Craig Bratcher at a bar. Shortly after their relationship began, she started skipping school and using drugs. Most of her time was spent hanging out with him at the beach. They eventually moved in together, and by 17, she became pregnant with twins. During this time, her tendency to lie became apparent. She told people that these children had been eagerly anticipated, but later expressed that her boyfriend was opposed to the pregnancy. She claimed to doctors that he had once struck her in the stomach, but later retracted that statement. Despite these inconsistencies, Celeste became engaged to her boyfriend on December 6, 1980, although doctors advised her to rest in bed because of the risk of losing the pregnancy. She persisted in living a carefree lifestyle. In 2008, she gave birth to twins, Jennifer and Christina. Several months prematurely, the babies spent approximately 3 months in the hospital on life support after returning home. The couple's relationship turned increasingly hostile. They maintained their reckless lifestyle, which led to more frequent arguments that escalated into fights. Celeste often found herself in conflict due to her fiery temper. At times, she harmed herself and then blamed Craig for domestic violence. Trying to rationalize her actions, she frequently referenced her past trauma, claiming she had been sexually abused as a child. However, her story changed over time. She began to allege that not just her father, but also her older brother had molested her. Many people were skeptical of Celeste's claims. Viewing her as a habitual liar, she reported Craig to the police for domestic violence after her husband found her in bed with a neighbor. In response, Craig threatened the couple with a weapon, which resulted in Craig serving 4 months in prison. Though no one was injured during the incident, Celeste secured a restraining order against Craig, and they divorced in May 1982 when their twins were just over a year old. Despite the accusations and the restraining order, Celeste frequently left the children with their biological father to attend various parties after the divorce. Celeste faced housing issues and moved in with a friend along with her children. However, she soon became frustrated with a neighbor she thinks who constantly bothered her children, which led to her being asked to leave. During this time, Celeste's behavior became increasingly erratic. She frequently fabricated stories and even called the police for trivial reasons. For instance, she reported her wallet stolen, only to later discover it at home. It appeared that she was not very attentive to her children. As she spent most of her free time socializing with friends, she often left her children with acquaintances for several days, which ultimately resulted in her daughters being placed in foster care. Friends and family often excused her actions by attributing them to her youth and inexperience with motherhood. They said that Celeste received little support from her relatives and had a strained relationship with her mother, which ultimately contributed to her decision to abandon her children. After some time, she got back together with Craig. They moved in together and tried to live as a normal family, but her behavior did not improve. In 1985, she accused Craig of rape. This time, he was not accept the blame for her fabrications because he was facing a serious sentence. The situation hinged on a false statement made by one of the two children. From that point on, the trust of all her relatives and friends in Celeste was completely shattered. No one believed her anymore. Eventually, all her claims were questioned, including the rape allegations. As her father and brothers failed to confirm them, it seems she had planned to manipulate the situation from the beginning. In the following years, Celeste married twice and then divorced again. Her behavior did not change. She remained aggressive and deceitful during this time. She was diagnosed with a depressive disorder despite undergoing treatment and taking medication. She saw little improvement and often experienced emotional breakdowns after ending relationships. Eventually, Celeste met a wealthy man named Jimmy Martinez. By this point, her children were already 11 years old. She fought with her ex-husband Craig for custody, as he believed she was an unfit mother and that the children were at risk. Craig won the custody battle, but Celeste tries to appear saddened by the loss of one of her daughters, Christina, with whom she had a closer bond. Although Craig tried to regain custody, Celeste resisted, and the twins returned to their chaotic lifestyle. However, this situation did not last long. As Celeste was summoned to Arizona on fraud charges, authorities discovered that Celeste had attempted to rob a couple who had briefly adopted her child. She tried to use her usual tactics to deflect blame, but she failed this time. Additionally, she had set her car on fire in the desert to collect insurance money. The victims discovered this and helped bring her to justice. Ultimately, her fraud was exposed. Fortunately for Celeste, she received a sympathetic judge who sentenced her to probation and a $20 fine. In exchange, she agreed to move to Texas and never return to Arizona. Celeste moved in with Jimmy, and soon after, they got married. She took his last name, but Jimmy soon realized that she was accumulating a significant amount of debt, totaling tens of thousands of dollars. It was confusing for him because she was now his legal wife, and he didn't understand why this was happening. When he tried to clarify to the creditors that these debts were not his, he was met with accusations of sexual assault of Celeste. Additionally, Celeste stabbed herself in the wrist with scissors, seemingly trying to make it seem like she wanted to end her life in order to trap Jimmy in the process. In the next stage, Celeste found a job at the Austin Country Club in the fall of 1990. She met a wealthy man named Stephen Beard and began working as a housekeeper in his home. This was surprising, as Celeste had no experience with household tasks. She didn't know how to cook, clean, or do laundry. However, she aimed to attach herself to a wealthy man to manage her lack of skills. She secretly relied on other maids to do the work without Stephen's knowledge. With her attractive appearance and feigned abilities, it didn't take long for Stephen to be drawn to her. After the loss of his beloved wife, Celeste quickly integrated into the millionaire's social circle and even joked with his friends about her role as a housekeeper despite her lack of skills. While everyone laughed politely, they were well aware that Celeste was not truly suitable for Stephen. Celeste was openly disinterested in Stephen, telling her daughter Christina that the only reason she liked him was because he was wealthy. Despite this, she continued to fabricate stories about herself, claiming to be a certified accounting specialist. By this time, many people suspected that she had serious issues. Craig even tried to warn Stephen about her true nature. One day, when he received a call from Craig, he wanted to discuss their children. Craig took the opportunity to caution Stephen that Celeste was a very dangerous woman. However, Stephen was unwavering in his feelings. He saw Celeste as a source of light during a tough time in his life and was grateful for the happiness she brought him. Celeste significantly improved Stephen's life when his doctor informed him that he had an enlarged heart and was at high risk for a heart attack. She encouraged him to adopt a healthier diet and insisted on walking with him everywhere to increase his physical activity. Thanks to her support, he lost over 20 kg. This weight loss brought new vitality to him. He found it easier to move, and the chest pain he had suffered since his wife's death vanished. He also began spending more time with his children. Eventually, they got engaged. This development raised concerns among his friends, including a judge who suggested that Stephen should consider a marriage contract. Suspecting Celeste's intentions, the couple came to an agreement regarding their finances. At that time, Stephen's fortune was valued at $12 million if they separated. Stephen would keep all his real estate if Celeste stayed married to him for 3 years. she would receive $500 in case she remained with him until his death. She would get $1 million. Additionally, he gave her $500 as a wedding gift under these conditions on February 18, 1995. Celeste married Stephen Beard, her fourth husband, in a ceremony at the Austin Country Club, where she had recently worked as a waitress. The event was not well received by everyone. Ira, one of Stephen and Christina's children, attended the wedding. The others chose not to attend. Believing the marriage was a disingenuous arrangement, Celeste and Stephen spent their honeymoon in New Orleans in March 1995. When they returned, Christina moved in with them. Christina often witnessed her mother crushing pills and mixing them into her husband's food. Celeste claimed these were sleeping pills, allowing her to leave her husband at home and go out for fun. Many people knew she frequented clubs at night while her husband slept, but they kept it from Stephen to avoid upsetting him. However, he soon sensed something was off. Despite giving Celeste a limited budget, he quickly noticed that she had spent over $100 within just a month of their marriage. He was particularly alarmed by the disappearance of jewelry from the safe. A friend at the bank informed him that Celeste had actually stolen the jewelry belonging to his late wife, Elise. This revelation enraged him, leading him to decide to kick Celeste out of the house in a state of despair. She started to defend her actions, stating that she owed $20 in Arizona and had taken the jewelry to settle the debt. Celeste assured him that she would return everything once her financial issues were resolved. At this time, Stephen found himself repeating the mistakes of previous men. He was deceived and manipulated, although out of protection for her. He ended up covering her insurance fraud and withdrew his divorce. Celeste was admitted to a psychiatric clinic where she was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder and given medication that she was required to take. However, she continued to lie. Celeste realized that she was dealing with a smart and experienced man, not a naive one. This meant she needed to be more careful and strategic than Stephen was used to. Her first goal is to convince her husband to buy the property, which would allow her to claim half. In the event of divorce, Celeste emphasized that she couldn't feel comfortable in a house purchased while Elise was still alive. Ultimately, Stephen agreed and sold the house. They moved to the lake house, which they planned to renovate with the help of a renowned architect. Stephen was involved in the project almost daily. Celeste kept pressuring her husband for more assets. At the start of 1996, Stephen met with his lawyer to revise their marriage contract. The new agreement stated that if he died, Celeste would get not only $1 million, but also half of their new mansion. While he supervised the construction, Celeste spent her time shopping and hardly visited the site, knowing she would receive a substantial payout upon her husband's death. She aimed to expedite that outcome. They had a daily routine of drinking together. He enjoyed high-quality alcohol, but she secretly replaced it with a cheaper, questionable drink. She even mixed in drugs, playfully referring to her concoction as a cemetery cocktail among her friends. Celeste was now waiting for her plan to unfold. In the meantime, her first husband was self-harm, and her second daughter moved in with her. At around 3 a.m. on October 2, 1999, Stephen called 911. The 75-year-old man was clearly panicked and confused. He told the dispatcher that he did not want to die. From his words, the dispatcher realized that he had a serious injury. Stephen said he was holding his internal organs in place to prevent them from falling out. He was unable to explain how he got hurt. He had woken up in severe pain and urgently needed help. After reaching out to the dispatch service, he informed them that his wife, Celeste, was in a different part of the mansion. He requested that they ask her to come to him. However, when the dispatcher tried to contact her, there was no response. When the police arrived, no one answered the door. They circled the house and discovered a small patio behind glass doors. Inside, a man was sitting, He was holding a phone in one hand and gripping the door with the other. Right away, one of the officers smashed the glass door to enter the bedroom. Although Stephen was in very bad shape, he was still alive. It appeared that his stomach had been severely injured. Stephen denied having had a recent surgery and that the stitches could have come undone, but he could not explain what had actually happened. The police quickly called a rescue helicopter to take him to the hospital. As the police moved through the mansion to open the front door for the ambulance crew, they encountered Celeste. She explained that she woke up to the flashing lights of police cars. She had called the emergency services, but they informed her that Stephen had already reached out for help. Both Celeste and her daughters confirmed that Stephen had not undergone any recent surgeries, so his injuries could not be attributed to stitches that had ripped. One of the arriving officers attempted to reassure the family. He informed them of the emergency, and Celeste pleaded for her husband's life while their daughters tried to comfort her. The girls then entered the bedroom where Stephen lay, although they were not allowed to see him. They could hear their mother crying, and no one saw her tears. Meanwhile, in the next room, Stephen was fighting for his life. His injuries were serious. The paramedics began bandaging on the way to the ambulance. Trying to hold the huge wound, one officer noticed a shell casing worker on the bedroom floor. Leading to the declaration of the room as a crime scene, investigators and forensic experts were called immediately, and all outsiders were removed from the bedroom to begin the investigation. Celeste was suspected of attacking Stephen. She denied any involvement in the incident, claiming that she was sleeping in another part of the house when he was shot in the stomach. Law enforcement confirmed her alibi with the help of her daughters. New details soon came to light. While receiving treatment for depression in a psychiatric hospital, Celeste met another patient named Tracy Tarleton. Very few people in Stephen's inner circle knew about Tracy. Christina mentioned that her mother had referred to Tracy casually after their relationship ended. Various rumors circulated. Some speculated that there were romantic feelings between the two women, while others believed that only Tracy had any affection for Celeste. Investigators theorize that Celeste paid Tracy to kill her husband, to bring the day when Celeste would receive her inheritance. Eventually, Tracy was arrested by the police during her interrogation. She quickly confessed that on October 2, 1999, she entered the Stevens mansion, went to the bedroom, and shot Stephen in the stomach before fleeing the scene. However, she denied intending to kill him. When police searched her home, they found a weapon, which ballistics later confirmed was the weapon used in the attack. Surprisingly, Stephen survived the attack. Despite his serious injuries, doctors managed to save his life, and he returned home to continue recovering under the care of Celeste. 2 years later, he died from a blood clot that had become detached. Doctors believe this is due to injuries from the previous attack following Stephen's death. Tracy's charges were upgraded to murder, making the situation much more serious. During the investigation, Celeste continued to live her preferred lifestyle, freely spending her late husband's money. She even remarried just 6 months after his death. Her actions raised increasing doubts and suspicions, but she maintained her denial of any involvement in the crime. Initially, Tracy's did not speak about Celeste's involvement in the events surrounding the death of Stephen. However, upon learning about the wedding, Tracy felt betrayed and started to assert that Celeste played a role in the Stephen's death. Tracy accused Celeste, and she agreed to a plea bargain with the prosecution. She also agreed to testify against Celeste in exchange for a reduced prison sentence in 2002. The trial commenced during the proceedings. Tracy testified against Celeste as part of a deal. Strong evidence was presented, including a recording where Celeste admitted to offering money for the murder of Stephen. Additionally, Celeste's daughters also testified against her, claiming that their mother sought a hitman to kill Stephen and then tried to persuade Tracy to prevent Tracy from testifying in the case. The court found Celeste guilty of first-degree murder, sentencing her to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 40 years. Tracy was also convicted and received a 10-year prison sentence. Followed by 12 years of probation, Tracy was released from prison in 2011 and later expressed regret for her actions, stating that she regretted the atrocities she committed every day. During an interview in 2004, Celeste maintained her innocence. She is still incarcerated and will be eligible for parole in 2042. When she turns 79, the Stephen Beard case is not just a crime story, but also a reflection on the complex relationships, greed, and betrayal in life, from a wealthy millionaire to the victim of a calculated murder plot. This case shows how blind love, hate, and power can lead to tragedy. Despite ending with harsh sentences, the trauma endured by Stephen's family and the characters involved remains a lasting reminder that sometimes dark secrets can never be hidden forever, and that every decision can change our lives forever. The case of Sandra Chesky. On November 17, 1973, in Geechee, Manito, a small nature reserve in Iowa. On that day, 5 teenagers from South Dakota embarked on a trip there, planning to enjoy their Saturday together, unaware that only one of them would return alive. Sandra Chesky, born in 1960, was the youngest of 5 children. Her parents lost a son shortly after birth due to health problems. Her parents faced serious financial difficulties, which led to conflict. Eventually, the father left, leaving the mother to care for 3 sons and a daughter alone. She had to work hard to support her young children. While her mother completed her nursing studies, the children stayed with their grandparents. By the time Sandra was 18 months old, they had all lived together for 3.5 years. Life on the farm with her grandparents was difficult. Mainly due to their age, it was difficult for them to manage 4 grandchildren, so the children were often left to fend for themselves. However, the grandparents were very involved with their grandchildren, and the children grew up in a loving environment. After finishing school, the children were reunited with their mother by the time Sandra started school. Her mother had started a new relationship and invited her partner to live with her. This led to conflict in the family as the children struggled to accept their stepfather, creating a tense atmosphere. The mother wanted to build her own life, but her children felt like a hindrance. Finally, she made a difficult decision. One day, when Sandra returned home from school, she learned that she and her brother Bill were going to be placed in different foster homes. This news shocked Sandra because she had not caused any problems and had tried to maintain good relationships with everyone in the family. Sandra felt that her mother was choosing her new partner over her children, which felt like another betrayal to her. The foster family she was placed with was dysfunctional. One day, Sandra told a social worker that her foster parents were abusive. Unfortunately, she was moved to another foster family that was also cold and uncaring. She did small chores around the house and felt like a servant. Eventually, she convinced her mother to let her return home. During this time, her brother, Bill, also returned home. He had previously lived with a police officer's family, where he learned strict discipline. The 2 brothers tried to behave and obey their parents, fearing that they would be sent back to foster care. However, after a while, Bill lost his temper, prompting his stepfather to send both him and Sandra to a strict boarding school in South Dakota. The rules there were harsh. When they returned home for the holidays, they begged their parents not to send them back and were filled with fear. In the summer of 1973, Sandra's family moved to a large farm outside of Sioux Falls. At the time, Sandra was just 13 years old. At a party with friends, Sandra met a boy named Roger Essam. Roger was a friend of one of Sandra's acquaintances, and after they met, they began talking and communicating regularly. Eventually, Roger asked her out on a date, and their relationship developed over time. Roger, 17, and Sandra, 13, are in a relationship. But Sandra looks older than her actual age, which is why Roger doesn't suspect her of being too young. However, Sandra is afraid of losing him and keeps her real age a secret. One day, while hanging out with Roger, Sandra meets his friend Stuart. Later, they also have another friend, Michael. The group. All of them come from respectable families and have no history of trouble with the law. Planning for the camping trip began when Roger and Michael met at school on November 16, 1973. They came up with the idea of visiting the Gitche-Manitou State Reservation in Lyon County, Iowa, where they could camp, have a campfire, and share stories. Since Stuart, the oldest of the group, had a driver's license and was allowed to drive his parents' car, they quickly agreed to go. By evening, the group knew about the plan and were looking forward to their weekend adventure on November 17, 1973. Stuart said goodbye to her parents and set off with her younger sister Dana to meet up with the rest of their group. Meanwhile, Roger invited Sandra to join them on the trip, which she agreed to. Her brother Bill had originally planned to come along, but he canceled at the last minute. The group of 5 teenagers arrived at the park around 9 p.m. Although they were running a bit behind schedule due to the time spent gathering supplies for their hike, the conservation area was home to vast forests inhabited by deer, as well as a large river that offered numerous convenient camping spots. After exploring the area, they selected a suitable location to set up camp. As night began to fall, the teenagers lit a fire, sat around it, and sang songs together. Sandra sat next to her boyfriend, hugging him. The group was having a wonderful time, completely oblivious to the deadly dangers that the night could bring. On November 18, 1973, a young couple visited the reserve, intending to take a relaxing walk and enjoy the scenery. However, during their walk, they stumbled upon something suspicious in the distance. As the man approached, he saw 2 lifeless bodies lying in the tall grass. He immediately reported the discovery to a park ranger and the police. About an hour later, police arrived, and after investigating, they discovered the bodies of 2 teenagers who had been killed by gunfire. The victims had suffered multiple gunshot wounds to their bodies, including their backs, heads, and chests. Police determined that the victims were killed at close range, giving them little chance of survival. The severity and proximity of the wounds led police to conclude that the attack was brutal and intentional. A fire was discovered at a nearby campsite, likely started by a group of teenagers. However, upon further investigation, 2 more bodies were found, both victims killed by gunshots. Police quickly called in forensic experts to examine the crime scene and collect evidence. The bodies were sent to the lab for autopsies, where the victims were quickly identified. All of the victims were from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and included 15-year-old Michael Hadrath, 17-year-old Roger Essam, 18-year-old Stuart Bod, and 14-year-old Dana Bade. Stuart's sister. The news of this tragic event has left the relatives and friends of the victims in a state of shock. They were known for their calm and kind nature, focused on sports, and stayed away from any criminal activity or negative lifestyle. It seemed like they were just gathering to relax. But, unfortunately, their evening turned tragic due to the evil intentions of others. The relatives and friends of the victims cannot understand who could have committed such a heinous act or why, as the victims had no enemies or anyone who would wish them harm. Stuart's parents told police that the teens had gone to the campsite in a blue van, but the van was not found at the scene. The van's disappearance was a key clue. Forensic experts believed it could be a crucial lead in solving the case. During the autopsy, forensic experts discovered that the victims were killed with various caliber weapons, including 12, 16, and 20 caliber bullets. This led police to suspect that at least 3 people may have been involved in the massacre. The investigation had difficulty gathering valuable information about the perpetrators. The lack of evidence, including the murder weapon, the victim's car, and witness statements, hampered the case's progress. It is important to note that in the 1970s, the police did not have modern methods and technology. This may have contributed to the case's delay. However, when a police officer from the Sioux Falls station contacted the police handling the case, the police reported that a 13-year-old girl, Sandra Chesky, came to the station and shared a shocking story. According to Sandra, after arriving at the reserve, her group of friends began setting up camp. As soon as they finished, a group of people emerged from the woods. They proceeded to attack Sandra's friends with guns. Sandra chose not to resist and was taken away from the campsite by the group. Sandra was then taken out of town, where she was raped, but was eventually released. She then tried to find her friends, but was unable to find them. The next morning, Sandra tried to contact her boyfriend, Roger, but her calls went unanswered. This left Sandra worried and panicked. It was not until she arrived at the police station that she received the heartbreaking news. Police have taken Sandra's statement. They want to find out what happened on the night of the massacre, specifically what she witnessed and who was involved. Police are trying to understand the motive behind the murder of the 4 young men and why the killers spared Sandra's life. Sandra explained that she and her friends had planned to camp at the reserve the day before. However, the group was delayed, and when they arrived, a series of events took place that led to this tragic incident. The group arrived at the reserve at around 22:30, armed with a guitar and a small musical instrument set. They planned to stay there for the night and then return home. According to the Sandra, they set up camp, lit a fire, and rested around it. The teenagers planned to smoke marijuana and then go to sleep. However, their relaxation did not last long. An hour later, they began to hear footsteps. The fire limited their vision, making it difficult for them to see what was going on around them. Then they heard a stranger yell. Roger said he was going to check. As he stood up and walked away from the campfire, a loud gunshot rang out. Roger collapsed to the ground. The group of young men immediately panicked. A second shot rang out, causing Stewart to fall to the ground next to his friend. Then came several more shots. Sandra then witnessed 3 men appear, all armed with handguns. The rest of Sandra's group quickly took cover behind trees and bushes. However, they were soon apprehended by the men, strangers who claimed to be police officers working to combat organized crime and illegal substances. The men implied that they had seen the teenagers smoking marijuana, although they claimed to be law enforcement officers. They were not wearing police uniforms and did not display badges or identification. Sandra was very scared and complied with the criminals' demands. She did not dare to resist because she was afraid of the consequences of disobeying. On the contrary, Michael did not comply with the criminals' demands, so the men pointed their pistols at him. Michael instinctively raised his hands, but the attackers fired, seriously injuring Michael. Meanwhile, Roger and Stewart were still lying on the ground. The attackers then asked Sandra about a blue truck. Then the attackers led Michael, Donna, and Sandra toward the parking lot. After arriving at Stewart's blue van, an attacker asked Sandra to unlock the car, which she did. The attacker then got into the driver's seat and they drove away together. During the ride, the attacker talked to Sandra and assured her that her friends would be okay because the guns used were not real guns, but special tranquilizer guns that put them to sleep. Sandra found this explanation believable, thinking that her friends were simply unconscious and that they would all be reunited after everything was over. The attacker took Sandra to an abandoned house. His accomplice's car followed behind. The attacker told Sandra to stay in the car, and he got out to discuss something with the other men. One of the men then approached the car, opened the passenger door, and roughly grabbed her by the neck, pulling her out of the car. She was then brutally attacked. The attacker then got into the car and asked for Sandra's home address before dropping her off. The incident ended around 4:00 a.m. before releasing Sandra from the car. He threatened to harm her family if she told anyone about the incident, however. Sandra went to the police station to report the incident. The police were confused as to why the perpetrator released Sandra, even driving her home. Despite knowing that she could expose them to the police, Sandra was the only person who could help find the three killers. So she worked closely with the police. They brought in an artist to create composite sketches of the suspects based on Sandra's descriptions. However, the criminals did not mention their real names to Sandra. The attacks happened at night, making it difficult for Sandra to see their faces. Therefore, the composite sketches may not be completely reliable. The only detail Sandra could provide with certainty was a description of the perpetrator's vehicle, which was a Chevy pickup from the early 1970s. After meeting Sandra, Stewart's car was discovered near a truck stop in Sioux Falls the following day. Forensic experts conducted a thorough examination and search of the car, looking for any fingerprints or other evidence that the perpetrator may have left behind. Unfortunately, the search did not yield any valuable information to aid the investigation. Police are investigating the location of the house where the criminal took Sandra. Hoping to find clues, data shows that this abandoned building is within 70 kilometers of the city. Search teams have been mobilized to locate the house as Thanksgiving approaches. Public pressure increases, and search teams are forced to speed up the search. The presence of three armed criminals capable of violent crimes against children makes people feel unsafe in their own homes. Sandra also joined in the search of the abandoned house. She also made regular visits to the police station to identify potential suspects based on composite sketches. Despite all their efforts, the case still hasn't yielded any leads. Sandra was placed under police guard at her home on Thanksgiving Day for her own safety, as she was the only witness who could identify the perpetrators. The police were concerned that the perpetrators might target Sandra after discovering that she had spoken to the police about them on November 29, 1973. Sandra and the police discovered the White House with broken windows. It was the house where she had been brutally raped by a stranger. Sandra suddenly ran up to one of the police officers and threw her arms around him, terrified as the horrific memories of that night came flooding back to her as she stepped back. She noticed a blue pickup truck on the road. Sandra pointed to the vehicle, recognizing it as the one used by the criminals on the night of the massacre. The police quickly stopped the pickup truck and a man got out. He was identified as 29-year-old Alan Fryer. Sandra was horrified when she realized that this was the man who had been present at the attack. Alan was immediately arrested and taken to the police station. Alan initially denied ever having been to the sanctuary and had nothing to do with the deaths of the children in the case, claiming that he could never hurt children. However, when pressed by the police, Alan began to break down. He eventually admitted that he and 20-year-old David Fryer and 21-year-old James Fryer had indeed been to the sanctuary on the evening of the incident. Although he claimed not to have participated in the murders, he admitted that David and James had killed the children. Alan disputed Sandra's initial testimony, instead saying that the teenagers had attacked them, causing them to attack back in self-defense. Alan's story seems too unbelievable. Alan, David, and James were three brothers from a family of 7 sons and 6 daughters. They all lived on a farm where they developed a passion for animals, hunting, and farming. Their father, a strict disciplinarian, made his children work long hours on the farm from a young age. Disobedience to him would result in harsh punishments, earning him a reputation as a fearsome figure. The daughters of the family were known to be calm and quiet, While the sons were notorious troublemakers, Alan, the eldest, had a charm that allowed him to make many friends. But friends said he was dishonest, often exaggerating and telling false stories from a young age. Alan showed disturbing personality traits, while David, the second oldest, was apparently docile and quiet, often yielding to his older brother Alan, however. His younger brother James had a tendency towards criminal behavior from an early age. James's troubled path began at the age of 9. The three brothers were extremely close and protective of each other, never allowing one another to be harmed. As they grew older, their involvement in criminal activities intensified, with Alan often taking the lead and encouraging his brothers to participate in illicit deeds within the city. David and James were always by Alan's side, willingly engaging in these unlawful acts. This pattern of behavior ultimately led to David's arrest in 1967, at the age of 16, for recklessly driving through the city and firing a gun at random targets. The news did not come as a shock to the city's residents, as the three brothers were known to carry weapons and had a history of theft and robbery. Witnesses said they often ventured into the woods to hunt illegally when they were not committing other crimes. The three brothers often got into trouble, but they showed no remorse for their actions. 6 years after the shooting in the city, a tragic event occurred in the reserve. After a conversation with Alan, the police attempted to arrest David and James. David was later found at his residence, while James was in custody for robbery at the time. Notably, James had been released from prison shortly before the massacre. Sandra came to identify the suspects after they were arrested. Despite their denials, she was able to identify each of the men who had killed her friend. The police continued to question them to piece together the events of that night. It was discovered that James had been released from prison on November 18, and that all three had decided to go hunting. Each had their own guns, 12, 16, and 20 caliber. While hunting, they accidentally discovered a fire in the forest and saw some teenagers smoking marijuana. The three brothers decided to take the drugs from the teenagers and headed to their camp. Roger was the first to discover them and stood up to confront them. He was instantly killed with a shotgun minutes after the massacre. Sandra and Alan got into a pickup truck and drove away. Stuart, badly injured, tried to stand up, then fell and died from his injuries. Dana and Michael were also killed. All three brothers were then arrested and waited behind bars for the trial to begin. Sandra expected James to be charged with rape, among other crimes, however. The judges decided that a murder charge would be enough to punish the offenders. Effectively ignoring Sandra's traumatic experiences during the trial, David Fryer confessed to the crimes and was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Alan Fryer was convicted of 4 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to 4 terms of life in prison without parole on June 20, 1974. Alan was initially held in the Leon County Jail before being transferred to a maximum security prison. Coincidentally, Alan and James were both held at the facility. The brothers secretly communicated and soon hatched an escape plan. One night, Alan and James escaped from the prison in the early morning. Their escape went undetected for several hours, until one of the police discovered their empty cells. News of the brothers' escape spread quickly, causing a nationwide sensation and prompting a massive manhunt. Sandra, the prosecution's main witness, was particularly concerned about her safety. After learning about the escape, she believed that the brothers would retaliate against her, so the police provided her with armed guards. She lived in fear for days, until the fugitives were finally apprehended in Gilley, Wyoming. James's trial took place in December 1974. He was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life without parole. Sandra spent a long time healing from the trauma she had experienced. including the brutal rape and brutal murder of her friends. Unfortunately, she faced further suffering due to the public backlash, with many blaming her for the incident. Her classmates shunned and bullied her, making her teenage years even more difficult, especially since she had already had a troubled and unsupportive childhood. As Sandra grew older, she persevered and rebuilt her life. At age 26, she got married, had children, and eventually became a grandmother. Years later, in 2016, she decided to share her story by writing a book. The disturbing case of Ryan Wingarden. In the shadow of seemingly peaceful family relationships, sometimes lurk horrifying secrets. The case of Ryan Wingarden and his sister Gail is a terrifying example of human depravity. At the same time, the terrible consequences of greed and the desire to protect shameful secrets, a blood relationship turned into a nightmare. This devastating event shook an entire community and left an indelible mark. Ryan's case revolves around jealousy, a person willing to kill to keep their secrets hidden. The story takes place in Holland, Michigan, a small town known for its rich Dutch heritage and culture. The town's charm and beautiful scenery create a pleasant atmosphere. Newlyweds Gail and Rick Brink lived in a northern town that seemed perfect for they to build their future together. They were excited to begin renovating their new home. Sadly, jealousy and hidden secrets shattered that happiness. Now, let's talk about Pam, Ryan's wife. She kept a devastating secret for 25 years to protect her family, career, and reputation. The burden of hiding this truth became unbearable, and on January 18, 2013, it all came to light in front of detectives. Pam revealed the long-held secret that had haunted her out of love and fear. She allowed her husband to dominate her life. Ryan controlled whom she could talk to and even threatened her life. For 25 years, she lived in torment with the knowledge of how Gail and Rick were murdered back in time. When Gail was 19 and Rick was 22, they met at work in 1984. Rick was so taken by her that he told his mother he had found the one he wanted to marry. Gail came from a large family with 8 children and was not financially well off, but she was ambitious, determined, and knew her goals. When she met Rick, she felt it was destiny, and they formed a strong couple. They knew they needed to work together to build the life they dreamed of. Soon, Gail decided to move in with Rick, and on April 25, 1986, they got married. Just one day after Gail turned 21, they planned to purchase a house together. After their honeymoon, they returned to Michigan and began searching for a ranch-style home with 20 acres of land on the outskirts of town. This type of property was perfect for the newlyweds, who wanted to start their life together. Rick successfully negotiated with the bank and managed to buy the property at a good price. But the house required extensive repairs. Fortunately, Rick had previously trained as a carpenter's apprentice, and his skills are very useful for renovation. Gail and Rick moved into their new house in 1987 and started making repairs. On November 21, they attended the wedding of one of Rick's school friends. Enjoying time with friends, this would be the last day anyone saw them alive. By November 23, 1987, neither Rick nor Gail showed up for work, which was highly unusual as they were both dedicated employees who never missed a day. Concerned, Rick's parents were alerted by their employer about Rick and Gail's absence. Immediately, they went to Rick's home on Ransom Street. When they arrived, they found Rick's SUV still parked in the driveway. But what they discovered next left them shocked and horrified. Rick was found in the front seat with attacked by force to his head. His parents quickly called the police. The Ottawa County Sheriff's Department arrived and secured the area upon searching the home. They discovered Gail dead on the marital bed, her face obscured by a bloody pillow. When the pillow was taken away, police discovered that Gail had been assaulted 3 times. Both Rick and Gail had been brutally murdered. When they had only been married for 18 months, the inspection of the crime scene revealed that nothing in the home had been disturbed. This created a mystery that baffled the officers. Initially, police suspected Rick may have murdered Gail and then harmed self-harm in the car outside. However, this theory was quickly dismissed after the bodies were moved and examined. As no gun was found in the house or nearby, they then considered the possibility of a robbery, but further examination showed that all belongings were in their original places, all the money was accounted for, and there were no signs of forced entry, struggle, or any damage. Both Gail and Rick were still wearing their jewelry, and the entire house was clean, with hardly any evidence found. Here, they found no weapon at the scene. Also, could not locate the bullet casings during the search. The police found fingerprints. 4 belonged to Gail and Rick, while 2 were from an unknown source. 1 fingerprint was found on the toilet seat, and the other on the phone. The police checked these prints against their database, but found no matches, lacking physical evidence. They shifted their focus to gathering information about the victim's lifestyle and habits by interviewing friends and family. Ryan described Gail and Rick as the sweetest couple he had ever known, stating he had never seen a husband and wife get along so well. Rick's brother, Batbrink, called the funeral an incredibly sad occasion. Gail's family, particularly her sister, Cheryl, and Ryan, were especially grief-stricken after the mourning period ended. The police resumed their investigation, exploring different leads, but still lacked any evidence. Multiple theories emerged, but all the leads proved fruitless and unverified. A month later, on December 24, 1987, another shocking crime occurred. Deborah and her husband were found dead in their backyard, both with their throats slit. This case bore similarities to the previous murder of Gail and Rick. Nothing was stolen. There were no signs of a break-in, and no clear motives could be identified. The remarkable point is that the 2 families lived only half a mile apart, raising concerns among the public and investigators. However, this connection was dismissed when differences between the 2 cases were identified. The murders of Rick and Gail appear to have been carried out in a premeditated manner, suggesting a planned murder. Another theory caught the attention of investigators. Gail was looking into financial irregularities at her workplace, and the dossier she took home went missing. However, this theory was eventually set aside as the police ran out of leads, and the case went cold. Despite this, the murders of Rick and Gail remained in the public's memory. In 2007, 20 years after the murders, a group of investigators established a cold case unit in the Tawa County Sheriff's Department. This unit was led by detectives Venus Repper and David Blakely. In there, the Brink murder was one of the cases they chose to investigate. Although the documents were old, they managed to recover important notes. Venus and David noticed some remarkable details. During their discussions with friends and family, they frequently heard the name of Ryan, unlike other family members. Ryan often made bizarre comments during family gatherings. Relatives recalled that he exhibited odd behavior. For example, he once claimed to have a vivid mental image of Gail's murder, stating he could see someone walking down the hallway to her bedroom. Cheryl remembered him saying, "Sometimes I wonder if I could have done something like that." Additionally, Ryan confessed to his sister Lynn that he felt a need to apologize to Gail because he believed he had violated her. During the previous investigation, police had ruled Ryan out as a suspect due to an alibi provided by his then-girlfriend, Pam. She claimed that on the night of the murder, she was doing laundry with Ryan, and her account matched his, making his story credible. And then, it was later revealed that Pam and Ryan had actually gone to a friend's house that night to use the washing machine. Upon reviewing the reports, detectives found inconsistencies in Pam's testimony, although Pam's testimony strongly supported Ryan's alibi. The polygraph test revealed a different story. When asked if she was with Ryan that night, Pam said no, and the polygraph indicated no deception in her response. This raised concerns, so detectives decided to investigate further by visiting Pam in the trailer park where she lived with Ryan and their children. At that time, Pam and Ryan had been married for 23 years and had 3 children together. Pam had first met Ryan in 1987 when she was a single mother with a 6-month-old baby. They married in 1990 and remained together since then. The detectives arrived at the trailer park and were greeted by Ryan. Since marrying Pam, Ryan had become a devoted husband and was actively involved in raising their children. He informed the investigators that Pam was not home, and they asked him about his account of the double murder that occurred that night. Ryan's recollection of events was quite vague. After the brief investigation, the detectives arranged to meet with Pam at the department later, but Ryan insisted on being present for the conversation. They informed him that this was not possible, as they needed to question Pam alone. Pam's account was consistent with the alibi she and Ryan had previously provided. Despite this, detectives Venus and David sensed that something was off. They were determined to investigate further, delve into Gail's and Rick's past. As they looked into Pam and Ryan's relationship, they discovered that Ryan had not always been faithful to Pam while dating her. He had also been involved with another woman, Crystal Beelan, with whom he had an unstable relationship for 4 years. She ended things with Ryan when she realized he was becoming serious with Pam. But their friendship continued. Detectives located Crystal and invited her to the department, where she agreed to come in voluntarily. The interrogation proceeded smoothly, and no incriminating evidence emerged during the conversation. However, she disclosed a significant secret that changed the direction of the case. She revealed that Ryan had previously confessed to her about an incestuous relationship he had with Gail when they were younger. A few days after the murder, Ryan had asked Crystal to drive past the crime scene, but she found it inconvenient, so they went to a nearby park instead. While at the park, Ryan expressed a need to talk and said he wanted to share a heavy secret with her. He then recounted the sexual relationship he had with Gail, claiming that it was consensual. However, he mentioned that, in his last request to Gail in the backyard, she rejected him, but he still proceeded with his intentions and forced himself on Gail. Ryan showed Crystal pictures of Gail in a bikini, expressing how he couldn't take his eyes off Gail and that he was deeply attracted to her. It seemed he was the only one aware of his feelings. One day, Rick caught Ryan staring at Gail, leading to some suspicion on Rick's part. Although he didn't confront Ryan about it, Crystal's revelation about Ryan's feelings gave the detectives a new perspective on the case. But her information wasn't sufficient, prompting the need for more investigation to gather more details. They needed to speak with Pam. When Ryan and Pam arrived at the office, it was challenging to persuade Ryan to allow the detectives to speak with Pam privately. Eventually, he relented, and the questioning of Pam began. During the previous investigation, police had ruled Ryan out as a suspect due to an alibi provided by his then-girlfriend. Pam, she claimed that on the night of the murder, she was doing laundry with Ryan, and her account matched his, making his story credible. And then, it was later revealed that Pam and Ryan had actually gone to a friend's house that night to use the washing machine. Upon reviewing the reports, detectives found inconsistencies in Pam's testimony. Although Pam's testimony strongly supported Ryan's alibi, the polygraph test revealed a different story. When asked if she was with Ryan that night, Pam said no, and the polygraph indicated no deception in her response. This raised concerns. So detectives decided to investigate further by visiting Pam in the trailer park, where she lived with Ryan and their children. At that time, Pam and Ryan had been married for 23 years and had 3 children together. Pam had first met Ryan in 1987 when she was a single mother with a 6-month-old baby. They married in 1990 and remained together since then. The detectives arrived at the trailer park and were greeted by Ryan. Since marrying Pam, Ryan had become a devoted husband and was actively involved in raising their children. He informed the investigators that Pam was not home, and they asked him about his account of the double murder that occurred that night. Ryan's recollection of events was quite vague after the brief investigation. The detectives arranged to meet with Pam at the department later, but Ryan insisted on being present for the conversation. They informed him that this was not possible, as they needed to question Pam alone. In spite of Pam's account, was consistent with the alibi she and Ryan had previously provided. But detectives Venus and David sensed that something was off. They were determined to investigate further, delve into Gail's and Rick's past. As they looked into Pam and Ryan's relationship, they discovered that Ryan had not always been faithful to Pam while dating her. He had also been involved with another woman, Crystal Beelan, with whom he had an unstable relationship for 4 years. She ended things with Ryan when she realized he was becoming serious with Pam. But their friendship continued. Detectives located Crystal and invited her to the department, where she agreed to come in voluntarily. The interrogation proceeded smoothly, and no incriminating evidence emerged during the conversation. However, she disclosed a significant secret that changed the direction of the case. She revealed that Ryan had previously confessed to her about an incestuous relationship he had with Gail when they were younger. A few days after the murder, Ryan asked her out to a nearby park. While at the park, Ryan expressed a need to talk and said he wanted to share a heavy secret with her. He then recounted the sexual relationship he had with Gail, claiming that it was consensual. However, he mentioned that during his last request to Gail in the backyard, she rejected Ryan, but he still proceeded with his intentions and forced himself on Gail. Ryan showed Crystal pictures of Gail in a bikini, expressing how he couldn't take his eyes off Gail and that he was deeply attracted to her. One day, Rick caught Ryan staring at Gail, leading to some suspicion on Rick's part. Although he didn't confront Ryan about it, Crystal's revelation about Ryan's feelings gave the detectives a new perspective on the case, but her information wasn't sufficient, prompting the need for more investigation to gather more details. They needed to speak with Pam. When Ryan and Pam arrived at the office, it was challenging to persuade Ryan to allow the detectives to speak with Pam privately. Eventually, he relented, and the questioning of Pam began. In Pam's testimony, she revealed that she was deeply in love with Ryan, particularly because Ryan was encouraging her and her child to move in with him. However, the situation quickly took a turn for the worse. That evening, Ryan took Pam to Gail's house, he parking in a way that would keep them hidden. He then led Pam to Rick's car. When Pam looked inside, she saw Rick's body on the front seat. Ryan didn't allow her to linger. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her into the house, leading her down the hallway. In the master bedroom, they have seen Gail's lifeless body, which appeared to be peacefully sleeping. Ryan picked up a pillow and placed it over Gail's face, saying, "Isn't she beautiful?" He then turned to Pam with a threatening look and warned, "If you go to the police or tell anyone what I did, this could happen to you too." Terrified, Pam fled from the house, despite the horror she had just witnessed. That night she stayed with Ryan at his house. The next morning, they continued their lives as if nothing had happened. When Pam insisted on knowing why Ryan killed Rick and Gail, he finally confessed that he had a sexual relationship with Gail when they were younger. He was afraid that Rick might have found out about it over time. Ryan also revealed that he envied the success of Gail and Rick because he felt unsuccessful in his own life. He made money by selling small amounts of illegal substances. And after marrying Pam, she became the main provider for the family. While he stayed home to raise their children, Ryan was jealous of Gail's life and her husband, their new home. With her career, he was consumed by jealousy and resentment. Watching Gail be happy with someone else, Ryan was quickly arrested after Pam's confession, however. He maintained that he did not kill the family. He only admitted to having had a sexual relationship with his sister Gail before her marriage. The family had mixed feelings after the investigation concluded, but they were relieved that the case was closed and Ryan was in custody. The police searched Ryan's home, but did not find the murder weapon or clothing, which was expected given the time that had passed since the crime. The fingerprints from the crime scene did not match Ryan's, but the motive for the murders was compelling. As a result, Ryan was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. His trial began in March 2014 in Ottawa County Court. The prosecution argued that Ryan was driven by jealousy and feared that Gail would reveal their incestuous relationship. 60 witnesses testified against him, but it was Pam's testimony that ultimately determined Ryan's fate. In Pam's testimony in court, Ryan reacted by hurling insults at her, leading the court to reprimand him and have him removed from the courtroom. Pam recounted her troubled marriage to Ryan and described the night he took her to see the bodies of the victims. Additionally, Ryan's cellmate testified that Ryan bragged in prison about his murders and expressed a desire to kill his other sister, Cheryl. Because she was assisting in the investigation, Ryan also defended himself, but his statements were erratic and confusing. He claimed that the authorities were conspiring against him, suggesting they needed to close the case. He alleged that the police had coerced Pam into giving false testimony. On March 28, 2014, the jury reached a verdict. Ryan Weingarten was found guilty of both murder charges. During his sentencing, Ryan shouted and made threats when asked to calm down. Ryan Weingarten was ultimately sentenced to 2 life terms in prison without the possibility of parole after the trial. Cheryl expressed her feelings, stating that although she had loved her brother all her life, she now despised the person he had become. Ryan's mother never accepted the verdict and passed away in 2021 at the age of 90. Pam later divorced Ryan. He has lost all his appeals and remains imprisoned to this day, although it took more than 2 decades. The truth has finally come to light thanks to the efforts of investigators and the cooperation of those who dare to speak out. This is not only a story of paying for crime, but also a reminder that justice, however slow, can still be served when those involved continue to seek the truth. The case of Ryan Weingarten highlights the consequences of crime and also exposes the darkest corners of family relationships. Ryan's moral degradation: he killed his sister and her husband to hide his secrets, with his actions stemming from selfishness, jealousy, and sick motives. He turned his family, which should have been the safest place. The case of Anita Knutson. Anita Knutson, 18, had just finished her first year at Minot State University. She is intelligent, hardworking, and well-liked. She majored in education and aims to become a kindergarten teacher. Her family and friends believed this profession suited her perfectly because she loved working with young children. She often cared for the neighbors' kids. Anita shared an apartment near the university with a childhood friend. To help cover her tuition and living expenses without burdening her parents, she took on 2 jobs, one in retail and another at a local hotel. Despite her busy schedule, she maintains an active lifestyle and has many friends. In 2007, Anita was eagerly anticipating the summer break. She missed her home and family very much, although she regularly calls her parents and keeps in touch with her siblings. When her mother called on Saturday, June 3, she did not respond. She had a shift at the hotel that day, so her mother thought she might be busy or simply missed the call. However, on Sunday, not being able to contact Anita caused concern, especially since she did not show up for work. Worried, her father, Gordon, decided to travel to Maine to check on her. As Gordon approached the building where Anita lived, he noticed that the window of her room, located to the right of the front entrance, was broken. Getting closer, he saw a hunched figure of a girl sitting on the bed. Although her face was not visible from the window, but he recognized it was his daughter. He called her name, but when she didn't respond, he reached through the window to touch her. To his horror, he realized she was dead. Her body was cold. In a panic, he contacts the homeowner, Laura Knapp, and waits for her to unlock the door. Once inside the room, it is clearly too late to save Anita. The police were called to the scene and determined that Anita had been stabbed twice, once in the chest and once from the side. There were no other signs of injury or struggle. It was unclear whether she had been wearing a robe or if it had been thrown over her after she collapsed onto the bed following the attack. During the investigation, important evidence was found at the crime scene, including Anita's mobile phone and a folding knife covered in dried blood, which was discovered under the blankets on the bed beside the wall. Notably, several of Anita's valuables, such as cash, her laptop, and digital camera, remained untouched. Shows that theft was not the motive for the attack. Investigators concluded that the window was not the entry point for the killer. Even though the window was left open and was wide enough for an adult to crawl through, a maintenance worker named Marty Annell found a window screen on the ground outside the previous night. The screen had been cut into the shape of a capital L. Marty had picked it up with a knife, intending to fix or replace it, but had forgotten about it until Gordon arrived the next day to check on his daughter. Marty later gave the cut screen to the police. Despite the damaged screen, investigators were not convinced there had been a break-in through the window. No evidence of entry was found, and the dusty windowsills, both inside and outside, were undisturbed. This suggests that mesh panel was cut after the murder, indicating the killer likely did not use the window to enter. It appeared the crime scene was staged, and the murderer probably used the door. When Gordon entered the apartment, he found the front door locked, which required a key to open and close. There were 4 individuals to have keys to the front door. One belonged to Anita, another was her roommate, Nicole Rice, who was away visiting parents for the weekend. The third belonged to the landlady, Laura Knapp, and the 4th person is the maintenance worker, Marty. Marty caught investigators off guard because he was the one who discovered the window grill. He claimed he did not see Anita on the bed next to the window when he picked up the screen from outside. However, Gordon said that as he approached the building, he could clearly see Anita through the window. Initial DNA tests on items such as a pocket knife and other areas of the room yielded no clues, suggesting that investigators would need to look for the killer using other methods. They began looking into Anita's personal life and eventually concluded that she had been murdered. Cell phone records and forensic analysis revealed that Anita was texting a friend, Michael Van, early on Sunday morning, more than a day before her body was found. The text indicated that Michael, who had a romantic interest in her, sent a message asking her to reply to his previous message. However, Anita replied that she didn't know what to say. Their exchange was personal, but not flirtatious. The last text from him arrived on Anita's phone at 4:53. It turned out that Michael wanted more than just friendship, but friends stated that the two only communicated platonically. Michael isn't the only one who wants to date Anita. Tyler Schmaltz, a college student, he is shy and awkward, also has feelings for her. He admitted to having few friends, and Anita was one of the few who showed him kindness. They attended prom together in high school, but their relationship never turned romantic. Tyler admitted during a police interview that although he had long liked Anita, that did not stop him from being close friends with her. In fact, he even moved to the same apartment complex to be nearer to her. After the crime, Anita's family found Tyler's behavior unusual. He lingered in the cordoned-off area for an extended period, frequently reaching out to the police for updates. He even created a 20-minute video in memory of Anita and shared it online. Additionally, he organized and took part in fundraisers to cover advertising costs for information related to the investigation. He was questioned multiple times by detectives, and his DNA and fingerprints were collected and compared to those found at the crime scene, but there were no matches. Shortly after Anita was found, a witness reported seeing a man running away from the crime scene around the time of her murder. The police shared a description of this man and attempted to locate him. A local resident came forward, stating that he regularly jogged along that route at the same time. However, this lead was eventually set aside. Meanwhile, a construction crew working in the adjacent building had a clear view of Anita's apartment complex. DNA samples were collected from all the workers, and none matched the evidence. Investigators interviewed people close to Anita, including her close friend and roommate, Nicole Rice. The two had been friends since high school and were very close at the time. Nicole insists their friendship is still good and disagreements between them were only minor. In contrast, those who knew Anita described their relationship differently, suggesting that they argued frequently. Anita's father, Gordon, revealed that he had installed a lock on her bedroom door just a month before her death because she was worried about her safety at home. Many speculated that Nicole felt jealous of the attention Anita received, not only from their mutual friends, but also from the boys who were interested in her. Anita was uncomfortable with Nicole frequently inviting men over to their apartment and leaving them alone in her room for a day or two. Anita's friends were aware that Nicole sometimes had heated arguments with these men that turned into insults. Additionally, text messages from Nicole indicated that she was misrepresenting their relationship. In one message, Nicole stating that she was almost never at home and that she had everything in place. The police reported that over 4 people were interviewed and several DNA samples were collected from Anita's nails, the window, and the knife. At that time, these samples did not match any known individuals, but were preserved for future analysis. The investigation has not identified a prime suspect and has ruled out several individuals. For instance, Tyler was cleared from the suspect list, although his behavior was deemed peculiar and his feelings for Anita could be seen as obsessive. There is no evidence that he was involved in the crime. Detectives concluded that this was not a case involving emotions. They also believe that the perpetrator did not enter through the window. Whoever the perpetrator was, they had a key to the apartment and could have locked the door when they left. Tyler appeared genuinely eager to assist in the investigation and find the murderer. He had no motive to harm Anita and willingly participated in interviews with both the police and the media following her death. He admitted to being in love with her, though she did not feel the same. They were merely good friends. Marty, the building maintenance worker, was also questioned multiple times, and information about him was gathered. This continued until January 2009, when Marty was found dead in his apartment. There has been much speculation over the years about Marty's involvement in the murder. His sudden death further increased suspicions that he could not bear his guilt. Anita's case remains unsolved, and for nearly 15 years, there have been no new leads. Tyler was not the only one seeking answers. Anita's family also gave interviews and shared any information, even small details, that might help resolve the case. Anita's brother Daniel, who was very close to her, died in April 2013, from emotional pain after her passing. The family believes that the death of his younger sister and his longing for her led to his severe and prolonged depression. Anna, the youngest sibling, said that Anita's passing had a serious impact on Daniel, making his life no longer the same. As a result, the family endured the loss of 2 children. In the fall of 2021, the investigation got a new lead when the American crime show Cold Justice took over Anita's case. Cold Justice is known for revisiting unsolved cases, which often leads to the arrest of suspects and obtaining confessions from them. The show's team traveled to Minot, North Dakota to search for people who knew Anita. The Cold Justice team identified 4 main suspects in the case: Tyler, who they quickly re-interviewed and dismissed as a suspect; Michael, who had been attempting to date Anita and was the last person to communicate with her; Marty; and Nicole. Detective Maynata and the investigative team found no evidence of a conflict between Anita and Michael, leading them to eliminate him as a suspect. They also believe Marty's claim that he could not see Anita from the outside window is true. Police reports indicated that when they arrived, the lights in Anita's bedroom were off before sunset, making Marty unable to see her at that time. With Marty no longer a suspect, attention turned to Nicole. In 2021, she was arrested at the Maine Air Force Base, where she worked, and charged with the murder of Anita. The sheriff of Maine testified in court that after 15 years of investigation and following various leads, they had finally taken the suspect into custody. Nicole was taken to the Ward County Jail. 2 lead detectives were assigned to Anita's case and had been investigating it for the past few years. Thanks to Cold Justice's assistance, the case has made new progress and now has an arrest warrant for Nicole. Nicole was released on $125,000 bail and is currently awaiting trial. She has the support of her husband, who has encouraged her to drop the charges. However, authorities presented strong evidence suggesting her involvement in the murder. As the investigation begins, it becomes clear that Nicole is the only person in Anita's life with whom she has conflict. Text messages between them revealed increasing hostility. Friends noted that while Anita and Nicole were very close in their youth, their relationship had soured after moving in together. Witnesses recalled arguments involving alarm clocks and fish tanks, saying Nicole had called Anita derogatory names over the years. Nicole initially avoided arrest due to her alibi. Her parents claimed she had spent the entire weekend of June 2 to 4 on their farm, which coincided with the time of Anita's death. However, a witness reported seeing Nicole at a bar about 45 minutes away from town on June 2, 2007. Nicole later told that she had returned to her apartment to get some clothes. During a preliminary hearing in late 2022, Detective Talbot presented statements from people who knew Nicole and Anita at the time of Anita's death. He pointed out inconsistencies in Nicole's testimony, which led to her being retried and questioned as a suspect. A shocking detail was revealed by Nicole's ex-boyfriend. He recalled that at a party after Anita's death, friends of both confronted Nicole and asked her about what had happened. In a drunken state, Nicole laughed and claimed she was guilty in front of everyone. In 2008, 9 statements were submitted regarding the confession Nicole made at that party. Her boyfriend also reported to the police about the incident that transpired there. However, efforts to have Nicole repeat her confession while sober were unsuccessful. Ultimately, the judge concluded that there was sufficient evidence to charge Nicole when the case goes to trial, expected to occur in mid to late 2023. Nicole's attorney, Philip Becker, was expected to point the finger at a new suspect named Devin Hall, who had been arrested for breaking into homes. Officer Maynata, who arrested Devin Hall, noted in his report that Devin claimed he had been to many houses in the area, Philip also pointed to a statement from a witness who saw a man running from the area around the time of Anita's murder, claiming the description matched Devon. The defense insisted that it was Devon who broke into the apartment and killed Anita. However, a number of reports from previous investigators and even FBI analysts supported the theory that Devon was not involved. Investigators ruled out Devon as a suspect after receiving video evidence of him being at the railway station in Minot on the evening of Anita's murder. Therefore, the person seen running away could not have been him. It is likely that the defense will try to find new arguments, especially since opinions about Anita's death differ. The prosecutor's office believes that Anita died early in the morning of June 3, shortly after sending her last SMS. If Devon was the killer, then Anita must have died much later, after he had already arrived by train on the evening of June 3. Based on the information released in this investigation, the case against Nicole remains unclear. No trial date has been set at this time. If Nicole Rice is convicted, she faces a sentence of life in prison without parole. The case of Roxana Vargas. Roxana Vargas was born on September 11, 1988. Venezuela, she grew up in a warm and loving family with her older sister Mariana and parents Antonio and Ana Teresa. At 17, she graduated from the school at the dawn of the ball and received a scholarship from the Grandma Riscal Foundation to study social communications at the Catholic University of Santa Rosa in Caracas. So she and Mariana moved to the capital to live with their grandmother, who already lived there. Their parents frequently traveled to Caracas to visit them, cherishing the time spent together. By 2008, Roxana was in her 8th semester at the Faculty of Social Communications. She was also involved in the production of the well-known program Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. One of the last messages on her phone was sent on July 12, 2008. Said she was on her way to meet a friend at Plaza Venezuela at the time. She was in the Chacom area, but then she disappeared. Initially, detectives suspected that she might have been a victim of a robbery or kidnapping. This suspicion comes from the quick kidnappings, where criminals would abduct victims for a few hours to demand a ransom, releasing them afterward. Unfortunately, many of these incidents ended tragically, with some victims being killed if their families could not pay the ransom. Investigators have ruled out a kidnapping. As Roxana's family has not received a ransom demand, they then considered the possibility of a robbery, but there was no evidence to support this theory either. On July 14, 2008, the body of a girl was discovered by a security guard working at the Biosa Airline building, now known as Conviasa. Located in the Kaiser Park area of Caracas, the guard heard loud barking from dogs near a vacant lot close to his workplace and decided to investigate. Upon approaching the lot, he found the lifeless body of a girl lying amidst a pile of construction debris. Shocked by the discovery, he immediately contacted a criminal investigation agency. Detectives arrived at the scene and determined that the body was buried under rubble, stones, wooden boards, and other waste. Forensic experts conducted an initial examination and concluded that the girl had been dead for approximately 36 to 48 hours. Her face was disfigured, and one of her eyes was dislodged from its socket. The body showed multiple injuries and bruises, but the primary cause of death was determined to be a skull fracture, caused by several blows to the head with a blunt object. The girl was wearing a triangular earring in her left ear, but the matching earring from her right ear was missing. The police quickly identified the victim. On July 13, the day before the body was found, a woman named Anna had reported the disappearance of her 19-year-old daughter, Roxana. Roxana's physical description matched the body, and DNA testing later confirmed her identity. In a conversation with Roxana's mother, Anna, she admitted that she suspected one person. The person she referred to was psychiatrist Edmundo Chirinos. At the time, Edmundo was 73 years old and was a well-known psychiatrist. Highly educated, he earned his surgical diploma in 1958 and graduated as a psychologist in 1960 from the Central University of Venezuela. Additionally, he obtained master's degrees in neuroscience and clinical psychology from prestigious institutions, including Oxford and Cambridge in England, the University of Marseille in France, and Quincy University in New York by 1961. Edmundo founded the School of Psychology at the Central University of Venezuela, and in 1984, he was elected as the university's rector. He has a varied professional background, and he is also actively involved in politics. In 1988, he ran for president as a candidate of the Independent Moral Movement. By 1999, he was a member of the National Constituent Assembly. Due to his impressive academic qualifications, he served as a personal therapist for Presidents Jaime Lucinchi, Rafael Caldera, and Hugo Chavez. He also established a psychiatric clinic called Clin Uesi in La Florida, Caracas. Ana shared with detectives the reasons she suspected Edmundo of killing her daughter, Roxana. She revealed that Roxana used to date him. She also mentioned that Roxana had been a patient of his, seeking help for postpartum depression. After Roxana was diagnosed with depression on October 2, 2007, the family decided to consult a trusted doctor, Edmundo. At that time, Roxana was already struggling with eating disorders. Roxana had long been concerned about her weight, and these thoughts became increasingly distressing for her. Ana said that during her first consultation with Dr. Edmundo, Roxana was diagnosed with schizophrenia, a decision her family felt was made too quickly. Nevertheless, they decided to follow Edmundo's advice when he suggested that Roxana try a method that would increase her sleep time. He believed that this method could solve her problem. The sleep therapy he proposed involved taking small doses of sedatives and sleeping pills over a period of time. When Roxana met Edmundo again for further consultation, he began asking her strange questions, including whether she had a boyfriend. She replied that she did, but this was not true. She had feelings for a young man named Mariana, who did not return her affection. Mariana was also her sister's classmate, and at that time, she only had a friendly relationship with him. Edmundo then inquired if she had been intimate with her boyfriend, to which she truthfully answered no, as she was still a virgin. During their first meeting, Edmundo attempted to get physically closer to Roxana, which felt inappropriate to others, however. She began to notice that his desire for physical closeness with her was becoming more apparent. After one of Roxana's consultations, she asked her mother to take her to the pharmacy to buy sanitary pads because she had unexpectedly started her period. Roxana's mother, Ana, was aware of her daughter's menstrual cycle and knew that this period was not due yet, although this was unusual. Ana remained calm. One day, while Roxana was in another sleep therapy session with Edmundo, Ana waited in the waiting room and met another mother named Luisa, who was also there for her daughter's sleep therapy. They exchanged phone numbers, and during their conversation, Luisa revealed that her daughter had also started her period right after a session. Both speculated that these occurrences might be side effects of the sedatives and psychotropic medications their daughters were taking. On October 15, 2007, Roxana had her last consultation with Dr. Edmundo near the end of the session. She woke up when the sleeping pills she had taken stopped being effective. The first thing she noticed was a bright light shining in her eyes. Then, she felt Edmundo touch her lips and kiss her. In a matter of moments, he removed her underwear and began to assault her. She was in shock and tried to escape. But he quickly stopped her, hugged her, and said that sedatives can sometimes cause hallucinations. When she left the clinic, Roxana went to meet her mother, Anna, and together, they walked to the shopping mall. There, they met her best friend Valentina, seizing the opportunity when her mother was not listening. She told Valentina about what had happened in the clinic. Valentina was so disturbed by Roxana's story that when Roxana went to the restroom, she spoke to Anna about her concerns. When Roxana returned, Anna immediately confronted her. Asking what had occurred at Edmundo's office, she recounted the events, though her memory was hazy due to the sedative. After hearing the details, Anna took Roxana to a gynecologist, and the doctor confirmed what Roxana had said. She had always been honest with her mother, so Anna believed that her daughter was not at fault. Roxana's horrifying revelation, coupled with a medical examination, shows that Edmundo took advantage of her. Anna considered suing Edmundo for violence against her daughter, Roxana, but later she felt worried about this decision. She doubted anyone would believe her because Edmundo was a famous and prestigious doctor with many connections in the political world. She worries about the consequences both she and her daughter will face if she files a complaint. After leaving the gynecology clinic, Anna takes Roxana back to Bay del Pasco for a psychological consultation with Dr. Abel. As they are concerned about her mental health, the girl was experiencing insomnia and nervous breakdowns, and she frequently expressed a desire to see Dr. Edmundo. Abel diagnosed with bipolar affective disorder and eating problems, which made her feel anxious and stressed. She underwent treatment with Abel until mid-December 2007, during which she showed significant improvement. As a result, Abel recommended that she return to Caracas to continue her studies. He also advised avoiding any meetings with Edmundo. Anna found a female psychiatrist, Audrey Rusin, at the Scarakis Treatment Center in Caracas now. Roxana could continue regular psychiatric consultations to maintain her mental health, which was a relief for Anna, however. As soon as Roxana returned to Caracas, she started an intimate relationship with Edmundo. This time, their interactions were not about consultations or treatment sessions. In her blog, she described their first encounter and mentioned that their relationship was without commitments. As Edmundo was much older than her, she also shared her feelings for him. However, she felt worried because in his eyes, she was just an object to satisfy his sexual desires. She became more and more emotionally dependent on him over time. Her family and friends realized that this relationship was still going on, and they tried everything to convince her to change her mind. They wanted to force her to break up, but she refused. Roxana trusted her mother and sister completely because they knew her very well. They noticed a sudden change in her mood. Initially, she hoped that Edmundo would develop feelings for her, but as time went on, her hopes faded. By May 2008, she was fed up because she no longer wanted to be the object for him to satisfy his sexual desires. She threatened him that if he did not change, she would make their relationship public. She also planned to gather evidence of his mistreatment of other patients. She warned him that if the incident was exposed, his career would be over, as no one would want to see him for medical treatment anymore. Edmundo understood Roxana better than ever. He was aware that she had once participated in a popular television program, giving her a platform to share her story with the media. Additionally, the TV channel that aired the program was owned by someone who had previously clashed with he, making the fallout even more serious. It became clear to he that if she went public, it could lead to a nationwide scandal. On July 12, 2008, around 2 p.m., Roxana met with Mariana, a young man she had previously loved. In the Chacao area, he was supposed to help her write a script. The meeting took place at a shopping mall around 6 p.m. However, the meeting was interrupted when Edmundo kept calling to harass Roxana. She felt forced to cancel her date with Mariana, saying she needed to see her best friend. Irma, however, Mariana, who knew Roxana well, quickly realized she was actually going to see Edmundo. In fact, Mariana. Roxana and her sister were all close friends and knew about her relationship with Edmundo. He had told her many times that he did not approve of the relationship, but his words had no effect. She often had to come up with excuses to hide from her friends and family whenever she went on a date with Edmundo because she did not want to be criticized. Ultimately, Mariana had no choice but to put her in a taxi, knowing she was indeed heading to meet Edmundo. Earlier that evening, she had planned to meet Irma, but she eventually texts Irma to say she's going to meet someone Irma also knows. Referring to Edmundo, Irma understood immediately. When Irma called, she around 7:40 p.m., but only received a brief answer. After that call, no one heard from Roxana again. When the police began investigating the case, Edmundo tried to defend himself and gave interviews about Roxana's disappearance. During the interview, he confirmed that she had come to the clinic that day, but had only stayed for a few minutes. On July 21, 2008, Edmundo was called to the prosecutor's office to testify as a witness, but failed to appear. Consequently, the detectives assigned to the case searched his belongings, starting with his office at the La Florida clinic. There, they discovered a triangular earring, which matched the one found on Roxana's body. They also found bloodstains in the office and collected samples for DNA analysis using luminol. Forensic experts found large bloodstains on the sofa, which appeared to have been meticulously cleaned. Along with hair, DNA testing confirmed that both the blood and hair belonged to Roxana. At that time, Edmundo lived in a penthouse in the Cebucan neighborhood of Caracas. However, it wasn't long before the police arrived at his residence. What they discovered among his personal belongings shocked them. They found 1.2 photographs of women, some naked, others in their underwear. Most of these photos were taken at his clinic, and the women appear to be under the influence of psychotropic drugs. Among the photographs were also images of Roxana. This evidence implicated Edmundo in Roxana's death. Despite this, he denied all accusations from the start. On August 1, 2008, Edmundo was arrested and charged with the attempted murder of Roxana. During the initial hearing, the court ordered that he remain under house arrest while the investigation continued. He was also prohibited from leaving the country, and his medical license was suspended. However, despite these bans, he continued to quietly provide psychological counseling services at home for 2 years. Until the trial began, it was not until the trial that he was permanently stripped of his medical license. Edmundo's trial officially began on March 16, 2010. The prosecution presented its case based on evidence gathered during the investigation. According to them, on July 12, 2008, Edmundo asked Roxana to come to his office. Shortly after 7:00 p.m., she went to his clinic in La Florida, where he struck her repeatedly in the head with a blunt object. An autopsy revealed that she had suffered at least 7 skull fractures. Additionally, the amount of drugs in her system far exceeded the recommended therapeutic dose. It was also discovered that she had been taking antidepressants during the trial. The prosecution has established that Roxana, due to her psychological condition, was emotionally unstable and easily manipulated. Edmundo, being medically trained, was fully aware of this and exploited his expertise to manipulate and intimidate her. 15 women testified during the trial, all alleging that Edmundo had subjected them to abuse during sleep therapy sessions. The court verified their claims. Edmundo's defense team argued that Roxana's visit to his office that day was very brief, suggesting he had no involvement in her murder. They attempted to shift the blame to someone else, asserting that he had no connection to the crime. However, despite these efforts to distort the facts, the evidence presented to the court was overwhelming. In September 2010, the court sentenced Edmundo Chirinos to 20 years in prison to be served in the state of Miranda. At that time, The maximum sentence for similar cases was 30 years while in prison. Edmundo underwent surgery in the intensive care unit. Afterward, it was claimed that he could neither speak nor walk and began using a wheelchair less than 2 years later. In March 2012, he was released from prison to serve the rest of his sentence at home. This news spread across various media outlets, and what drew attention was that, upon his release, he was speaking perfectly normally. This sparked public outrage. As many saw it as an injustice, it appeared that arrangements had been made to allow him to return home. It became evident that the surgery had not resulted in the severe complications that were initially reported, leading to speculation about the true reasons for his release. On August 24, 2013, Edmundo passed away at his home from natural causes. The story of Roxana and Edmundo remains etched in the minds of many Venezuelans and is considered one of the most shocking cases in the country's history. The case of Nohema Graber. Nohema Graber was born in Mexico. From a young age, she found joy in traveling. Immediately after graduating from high school, she began working as a flight attendant for a local airline. Nohema was one of the first Mexican women to learn to fly passenger planes in the 197s. At that time, it was not common for women to become pilots, but Nohema was determined to pursue her goal. She paid for her own flying lessons with the money she earned as a flight attendant. In this way, she paved the way for many other Mexican women in the aviation industry, proving that it was indeed possible. This achievement was groundbreaking for her time. Nohema met her future husband Paul at a party where they both expressed their love for each other. However, circumstances forced them apart. Paul had to return to his hometown in the United States. 11 years later, while traveling through Mexico, he reached out to Nohema and asked to meet. She agreed, and after their date, they realized they couldn't live without each other. They started seeing each other more often and communicated regularly by phone. Their relationship progressed towards marriage, and in 1986, they got married in Nohema's homeland when she was 33 years old. During this time, she worked as a flight attendant, pilot, and business consultant in Mexico City. The couple lived happily ever after. Their first child, Christian, was born in 1991, followed by his younger brother Jareth a year later. However, they found Mexico to be an unsafe place to raise children due to widespread crime and unrest, especially in their high-crime neighborhood. As a result, they decided to move to a safer place for their children. In 1992, the Nohema family moved to the small, friendly town of Fairfield, Iowa, USA. The town was a typical American suburb with a low crime rate and a tight-knit community, home to less than 10,000 residents at the time. It was also Paul's hometown. Nohema was a homemaker, while her husband had a good job to support the family. Soon after, the Nohemas welcomed a daughter. For many years, the Nohema family was respected in the community and was known as friendly, humble, and decent people. Nohema was very active and enjoyed hiking in nature. This lifestyle continued until her children grew up and had their own families. Then, conflicts began to arise between Nohema and Paul, which eventually led to divorce. Despite the divorce, both parents maintained a strong relationship with their children. They also kept in touch with each other, calling and talking regularly, and occasionally having dinner together. Paul was a devoted father, actively involved in his children's education. He spent time with them and supported their education. This support continued even after his children were grown. At that time, Nohema, who was in her 50s and finding single life uninteresting, decided to pursue her childhood dream of becoming a teacher. She earned a degree in English and a teaching certificate from the University of Iowa in nearby Mount Pleasant. In early 2012, Nohima began teaching at Fairfield High School, where she quickly became popular among students and staff. The students showed her a lot of affection, which set her apart from other teachers. She also taught Spanish part-time. On November 2, 2021, Nohima did not return home after work. She lived alone, so no one knew what happened to Nohima. It was not until the next morning that the staff at her school noticed that Nohima had not come to work. Her colleagues tried to contact her by phone and through social media, but they received no response. Worried, they contacted her ex-husband, Paul. He was worried because he knew Nohima was a responsible person and would never skip work without informing anyone. Feeling worried, he decided to check on her and drove to her house. No one answered his knock, so Paul began looking through the windows but saw no signs of anything unusual inside. He became concerned that Nohima might have had a medical emergency. He then called the police for assistance. The officers took Paul's statement and went to the house. When they opened the door, the inside was empty and nothing unusual was found. The police quickly questioned those close to Nohima and learned that Nohima was last seen leaving school. She got into her car and drove away. Nohima often went for a walk in the park to enjoy nature after a day's work. The police tracked her phone and confirmed her daily routine. After work that day, she went for a walk in the park. Police requested surveillance camera footage from the park and began an investigation. A family member provided valuable information about Nohima's daily walking route. During the investigation at Chautauqua Park, police discovered Nohima's body. The criminals had attempted to conceal it by covering it with a tarp and placing old iron bars over it. Forensic experts searched the scene for clues that could lead to a suspect, but unfortunately, they found none. The discovery of Nohima's body left locals terrified, worried that a dangerous man was on the loose. To increase security, public patrols were set up in the park. Police carefully examined the crime scene, suspecting that the killer might have returned. Meanwhile, an autopsy was underway. The forensic expert determined that Nohima had died from blunt force trauma to the head, indicating she had been brutally beaten, likely with a bat. It was hard to fathom who could commit such a horrific act against this kind and gentle woman. Those who knew her insisted that she had no enemies or anyone who would wish her harm. A school student suddenly contacted the police with information about two teenagers. The informant revealed that these teenagers were her classmates who had boasted about a murder on social media. The suspects were identified as 16-year-olds Willard Miller and Jeremy Goodale. Even though their social media accounts had been deleted, the police managed to review their profiles, which raised several concerns. Police began interviewing students in Nohima's class, and multiple witnesses reported that on the day of her disappearance, she had argued with Willard. He claimed that she had unfairly given him low grades, which affected his overall grades. Willard initially asked Nohima to raise his grade. However, she believed that with more effort, he could have achieved better results on his own. Therefore, she refused his request. Students said Willard had never shown any signs of violence. He had never shown cruelty in the past, and no one could imagine him capable of committing this crime. He came from a respectable family, but according to some classmates, he had a grudge against his teacher, Nohima. The Willard stated that he had never received bad grades before joining Nohima's class and attributed his drop in academic performance to the teacher's perceived bias. However, other students disagreed, believing the teacher was fair and graded all students appropriately. Following this information, the officers decided to visit the Willard's home for further discussion. When the police arrived at Willard's home, he remained calm and confident throughout the conversation. However, when the conversation turned to the murder, he became angry and spoke disrespectfully about Nohima. Willard initially claimed that the teacher had intentionally given him a low grade and that he had no idea that her body had been discovered. He thought she had just been reported missing and was the subject of a search. However, when the police confronted him and revealed that Nohima had been murdered and her body had been found, all the evidence pointed to his involvement. Under pressure, Willard quickly admitted that he had been present at the attack on Nohima. He claimed that other masked men had attacked Nohima with baseball bats and that he had been forced to watch. They then forced him to load her body onto a cart in the park and take it near the cultural heritage site. Willard denied any role in the crime. At the same time, police were searching for Nohima's car, which was missing from both the school parking lot and the park. When questioned, Willard again spoke of the mysterious masked attackers. He said that after the attack, they forced him to drive Nohima's car and left him in a secluded area. However, Willard could not clarify who the masked individuals were, what their motive was for killing the teacher, or how they arrived at the crime scene. His testimony did not convince the police. Police also arrested Willard's friend, 16-year-old Jeremy. Jeremy gave a similar account and denied any involvement in the murder. During the investigation, they discovered a disturbing notebook belonging to Jeremy. After examining its contents, police determined that in the months leading up to the tragic incident, the two boys had been following Nohima and recording her actions. They recorded details such as what time she left school, how long she stayed in the parking lot, where she went, and other specifics. These notes revealed a significant part of her daily routine. She would go to the park alone after work, taking the same route every day. On November 2, Nohima went to the park as usual and was attacked by Willard and Jeremy. They struck Nohima several times in the head, causing her to fall and become unconscious. Willard and Jeremy then dragged her off the park trail, where they continued to beat Nohima until she died. They then covered Nohima's body with leaves and branches before going to Willard's house to get a garden cart. Along the way, they picked up some wooden planks to help hide the body. They returned to the scene, immobilized the body, and covered it with a tarp in the hopes that it would never be found. Around 4:00 p.m., witnesses saw Nohima's car parked near her home. Several people confirmed seeing two teenagers inside the car. Unfortunately, none of the witnesses were able to positively identify the suspect because they could not clearly see the occupants of the car. The car was only there for a few minutes before driving away. A friend of Jeremy's provided additional information. On the day of Nohima's disappearance, Willard and Jeremy had called their friend around 7:00 p.m. after leaving Nohima's car and asked him to pick them up on Glasgow Road. The young man met Willard and Jeremy there. He noticed that they seemed disheveled and nervous. Neither of them spoke during the entire ride home. The only thing he heard from them was that their car was stuck somewhere. He suspected that they were involved in something serious. He then drove Willard and Jeremy home and said goodbye. After gathering all the information, the police returned to Jeremy's home with a search warrant. The officers found bloody towels, blood-stained clothing, and hair that did not belong to Jeremy. They also recovered 2 bloody baseball bats from the home. Forensic analysis confirmed that the blood belonged to Nohima. More evidence quickly emerged. During interviews, several students admitted to seeing messages from Jeremy on messaging apps. In these messages, he detailed how he and a friend killed their homeroom teacher, Nohima. Jeremy explained that he was motivated by the belief that Nohima had unfairly graded their work. He went on to describe the baseball bat murder, how they transported the body, and the theft of their car, which they then abandoned. The police examined the phones of Jeremy and Willard and discovered that the two communicated with each other about the murder. Their messages included details about the motive, the planning process, the location of the Nohima's body, where her car was parked, and how they disposed of the evidence. It is clear that the murder was premeditated, not a spontaneous act. Willard and Jeremy tracked Nohima's movements, and on November 2, the day she left work and went to the park, Jeremy and Willard were there waiting for her. They had studied her schedule and knew she would be alone. Police found an abandoned car belonging to Nohima along the route they checked. Surveillance footage showed that on November 16, the car arrived at the park, the Nohima got out, and 42 minutes later, Jeremy and Willard approached the car and drove away. They were wearing the same clothes found at their home, which had blood on them. On the same day, Willard and Jeremy were arrested and charged with first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit a felony. There were aggravating factors, including intentional obstruction of justice and destruction of evidence. It is important to note that for this heinous crime, Willard and Jeremy were tried as adults. Although the defense requested that they be treated as juveniles, this request was denied. If convicted as adults, they would face life in prison with the possibility of parole due to their age. Initially, Willard and Jeremy wanted to be tried together, but Jeremy's attorney argued that Jeremy was not the instigator of the crime. He was named as an accomplice. Therefore, a separate trial was requested for him. Jeremy's attorney claimed that Willard was the mastermind behind the murder of Nohima. This led to a lengthy legal battle in which Willard and Jeremy attempted to blame each other for the crime. Therefore, it was decided to hold separate trials for the teenagers. The attorneys were successful in moving the trial to a different city to avoid potential bias. Jeremy's defense attorney claimed that he was an innocent young man who was negatively influenced by Willard. However, this argument has been dismissed when it was revealed that Jeremy had bragged about the murder in a text message the day after it occurred, describing his actions and showing no remorse. Jeremy was clearly an active participant in the crime. The lawyer argued that Jeremy was questioned without any adults present, which led him to give up his Miranda rights. These rights inform suspects of their right to remain silent and to have an attorney present during questioning. However, there was no evidence of coercion. Jeremy appeared relaxed during the interrogation and was even offered donuts and coffee. The pressure and intimidation that the lawyer mentioned did not happen during his time with the police. The trial for Jeremy was set for December 5, 2021, while Willard's trial was scheduled for August 21, 2022. On November 2, a hearing took place to confirm the trial schedule, and Jeremy successfully postponed his trial. The defense team was busy preparing the case materials, and the Supreme Court was also involved. Willard's defense team requested a thorough investigation into the actions of police agencies. This investigation included reviewing police procedures and looking for any violations or inconsistencies. The defense claimed that the police had lied to obtain a search warrant. If they proved this, the lawyers could eliminate certain key pieces of evidence from the trial, preventing them from being presented to the jury during the upcoming hearings. The defense actually managed to block some of the data that the police found on the phone and computer. Attorneys tried to exclude any social media conversations and text messages that contained confessions about the murders. They claimed that Willard and Jeremy may have made up these stories or claimed responsibility for the crimes to gain attention from their peers. However, the defense's efforts were unsuccessful. During the trial, Willard's mother came to court to defend her son. She explained that when police approached her son on November 4, 2021, at approximately 5:30 p.m., they did not inform her of his possible involvement in the murder. She thought he was being questioned like any other student in Nohima's class, simply as a witness. Had she known that the police considered Willard a suspect, she would have made sure he had legal representation. She said the police visit took her by surprise. When she took Willard to the police station, she was in a hurry and accidentally took the wrong glasses. As a result, when she was asked to sign some papers there, she could not read what was on them. She told the police about her situation and refused to sign. The police assured her that it was just a formality to request permission to interrogate her son, so she signed without thinking. Now, she complained that she felt cheated. After all that had happened, she was not allowed to see her son because he had been arrested on suspicion of murdering Nohima. This situation made her extremely angry with the police's actions. Willard's mother contacted a friend who was a police officer and learned that her son, as a minor, should not be questioned without a lawyer. This information led her to suspect that both she and Willard were being tricked into expediting the case. She believed that Willard's statements were false confessions, coerced by the officers who had left him alone. This violated proper investigative procedures. The mother returned to the police station at approximately 7:30 a.m. and asked the senior inspector to stop speaking to her son, exercising Willard's legal right to do so. The police agreed to her request. However, official reports indicate that the questioning lasted a long time and did not end until 9:30 a.m. The prosecutor's office maintained that they did nothing wrong, explaining that state law allows for the questioning of minors if there is suspicion of their involvement in a crime, especially in serious cases. The police involved in the investigation denied the mother's allegations, claiming that they had clearly communicated the purpose of their visit and search, and that Willard had voluntarily consented to being questioned. However, the mother maintained that she would never have allowed Willard to be questioned without her presence and without an attorney. The prosecution said they had substantial and near certainty evidence of Willard and Jeremy's guilt, which is why they proceeded confidently and transparently. Their actions were in compliance with state law. In Iowa, police can question minors without their parents present because the parents are likely suspects in the crime. However, if the parents are present, they have the right to request that the questioning stop or have an attorney present. The jury considered statements from Willard's parents and scheduled the trial for March 20, 2023. The defense then attempted to delay the trial again. The attorney argued that his schedule was too tight and asked that the case be postponed until later in the year. This delay was seen as disrespectful to the families of the Nohima who were seeking justice. It is unacceptable to them to assume that lawyers are too busy to adjourn the trial. Therefore, this excuse was not considered and the trial proceeded without further delay. The judge therefore set Willard's trial date for March 20, 2023. Jeremy is scheduled to appear in court on May 15, 2023. During this time, Nohima's social media page became a memorial page, with many students writing letters in honor of Nohima. The trial found that Willard was the one who delivered the first blow, which was not fatal. However, he then struck Nohima in the head several times, which resulted in his death. Realizing the severity of his actions, Willard apologized to Nohima's family and confessed to the crime. He was ultimately convicted of first-degree murder and attempted murder. In July 2023, Willard Miller was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole. Jeremy Goodale was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. This tragedy resulted in the death not only of Nohima, but also of her ex-husband. Paul had been battling cancer, but after hearing the news of Nohima's death, he fell into a deep depression and stopped seeking treatment. Without medication, Paul could not control his disease and soon passed away. The case of Sandra Garner. Sandra and John met in the 1990s in the small town of Paris, Texas, which has a population of around 20,000. They worked together at a packaging company and quickly formed a close relationship, which developed into a romantic relationship. Sandra is 13 years older than John and has been through a divorce. She has 2 children from that marriage, Wes and Andrea. Although they appeared happy, their relationship faced many difficulties from the beginning. After dating for 2 years, they decided to get married. John became stepfather to Sandra's children, Wes and Andrea, and is also a husband who deeply loves his wife. They were married on January 1, 2000, in Las Vegas. John appears to be a friendly and sociable person, well liked by most people. However, those who knew him closely were aware of his struggles with alcohol. When he drank, he sometimes lost control and became aggressive. Additionally, he dealt with mental health issues and was on antidepressants. John worked as the HR manager, responsible for hiring and firing employees. He especially enjoys firing people, which leads many to think that he enjoys the power he has over others. Overall, John was a caring person who loved his family. After the wedding, his life seemed to get better, thanks to the sincere love between him and his wife, Sandra. They felt very compatible and quickly got along with their children, especially little Wes. However, Andrea did not like John, her stepfather. This is a normal psychological reaction of most children when they do not want to accept their parents' new partner, and it usually requires time to adapt. In 2014, Sandra started experiencing health issues and was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, which greatly complicated her daily life. This has changed their family life a lot. John had to do the housework and take care of Sandra. During this time, she tried to work remotely to help out financially. He willingly supported her, helping her with daily tasks and providing emotional support. As a result, Andrea witnessed the love between her parents and began to empathize with John. The relationship between Andrea and John improved. She started helping John with more housework and taking care of Sandra. This brought their family closer. Unfortunately, Sandra's health continued to decline. She faced ongoing struggles with her illness, impacting both her physical and emotional well-being. The medication she took provided only partial relief, alleviating some symptoms, but leaving her feeling emotionally suppressed. At times, she found herself searching online for ways to end her life, feeling overwhelmed by depression. During those times, she confided in John about her thoughts and expressed her worries about being a burden to him. John reassured her, saying that if she were to die, he would not want to continue living either. This conversation made Sandra realize that she could not leave her children without a parent. In that moment, John became her reason for living. As Sandra's health deteriorated, she decided to leave her job because she was unable to work, either in the office or from home. This meant that John was the only one earning money to support the family, causing further financial hardship. Even so, John showed no signs that he was stressed. He always supported his wife and children, was always by their side, and tried his best to help. In 2016, the family moved to a small town called Mai Sang, about 50 kilometers south of Taoist in Alice County. With a population of less than 1,000, Mai Sang is a friendly and cozy community. They loved it so much that they decided to buy a house there. John and Sandra have good relationships with both families. This was proven when John's relatives moved into a new house right across from theirs. They frequently organized joint events and celebrated holidays together. The backyard of John and Sandra's house became a gathering place for everyone. By this time, their children, Wes and Andrea, had moved out and were living independently. Sandra continued to battle her illness, but the family seemed to be doing fine, at least until 2018. On January 1st, they were set to celebrate their 18th wedding anniversary. They planned to have dinner at a restaurant and invited Sandra's son, Wes, to join them, while Andrea was away on a trip and could not attend. Wes arrived for the celebration and left around 7 p.m. Typically, Sandra and John went to bed early, around 9 or 10 o'clock, and that night was no exception. However, A terrible tragedy struck later that night. At around 1 o'clock in the morning, the 911 operator received a call from Sandra. She said she needed help and asked for both the police and an ambulance, as her husband John had been attacked. According to her, an intruder had entered their home, attacked her husband, and then forced her into the bathroom. There, the assailant ordered her to count to 100, threatening to kill her if she did not obey. She complied with his demands. Sandra told the dispatcher that her husband John was wheezing and likely still alive, and she requested help. The dispatcher provided instructions for performing artificial respiration, and she followed. Fishers were dispatched immediately, but it took them about 15 minutes to arrive. When they entered the house, they heard Sandra calling for help from the bedroom. There, on the floor, lay her husband, whom she had pulled from the bed to administer artificial respiration. One of the officers checked John's body. He was still warm, but showed no signs of life. It seemed he was still alive when Sandra called asking for help. Unfortunately, John did not survive until the authorities arrived. The medical team confirmed that he was dead. The officers then suspected that the attacker might still be in the house, so they conducted a thorough search but found no one else present. The killer had already escaped. Meanwhile, Sandra was in shock and began to have a hysterical reaction to the situation. As a result, she was unable to communicate with the police initially and required assistance. Medical personnel had to help calm her down, while detectives and forensic experts arrived to carefully examine the crime scene and collect evidence. Around 2 a.m., Sandra regained consciousness and was taken to the police station for questioning. The police checked to see if her hands were stained with gunpowder and determined whether she was the person who attacked John or not. Forensic experts photographed the crime scene, collected the clothes she wore before the police arrived, and interviewed an important witness who could describe the attacker. The police hoped she could provide useful information to the detectives. However, her illness made it hard for her to focus. Even so, she made an effort to assist with the investigation. Sandra explained that she and John had gone to bed together before the attack occurred. Everything happened so quickly that she didn't fully comprehend what was happening or see the attacker clearly. She was overwhelmed with fear. She recalled being awakened by a gunshot around 12:45 a.m., followed by a second shot. In the bedroom, she saw a man with a flashlight and a gun jump from the bed to the floor. She hid and screamed, hoping someone would hear her and come to help. The intruder was wearing a blue sweatshirt and jeans, a mask, and was much taller than she was. Sandra pleaded with her attacker not to kill her. He responded that he was there to take revenge on John and meant her no harm. He explained that he had been working hard at the company where John worked, but he was fired several years ago, which led to him losing his home and ruining his life. This grudge against John was the reason for his actions. Then demanded to see the safe. Sandra led him to the closet, where the reflections from the metal door allowed her to get a better look at him. She tried to get a better look at him, but he threatened to kill her if she did so. Fearful, she turned away and stopped trying to look at him. Then, he opened the safe and handed over the money, which she estimated to be around $18,000. She couldn't provide an exact figure since it had been a long time since she last counted it, but she was confident that it was $18,000. The police had no way to verify this, so they had to take her word. After taking the money, the attacker ordered her to go to the bathroom and count to 100. The interrogation lasted several hours, after which the police allowed Sandra to return home. By then, her family had gathered to support her during this difficult time. She needed them now, more than ever. She was deeply saddened by what had happened. However, some family members doubted her sincerity. Many people noticed her strange behavior immediately after she spoke to the police. She returned to her house, even though the attacker might return, as if she was not worried about the incident. In fact, Sandra seemed to be hoping the man would come back so she could attack him. Meanwhile, her family arrived at her son Wes's house and informed him that John had been killed. He was shocked and immediately went to the police station to report the incident. What was strange was that he did this before going to visit his mother. He did not even call her to ask about the situation. Later, the police understood Wes's actions. He had something important to share with them. From the very first sentence, he confirmed to the police that he believed the murder was committed by his own mother, Sandra. However, he felt very embarrassed to say this because it was difficult to give testimony against the closest relative. He was skeptical that an intruder could have entered their home unnoticed, even though his parents had 2 dogs. These dogs should have barked to warn of danger. His statements puzzled the police. During the initial interrogation, Sandra's testimony was so clear and convincing that the police had no doubts about her. However, Wes maintained that his mother could have killed John, prompting the police to consider this possibility. Police thoroughly searched the entire crime scene, including the main house and several outbuildings like a garage and a barn. In the garage, they discovered Sandra's Ford Mustang. They were looking for her self-defense pistol, which Wes mentioned was usually kept in her purse, but is sometimes hidden under the seat of the vehicle. Unfortunately, they could not locate the weapon. In the house, police discovered a total of 49 pistols and 10 rifles. All of these weapons belonged to John, a gun enthusiast who did not know how to store them safely. These weapons are kept all over the house, suggesting that John wanted a gun to be ready for use in emergency situations. This indicated that he might have feared an attack from enemies. However, one notable weapon was missing from his collection, a Taurus 38 revolver registered to Sandra. It is possible that the revolver was lost, stolen, or misplaced. Additionally, a small amount of gunpowder residue was found on her hand, which could have come from accidental circumstances, such as being near her husband, John, when he was killed. Besides, during cardiopulmonary resuscitation, Sandra touched her husband. The amount of gunpowder residue on her hands was minimal, suggesting she might have come into contact with it after the murder. Initially, she may have had more gunpowder traces, but they may have been deleted during the move. Although this evidence was circumstantial, it was quite suspicious, leading to her becoming a suspect in her husband's murder. During the investigation, police decided to examine Sandra and John's tablets and mobile phones. These devices were confiscated to analyze their messages and internet searches. Investigators discovered that Sandra was conducting very suspicious searches, including searching for fentanyl and other powerful drugs. Even more troubling, shortly before John's death, she had searched for methods to kill someone and ways to conceal a crime. However, these searches are not enough to definitely confirm her malicious intentions, as they are mixed with normal searches. Still, they raise suspicion. On January 4, 2018, police investigated the possibility that Sandra was involved in John's murder. The only issue was that they had yet to locate her gun. Officers consulted her son, Wes. He suggested that if he were searching for the gun, he would check his mother's car. Consequently, police decided to conduct a more thorough search of the car and garage. When the detectives arrived at Sandra's house, they found that the garage was locked. They asked Wes to open the door for them, and he went to see his mother. He had asked her to give him a spare key so the police could get into the garage. However, she was visibly terrified. She insisted that she would not let the officers in, demanding that they leave immediately. All those who witnessed this gesture were shocked. Her reaction left them feeling strange. Previously, she had communicated openly with the police and was willing to help in the investigation. However, on that day, she had a very strong reaction. Initially, Sandra expressed disappointment with her relatives because they suspected her of guilt. Afterward, she left the house and went to her garage in an attempt to stop the officers from searching. However, her efforts were in vain. The police informed her that they would conduct a search, even if she did not want it. If she refused to provide the key, they would break down the door, since they had a warrant. Consequently, she had no choice but to comply and unlock the garage. When they got in, they immediately checked under the driver's seat of the Mustang. There they found a grocery bag containing a paper towel that wrapped a rusty .38 caliber revolver. This suggests that during the initial search, the weapon was hidden elsewhere, and she later returned it to its usual location. This is absolutely certain because the police team that conducted the previous search was present at the scene again. Sandra was likely very nervous and reluctant to let the police into the garage. The investigators questioned Wes again, and he claimed to have seen Sandra put the murder weapon in her car after the police had left. However, she denied this accusation. It was puzzling because she had no motive to kill her beloved husband, who had always cared for her. The detectives decided to question Sandra again, not just as a witness, but as a suspect in her husband's brutal murder. They made it clear they suspected her of the crime. They pressured her, accusing her of lying and trying to obstruct the investigation. Although she was visibly upset and denied any involvement in the crime, her emotional response seemed sincere. She confirmed that there were no weapons hidden in her car. She was emotional at the time and could not provide any further information. Experts analyzed the flight path of the bullet from the gun used in the case. They determined that the shots were fired from the revolver found in the car, and the bullets collected matched this weapon. However, no fingerprints or DNA from Sandra were found on the revolver, indicating that it could have been used by anyone. Despite this, she could still be arrested and charged, but it would take more evidence to build a full case. The police went to arrest Sandra at her home, but she was not there, so they waited for her to return. When she drove up in her car, she was surprised to find herself immediately arrested. John's family watched from the windows of a nearby house. As the police handcuffed the family members of John erupted in applause. They feel grateful that justice was finally served and believe that she was the one who shot John. Sandra was taken into custody and her bail was set at $2 million, an amount she could not afford. As a result, she remained in prison for a long time. On March 21, 2018, Sandra Garner was officially charged with the murder of her husband, John. She spent a year and a half in prison, which took a severe toll on her health. When she appeared in court in September 2019 in Waxahachie, Texas, she looked very unwell. It seemed that the situation had drained her of her remaining energy. She appeared physically worn out and emotionally exhausted. From the outset, the prosecutor's office believed they had strong reasons and sufficient evidence to convict her. However, as the prosecution's case progressed, it became increasingly clear that Sandra might avoid punishment, as the evidence against her was largely circumstantial. One of the key witnesses in this case is Sandra's son, Wes. He actively sought to push the investigation forward, even implicating his own mother. Wes confidently claimed that the weapon should be in the car, despite the fact that investigators found it was not there previously. Typically, someone who shares such detailed information about a crime raises suspicions of their involvement. This led many to wonder, did Wes want John, his stepfather, dead? Did he orchestrate the incident to have Sandra, his sick mother, arrested instead of facing consequences himself? When investigators looked closely at Wes, they discovered several troubling issues. He was able to kill John because he had access to the entire house and knew where the gun was hidden. Investigators discovered that the suspicious online searches only occurred on nights when Wes visited his parents, John and Sandra, after they had gone to bed. Tablet searches can be traced back to Wes in the first place. He seemed determined to make his mother, Sandra, pay for this crime, and even implied that she had a weapon. Wes's alibi was highly questionable. He claimed that he was at home watching videos on his laptop at the time of the crime, but no one could verify this. He lived alone. And during the initial investigation, the police overlooked a crucial detail. His laptop was set to a different time zone. Additionally, Wes can set the video to play continuously while he is absent, meaning he had no real alibi. Furthermore, John had a motive, as he was named in John's will, and might have wanted to access his inheritance quickly. In contrast, Sandra had no reason to want John dead. John was a significant part of her life and had cared for her during her illness for many years. He is the only one who earns money to support the family, and they live in harmony and attached together. During the trial, it was highlighted that the police had failed to act professionally. It took them 15 minutes to get to the crime scene. The police who conducted the investigation that night were inexperienced, as they had never been involved in a criminal investigation before. This led to some serious mistakes. In addition, the police needed to use special bags to preserve traces of gunpowder on Sandra's hands, but they did not do so. Photos taken at the crime scene on a police officer's mobile phone were later accidentally deleted and could not be recovered. The officers also did not conduct thorough interrogations of former employees at John's workplace, although Sandra said that the killer was fired from John's company, and from then on, he developed hatred towards John. The police only conducted interviews with a few witnesses, and they prioritized questioning John's family. Consequently, the prosecutor had to address the defense's claims about the police's lack of competence. There have been numerous investigations into police misconduct, and those found to be at fault were disciplined. The prosecutor needed to clarify why the police did not collect fingerprints from the door handle of the Mustang where the revolver was discovered. Forensic experts might have found a fingerprint belonging to another suspect, the person who hid the weapon. If that person was really Wes, he could have entered the house without making the dog bark, because they recognized him. However, there were uncertainties. Sandra cannot recognize her son Wes's eyes or voice. She said she felt very scared at the time, and due to her illness, it was difficult for her to concentrate. As a result, she overlooked many details and did not fully understand who she was speaking to, and Wes could have altered his voice during their conversation. During the trial, Sandra asserted that her son, Wes, was responsible for the murder of her husband, John. She noted that all evidence pointed to Wes, and he even hid her gun and tried to arrange everything to blame her. Recently, she had observed his suspicious behavior and noted that he had become distant from John, with whom they had previously been friendly. To verify her claims, a cross-examination was conducted. This process can help prove innocence, but it carries risks. Even small mistakes in her answers can sway the jury against them. She has difficulty during this interrogation process, providing inconsistent answers and leaving many gaps in her story. She believes the cause was confusion and health issues, which may have left the jury unconvinced. The prosecution presented over 400 pieces of evidence and interviewed 25 witnesses, leading them to believe that Sandra would be found guilty of her husband's murder, John. However, when it was the defense's turn, they successfully refuted the prosecution's arguments and pointed out the negligence in the investigation process. They point out that initially, Wes was not considered a suspect. There was no testing for gunpowder residue on his hands, no polygraph examination, and no thorough investigation of his alibi. When the jury began deliberating, many thought it would be a long one. However, they returned a verdict after just a few hours. In the late afternoon, when the court announced the verdict, all of Sandra's family gathered in the courtroom to hear the decision. The jury found her innocent, bringing her immense relief. Overcome with emotion, she cried and embraced her lawyers. After serving 21 months in prison, she was finally free to go home. However, this news upset her son, Wes, and John's family. They believed that she was responsible for John's death and expected her to be sentenced to prison. The relationship between John's family and Sandra's family became strained, and this eventually forced his family to move away. Now, Sandra believes that Wes was the one who killed John. Sandra's relationship with her son, Wes, has deteriorated greatly. After the trial, they completely stopped communicating. Sandra's daughter, Andrea, continues to support she and believes in her innocence. The police have not closed the case, and for a while, they focused on Wes as the main suspect in the murder. However, valuable time has been lost. Many clues were lost, and many things were not done in time. As a result, it is now nearly impossible to definitively prove anyone's guilt. Evidence related to this case has been stored for years, and no one has taken the initiative to investigate further. The case of Denise Amber Lee. Nathan and Denise's family lives in the SRO Soda District, located near the west coast of Florida. They started dating in their senior year of high school. Nathan is a talented athlete. He is very funny and often makes people laugh. Denise, on the other hand, is very calm. She is known for being smart and kind. On their first Valentine's Day together, Nathan gave Denise a heart-shaped ring. Soon after, the couple got married and settled in a quiet area in Latura Venue, where they rented a house. By 2008, the couple had 2 children, Noah, 2 years old, and Adam, 6 months old. Nathan worked 3 jobs to provide for the family, while Denise focused on running the household. She loved her children and her husband very much. Although the economy was difficult at times, the couple was still happy together. Thursday, January 17, 2008, Nathan left for work early that morning. Around 11:00 a.m., during his break, he called his wife and they talked for about 5 minutes while Noah was cutting his hair on the back porch. They talked about the nice weather, and Nathan asked Denise to open the windows to let in some fresh air. She told him that she had already done so. Everything was normal, and there were no problems. After hanging up, Nathan went back to work and finished his shift at 3:00 p.m. He then called Denise back to let her know that he was on his way home, but there was no answer. During the drive home, he tried to call her 8 more times. When Nathan got home, he found all the windows closed. Denise was not home. He found her keys and phone on the living room sofa. Like most people, Denise would never leave the house without those items, especially when there were small children home alone. Nathan found the 2 boys lying side by side in their upstairs crib. There was no sign of forced entry or struggle, and since the children were too young to understand what had happened, he sensed something was wrong. At 3:29 p.m., Nathan called the police and reported the situation. He told them he was in Northport at the Latura Venue and had just returned from work. He realized his wife was missing and he couldn't find her. The children were with him, but he had no information on where she might be, despite a thorough search of the house. Soon after, the police arrived at Nathan's house. The officers began knocking on neighbors' doors to see if anyone had noticed anything unusual. To everyone's surprise, a valuable lead emerged. Around 2:00 p.m., Jennifer Eckhart, a neighbor, was watching television when she saw a dark green Chevrolet slowly driving down the street. The car drove around the front of her house about 5 times. The car stood out because of its distinctive black front liner, which was added to protect it from minor damage. The neighbor sensed something was wrong and stepped into the front yard just as the car pulled into Nathan and Denise's driveway. Jennifer stared at the driver, thinking he was just looking for a house and had finally found it. Feeling reassured, she went back inside to watch TV. However, after about 10 minutes, she stepped outside again just as the car drove away. Although she did not catch a glimpse of the passenger, she carefully observed the driver's face and later gave the police a brief description of him. After calling 911, Nathan reached out to Rick Goform, a police officer in nearby Charlotte County. Within 30 minutes, Rick organized a large search for Denise, involving officers, search dogs, patrol units, and even a helicopter. The Northport area was put on alert. Denise was declared missing, and posters were distributed to raise awareness of her disappearance. Local police were instructed to closely monitor a dark green Chevrolet and its driver, described as a chubby white man in his 30s. More than 2 hours passed without any sign of Denise or any other clues to aid the search. At 6:14 p.m., police received a call from Denise. She said she was in a car that was being taken somewhere. She informed police that she did not know the kidnapper, gave her full name, and mentioned the street where she lived. The police attempted to trace the call. Unfortunately, since the call was made from an old phone without GPS, they were unable to pinpoint the exact location. However, they were able to identify the registrant of the number as Michael Lee King, a 36-year-old man. Michael was recently divorced and was raising his 12-year-old son on his own. It is important to note that he has a low IQ of around 76, which makes him mentally retarded. He was in a childhood accident when he was 6 years old. He suffered a serious brain injury while skiing. Despite these challenges, Michael has lived a normal life and has never had any legal problems. Denise gave her name and home address in the call to the police, and the police immediately forwarded this information. The recording of the call was passed on to Denise's father, who recognized his daughter's voice, confirming that she was in danger. It was clearly Michael who had kidnapped Denise. During the call, Michael mentioned his cousin, Harold. Suddenly, after Denise's call ended at 18:23, the police received another call from Harold's 17-year-old daughter, Sabrina. Sabrina said that her uncle Michael stopped by to visit her father, and a woman jumped out of his car. Michael pushed her in. Then he borrowed a shovel and a can of gasoline from Harold. At around 6:00 p.m., Michael did indeed show up at his cousin Harold's house. He parked his car on the side of the road. He asked for gas, a flashlight, and a shovel. He explained that the lawnmower had gotten stuck in the mud in front of his house. As Harold was handing him some things, they heard a woman screaming in distress from the car. Harold asked Michael what was going on, but Michael dismissed it, saying that Harold didn't need to worry. Michael then got into the driver's seat and drove away quickly. Initially, Harold thought that he might have just witnessed a family argument between Michael and his new girlfriend. However, he couldn't shake the uneasy feeling about the situation. To avoid making a mistake, Harold decided to go home first to see if Michael was okay. When he arrived, Michael wasn't there, and he wasn't in the front yard either. Meanwhile, their daughter, Sabrina, was worried about the uncut lawn, which prompted her to call the police. Police became concerned when they learned about the items Michael had taken from Harold, prompting them to intensify their search. At 6:30 p.m., just 7 minutes after Sabrina's call, 911 operator received another call from Jane Kowalski, who was driving south on the freeway. She noticed something disturbing. She reported that while stopped at a red light on Chamberlain Street, another driver pulled up next to her, and she heard a woman screaming loudly from inside the car. Jane described the car as blue, like a Chevrolet from the early 2000s. The driver was a light-skinned man, and there was a woman in the back seat who was screaming and banging on the windows. Jane then reported that the driver was about to turn left, and the dispatcher advised Jane to follow him closely and keep an eye on him. Moments later, Jane reported that the man accelerated away, making a sharp left turn onto Taldeblay, leaving her no time to react. Now, she was unsure if she could catch up with him because of the heavy traffic on the highway, which made driving very difficult. Jane believes she witnessed a kidnapping. She accurately described the driver and the make of the car. However, she got the color of the car wrong. She mistook green for blue. She observed a man turning the steering wheel with one hand while pressing the head of someone in the back seat with the other. She heard someone screaming and banging on the window. Jane then caught up with Michael's Chevrolet, and both cars remained stationary for a while, waiting for the red light. Eventually, Jane began to move, and Michael changed lanes to follow her. Jane deliberately drove slowly, thinking that the Chevrolet driver would pass her, allowing her to follow. But at that moment, Michael also slowed down and turned towards Mishtar 75. Jane then called the 911 operator and provided the location of Michael's car. But the situation then took a tragic and unexpected turn. Jane provided information to the 911 operator about the location of the kidnapper's car. However, officers were never dispatched to the location she provided. A recording of Jane's conversation with the operator shows the office was very noisy. The operator relayed the information to two dispatchers while loudly expressing frustration with them. Both dispatchers admitted to receiving the information, but did not send patrol units to the designated area. The dispatchers later explained that Jane's call came during a shift change and that they were understaffed at the time. The dispatchers were eventually suspended without pay. A search helicopter and several patrol units were on standby, but no one informed them of the exact location of Michael's car. The next day, Jane saw a photo of Michael on the news and immediately recognized him as the driver she had seen the day before. She reached out to the police, introducing herself as the woman who had called 911 the previous day and asked if they needed any more information. To her surprise, the officers were unaware of her call and did not know who she was. Now, let's go back to the day before when Denise was still in the car. At 5:50 p.m., 20 minutes after Jane's call, 911 received a fifth call. Michael's cousin, Harold, reported that he wasn't sure what the problem was, but it sounded like someone needed medical assistance. He mentioned a green 1995 Chevrolet and indicated that a woman inside the car appeared to need help. Chevrolet called from a payphone and shared all the details, but he didn't want to reveal his identity. His information largely matched what his daughter Sabrina had provided. Over the next 2 hours, the officers found no leads. At 21:16, Officer Edward Pope was on Tala de Blaze Street when he saw a green Chevrolet speeding and making a sharp turn to the south. The officer pursued the car and managed to block it with his own vehicle, causing Michael to crash. After the accident, Officer Edward ordered Michael out of the car. After Michael got out of the car, he was soaked to the waist, and his boots were covered in mud. In his pocket, the police found the phone that Denise had used to call 911, but it had lost its battery. The police checked the back seat of the car, but found no sign of Denise. The Chevrolet Camaro was towed by the Nordport Authority for a detailed inspection. Inside the vehicle, officers discovered a SIM card and a gasoline canister. The back seat and a blanket showed signs of staining. Denise's fingerprints were found on the exterior of the driver's window. On the front of the car, there were blood spatters, hair strands, and a strange, thick substance. Additionally, hair that had been pulled out was found stuffed in a pocket behind the driver's seat, along with Denise's heart-shaped ring, which she had always worn and never removed. Police believe Denise intentionally left this evidence to help ensure her kidnapper was caught. Michael was identified as the primary and sole suspect in the kidnapping. He refused to confess, would not reveal any information about Denise's whereabouts, and maintained his innocence. During interrogation, he remained silent. Michael's cousin Harold went to the police station to convince Michael to reveal to Denise's family where he had hidden her. Michael eventually spoke up and claimed that he and Denise had been intimate. He said that they had been held hostage by a group of masked criminals who eventually killed Denise. With a search warrant for Michael's home, the police thoroughly examined it and discovered a blanket with white spots and some blood on it. DNA testing confirmed that the blood was Michael's. In the bedroom and kitchen, pieces of adhesive tape with hair attached were discovered. The DNA from the hair roots matched that of Denise. On January 18, the day after Denise went missing, a canine unit searched the area near Blaze Street. Searchers found 2 piles of sand with visible blood. They then excavated and discovered Denise's body buried 3 feet deep in a swampy grave. She suffered a gunshot wound to the head. A cartridge case was found nearby in the grass. Denise's stained underwear and shirt were also found. DNA analysis confirmed that the biological material matched Michael's DNA. Denise's autopsy results showed that she died from head injuries. Blood and hair found outside Michael's car indicated that the car was close by when Denise was shot. Additionally, aspirin was found in Denise's lungs, indicating that she was alive and breathing for some time after the injury. She fought valiantly for her life, suffering numerous wounds and bruises while defending herself against Michael. Marks on her wrists indicated that she had been bound by Michael. Her hair and 2 pieces of duct tape were recovered, along with biological material from Michael found at the scene. Michael was on trial for first-degree murder, rape, and kidnapping, but he pleaded not guilty to all charges. His lawyers attempted to paint him as a hard-working single father with no prior legal issues. The defense said a childhood accident in which he injured his frontal lobe while skiing is believed to have affected his behavior. His family noted that Michael's attitude changed dramatically after this incident. When he was 13, he nearly killed his brother with a bow and arrow while imitating a cartoon character. After his childhood accident, he needed special education services for children with low IQs. Michael experienced severe headaches and constant ringing in his ears. A friend testified in court that in the days leading up to the abduction, Michael showed signs of paranoia, claiming that neighbors were spying on him through his windows. The defense attorneys pointed out that individuals who have suffered frontal lobe injuries are more prone to making mistakes, taking unnecessary risks, struggling with aggression control, and having trouble distinguishing between reality and fantasy. Comprehensive cognitive tests confirmed that Michael had a very low IQ. However, he still understood the concepts of actions and their consequences. Michael's defense arguments quickly weakened, especially with the shocking blood and DNA evidence presented against him in court. Additional evidence, including hair strands and Denise's heart-shaped ring hidden in a seat pocket. Family Michael's younger brother, Jim, took on the responsibility of raising Michael's son, who was 13 at the time. The boy needed psychological support to cope with his mother's abandonment and the impact of his father's actions. Denise's family sued Charlotte County Police dispatchers for serious misconduct in the case. The case was settled out of court for $1 million. A few months after Denise's death, her husband, Nathan, established the Denise Amber Lee Foundation. He spent the next several years traveling the country, advocating for standardized training for emergency dispatchers. His dedication to this cause is truly admirable.